Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high-vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to day 2 of our SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. Thank you for being here, and welcome to our live stream audience. Thanks for tuning in. We have an amazing weekend. For those of you who were here yesterday, you already got to experience and share with us, and welcome to all of you coming back and joining us today for Sunday. We have incredible speakers all day, starting here with Nuyet Quinn. And of course, we have amazing vendors, practitioners, crystals, all in our main vendor room. And we're also going to be in San Rafael next weekend. So if you'd like to continue with us, we'll be in San Rafael at the Embassy Suites there. And also stay connected with us. Join our Facebook group. For those of you guys here live, you can always tune in and watch all of the replays of all of our talks on our YouTube channel. So at SoulSearch 33. So if you want that info, you can get it at our front desk. We'll give you the info about that. And they're all available. We live stream them, but they're available for you guys to watch after too, to dive in. And so, of course, I'm excited to be introducing our first speaker of today, Nuyet Quinn. She is a natural born energy healer with divine gifts. She channels source energy with the highest level of frequency to facilitate healing for physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental pain. She has been reported by many of her past customers to have helped people with a range of health conditions, including insomnia, arthritis, headaches, menstrual cramps, spinal fusions, allergies, cysts, and much more. She also works with pets and animals and can do in-person or virtual healing. And so Nuyet is joining us today to talk about energy healing and this divine energy healing that, she has the gift, but also, helps all of us to tune in and tap into this energy that can help us heal. So thank you so much, Nuyet. Thanks for being with us. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nuyet. Thank you so much for coming to my presentation. And I also, you can also call me Moon. My name means moon in Vietnamese, so Moon is a nickname that I have. And I'm a natural born healer, so it's a gift that I was born with. I'm not trained. It's a gift I discovered 8 years ago because I was self-healing myself. 8 years ago, I got injured at a restaurant job, and I was using copper bracelets because I knew it was anti-inflammatory. It was helping me relieve pain. So I started giving my copper bracelets, putting intentions for it to heal other people. And I noticed some people were completely painless. So when I went to Sedona, Arizona, it was when I met another healer who told me it's actually my intentions that are healing. It's not the objects. Objects don't heal. And multiple healers had told me the same thing. I always thought it was the copper bracelet at first. And she actually told me 8 years ago, you can use any object or no object at all. But I had a hard time believing it. It was just like over time, recently, like 8 years ago, I started giving away as gifts, but I didn't do it as a business. But I started doing it as a business just June of this year. And I noticed because the past year, I developed more faith in my abilities. And it just, my parents didn't understand it. So then it was something that I wasn't like, I'm embracing it more. because it's just something that makes you different, and I just didn't really understand it, and it scared me at first, and I was but the past year I've been using different objects. So I've used watches to heal. I used this person's cell phone, pendants. So I discovered I can have the gift where I can take an object and channel source energy into it to get rid of 100% of someone's pain. But it's not just physical pain, but it can also be emotional pain. Because I had a customer that was a skeptic. So she says, oh, before I get a bracelet, I do program my watch to get rid of my anxiety. So I set the intention that her anxiety and stress will go away on her watch. And a week later, she brought me a bouquet of flowers. She says it worked. So it can work for headaches, a range of different health conditions. And I'm actually still discovering my gifts. I recently discovered it also works for dogs or animals. Recently, my friend had a dog that had a limp on his leg, and she said, "Oh, can you heal my dog?" So I just took his dog collar and I put the intention that his leg pain will go away. He's 9 years old. He's an older dog, and I had dinner with her just yesterday, and she was telling me that the gait he walks. He no longer has that limp. He has a better gait when he walks, and he's more perky, and he can jump up and more active. And then I also had, I want to share another story about another customer also had a dog, and he said that his dog, he woke up, he thought his dog had a stroke because the leg wasn't able to get up and stand on his leg. But then I had put source energy in the copper bracelet that I gave him, and the dog was able to walk and was a lot better. So I don't have to, once I put the intention into the bracelet, and whoever has it, the energy is there. So the intention is still there. So whoever picks it up, it could be from someone from New York. I don't have to know them. And as long as the person it works better if they're open to it and they have the faith and they're receptive to it. And I've had one customer who thought it was hocus pocus. She didn't believe me at all. And it still worked for her. But for some people, when they take off the object or the bracelet, the pain comes back, and then right when they put it on, it goes away. But then I've had some customers who told me that they take it off, but the pain never came back, but they just keep it with them just in case. But one of my very first customers is from 8 years ago, and she's still painless from this day. She never had a healing session. I started doing healing sessions April of this year too, because I can also facilitate healing without using objects. I use a vocal crystal to amplify my intentions, and I say invocations and prayers, and that's help with facilitating healing. And I did it because it was just by accident. I actually didn't have a copper bracelet on hand. And I had a customer that she was 80 years old and she had severe pain, arthritis pain. So I tried the invocation. I just did one invocation, the chronic pain relief invocation. It just took 2 minutes and she was completely painless afterwards. So ever since then, I started doing healing sessions, and I've evolved to using my own intention. Yesterday, for the first time, instead of using someone else's invocation, I just used purely my own invocation. And I had I'm going to show you guys the video. She was a customer from over here at this, and she was completely painless after she had arm pain, and then she also had leg pain after the session. So I'm able to the invocations and the vocal crystal are just tools, but what I'm doing is I'm channeling source energy from the highest power, and I'm projecting it into the objects, or I can do it without an object, and I can project it directly into the person. And I just use the vocal crystal for protection, and also I can feel the weight of it. Sometimes when I do it counterclockwise, I'm extracting the pain, And I'll do a demonstration with the vocal crystal and today as well too. So I'm going to show you the video from yesterday that I recorded. It was actually from, she was here yesterday from this, and this is it. Okay, so this is, so I'm going to share some of the videos. So I came in for healing me with 5-minute prayer. Like a little bit or moderate, I'd say moderate pinch water. And once you do healing, it actually it feels like it feels so much better now. So thank you so much for reading the prayer. I really appreciate it. Okay, so her pain actually completely went away. So I'm going to show you the second part where it's how she shares how her pain went away. Thank you so much again. I have little pain right now. Okay, so and then that was like with my own prayer, so I don't have to use anyone else's invocation. That was I just put my own prayer, and usually when I'm channeling objects, I'm not using invocations. I'm just putting my own prayers and requests and my own intentions. So it's more of my own healing modality. And then this is I've also used a cell phone. This was this was actually another SoulSearch bag.
All right. I think Team Patrick and I was talking. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Team Patrick and I was talking. Yeah. Going over a little healing that she does. And I was sharing with her about my stiffness in my fingers. She said if I had something that she could put some energy into, so we use my cell phone. And feel about 90% better, able to move and function a little better. So can't wait to get back to my guitar and see how it feels. I want to say thank you. And if you haven't tried it, give her a try. Thank you so much. All right,
So this is sorry.
All right, thank you.
So Patrick, I used his cell phone and I just probably spent less than a minute just putting attention that he had stiffness on his hand and pain on his hand. And after I put the intention that the stiffness and the pain on his hand will go away, I hand it back to him, and he told me that like the pain was like 90% gone. And then later on, I met up with him because I was doing a healing for his grandmother, and he says it was completely gone. It just took a day, and it was fading away. First, it was 70%, and then it was 90%, and then it was. For some people, it's like instant. It depends on the person. Like, and the percentage is different. Some people feel 50% pain relief, or some people feel no pain relief the first day, but then 3 or 4 days later, they call me or they contact me and they tell me the pain is gone. So like results vary depending on the customer and the person. And then I have also, this is from another customer that I did a healing session here.
My name is Barbara Palmer. I just completed a 15-minute healing. I have been having a lot of high level of pain in my knees for a long time. And I have to say, right now, my knees are comfortable. I can do things that an hour ago I wouldn't have been able to do, such as before, the slightest movement of my knees was excruciating. Now, they're creepy, but it's not hurting. And I am amazing. Thank you so much.
So I actually did that video right after my healing session. So that was immediate. And like, so she also, there is a second part of the video as well.
Before, yeah, I did my knees were so painful. Taking a sleep, stepping up on the curb, going up a step was very painful, and to get down with my knees was impossible. And since the healing, I've been able to do it multiple times, at least 6 times, so all the way down, all the way up. Without any pain.
Yes, I actually have like at least 4 customers who no longer need to walk with a cane. I have one customer from Mount Shasta where she says it was the first time in 20 years she no longer had level 10 pain. It went from a 10 down to a level 2 in pain level. And it was her first time not walking with, not having to use a cane anymore. Now she no longer uses it. And right after the session, her back was straighter too. I noticed that she was walking with more force and vitality. It was just really interesting. And then that was with the session, and I amplified. Sometimes I amplify it because her pain level went from a 10, and like it was a little higher, but I amplify it to bring it down to a level 2. So I also have, I gave a copper bracelet to one of my coworkers, and then who had severe back pain, and within 2 or 3 hours, her back pain disappeared. So she wanted one for her brother, and I had no idea he needed a cane to walk. I didn't know his name. I didn't know anything about him. So I gave him the copper bracelet, and she told me a week later that he's completely painless now. His severe back pain is gone, and he no longer needs a cane. He sent me a testimonial how he said that he was walking slowly with a cane before. And so I have multiple, and I never did a healing session with him. I just projected the source energy into the bracelet. And I, but I didn't know, I don't really have to know anything about, sometimes I usually put the intention that they have, like healing in all parts, like physical, mental, emotional healing. So, so sometimes I like, even during my sessions, I've had a customer that said, "Oh, my vision is a lot clearer," and I didn't even put that intention, or I just put whole body healing intention. Usually, when I say in my head, most of the time when I'm doing the facilitating healings by channeling objects, I say a private prayer, and I say my own prayer, and it's in my head. I usually don't say it out loud, but I'm gonna demonstrate. So I want to show you another video testimonial from, so this is Mina. I met her in Mount Shasta, and I actually, I'll share.
I met Mina in Shasta over the summer, and she facilitated a healing session. And she also gave me this copper bracelet, which I wear every day. She helped heal some discomfort and pain that I was experiencing in my womb. After the healing session, the pain went away in a matter of days, and it has not returned since. If you are considering booking a session with Megan, I highly recommend her. She is a pure source of light, love, energy, and she opens the channel for healing to occur.
Okay, so she's actually in Bali, Indonesia right now, and she reached out to me because she says, "Can you telepathically, like she had cramps? She said, "Can you telepathically send healing energy into my copper bracelet to heal my cramps?" So I said, "Why don't we just go on a Zoom session?" So we ended up going on a Facebook video chat. She also had neck pain and upper neck and upper back pain from a motorcycle injury that was on and off. So she asked, and like she was going through stress during that time too. So like her neck pain and her upper back pain came back. So I did a distance healing with her. I was in the Bay Area, and I did the invocations, and after our 20-minute session was over, her back pain and her neck pain was gone. And she says her cramps were fading away. It was going in and out. So I'm also able to facilitate multiple times. I have done, I haven't done it as much. Usually I do most of the time. Most of my past sessions have been in person because I like to interact and meet the customers in person. But I've done several Zoom sessions, and mostly all the customers tell me that they feel lighter and they feel the emotional pain release. But my last 3 recent ones, they all told me that they felt less physical pain. So it doesn't. The sessions don't have to be in person. I'm able to do also Zoom sessions, or one session I did over the phone. I wasn't even on Zoom, and my friend thought she had cancer because she had back pain, and she says after the session, 60% of her back pain was gone, like right after the session. So I can also do sessions through phone conferences. So and I usually use a vocal crystal for all the sessions. And then I have Rachel. She's another one of my customers.
So my name is Rachel, and Mia and I met at the farmer's market. I have stenosis in between C1 and C2 vertebra. I see a chiropractor for that. It's a kind of a chronic pain symptoms that I have throughout the days. It's like flare-ups. Anyway, there was one day I went to the farmer's market and I saw Mia, we were talking, and I had a major headache. And she was like, "Here, try this," and gave me her necklace, which had a stone, and instantly my headache went away. And it was like a miracle. Okay, this is crazy. So that was one of my first experiences. And then, of course, I've had the bracelet, the copper bracelet that she gave me also. And my pain when I have the bracelet on is nothing. The only thing is when I take it off, the pain kind of comes back. Or when I took the necklace off, the pain comes back. So at this point, I still need to wear, the jewelry. And when I wear it, I'm like a new person. So I just want to share that. And I'm so grateful for her. She's very valuable.
So I have I actually at that time I didn't know she had spinal stenosis, and I actually put the intention. She says, "Oh, she lost the necklace," so she says, "Oh, do you have another copper or something?" Like, I have a headache. I remember that day, and I said, "Oh, here's your," and I just grabbed one of I had a copper bracelet on my wrist, and I just as I was handing it to her, I put the intention that it'll go away. Then she's like, "Oh, did you do your magic, or did you So she was just, she thought I did it at home. I said, "Oh no, I just did it right now. I just put the intention as I was handing it to you." So it doesn't have to take that long, for me to put the intention. It just almost it's natural, and I didn't know that she had spinal stenosis. I actually worked with another customer that had spinal stenosis, and her pain went away as well too. And so then I have, I've also helped her kids as well too. I could show you another video.
So I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more about my son's issue with his tooth. So he had a deep cavity, and Mia had stopped by the house, and she had just made these really beautiful necklaces. And I said, "Oh, let's try it with Elias, because he has so much pain, he can't eat." So we put on a fluorite wrap, and it's she wrapped it, the wire around it, and wire wrapped, and he put it on, and immediately his pain had gone down for sure. And then 5 minutes later, he just randomly said, "Oh, it took 5 minutes for all my pain to be gone." and that's when I was like, "That makes sense." So, and then I brought him some bread, a little butter, and he was actually able to eat. So that was awesome. So the girls kind of wanted to wear the necklaces also. So Layla, my middle one, who always had some anxiety and just like nervousness around school. She on Monday, so it was a Saturday. On Monday, she wore the necklace, which was Amazonite with the wire wrapping, and she was like, "I'm so much calmer. I love this necklace. I want to wear it all the time." So she wore it to Elias's dentist appointment. We ended up taking it because I was afraid the nerve was going to be infected. So she wore that at the dentist. It was so calm for him. It was really sweet. And I even noticed the dentist glancing over at Layla's wire wrapped Amazonite necklace. Interesting. But so then in Anna, my oldest, she's always had a low energy, and she had just a fluoride wrapped necklace, and she had said so she had so much more energy at school, and I could just tell in the car. Like, usually she's feeling hot and tired, but she wasn't. She was perky. So it definitely changed their energy level, but her energy level for sure. So yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing what Mia can do and the gifts that she has. So we're so grateful.
So that's Rachel, because I was, I also work with kids as well too.
Okay, so my name is Rachel, and I was describing in the last video about the stenosis. So I have a stenosis between C1 and C2. So basically, like the vertebrae are kind of collapsing and rubbing, and the nerves are inflamed. But what it does cause is this deep, like throbbing kind of headache thing. So that's what I describe with the headache. It's like I think the muscles flare up, and then the muscles around the skull flare up, and that causes this like deep pain. Anyway. So that's the kind of thing that I approached the end. I was like, I thought it's like almost not functional when I have it, and my left eye is a little off. And so anyway, she handed me this necklace, the rainbow fluorite, and it was instantly gone. And she was like, "How's your pain?" I'm like, "It's gone." It was kind of shocking. But anyway, so it's that or the copper bracelet. So at another point, I used the copper bracelet, and also my pain went away instantly. So if I don't have either one of them relieves the pain, this or this. I don't need to have both on. But either one relieves the pain, but when I don't have them on, the pain returns. So that's, I need to keep one of the other on. The other thing that happened was my son, I stopped by the house, and my son had a deep cavity pain and in his lower tooth, one of his lower molars. And she handed him a rainbow fluorite necklace, and he was to stop crying. He was totally relieved. It was kind of amazing, and he wore it all the way into the dentist. We did take him to the dentist, but he had it on the whole time, only because I was afraid it was going to affect the nerve. But his pain was so much better with just the necklace. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay, so those are just some of my
Okay,
videos.
so
Sorry, you can subscribe to my channel. I'm going to continue to post more videos because I started taking videos only a few months ago. Like I started doing this healing business in only of June of this year. So those are some of, and I have a lot of written testimonials too that you can look at on my website. It's www.wellnessandhealingwithmoon.com. And you could also buy my bracelets at the I have an e-commerce shop where you can buy I'm wearing the sterling silver one, so I can program this to get rid of. I've done it for like even rectal dysfunction, actually, rectal dysfunction, insomnia, headaches, for any anxiety, stress, and I've actually 8 years ago, a long time ago, I used to give away stones. I used to use the Shanghai stone because I discovered that I can. I had insomnia at one point, and I discovered I was able to get rid of my insomnia by putting the intention that it'll go away because and it went away. So then I start recently doing it on copper bracelets because I can use any object, and it's over 90% so far since I've started since 8 years ago. Like over 90%, at least over 90% of customers tell me that they have some pain relief. Like some of them are up to 100% painless. And so I'm going to share the invitation that I use a vocal crystal, so I can share the invitation that, and I actually started doing. I'm going to put on. I amplify my intentions with the meditation music from Wayne Dyer. So I'm going to put that on. So this is the one I usually use in the morning when I meditate to. It just helps clear my mind. It helps me. Okay, so I'm gonna just do 3 invocations from these are the invocations I start with. I'm gonna switch to my own, and I'm now using different invocations. But I wanted to share the invocations that I start my healing sessions with. So the first one I usually start by when I start sessions with my customers. I usually start with cloaking first, so that. And attachments. So attachments is just releasing any negative energy or energy that's not yours. So it's customers something they felt lighter afterwards. So I'm going to just do a healing for everyone in this room. And I'm going to use a vocal crystal. So the vocal crystal, this is kept to sacred geometry, and so shaped to the tree of life. So most of my customers, they close their eyes and they meditate when they do this, but you can also have your eyes open. It's up to you. So go ahead and do this. Protection of my head first. We are placing everyone in this room in the Hilton Hotel in Santa Cruz and Fort Seriously, we come from outside and archangels, Raphael, Gabriel, Gabriel, we're placing to the right of the main door. We're facing in, we're facing out. Sarah speak also on the outside, archangels, Raphael, Gabriel, and Michael, fourth points. We invoke all of the seven masters and delegates in the universe to go up as a conduit through the galactic cord. To conscious, subconscious, and all ultra-states of consciousness. To everyone in this room at the Hilton Hotel, Santa Cruz. We're hearing everyone in this room at the Hilton in Santa Cruz of all attachments from the manifest to the unmanifest, transmuting to future energy, clear all fluctuations, solar flares and geomagnetic storms, solar transmissions, matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space-time, and all alternate realities, mind control, non-beneficial, influential beings, or tricksters, extraterrestrials, artificial intelligence, subliminal messages, hypnosis, symbolic suggestions, and all forms, parasites, viruses, non-beneficial bacteria, collective consciousness, fear, anxiety, trauma, emotional charges, cords, attachments, hooks, entities, and thought cords, seen or unseen, cloaked or uncloaked, unconscious, subconscious, and all altered states of consciousness, even if they are changing frequencies and dimensions, simultaneously and matter, dark matter, energy, space, time, altered realities. We're moving everything into the container where they come into. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Increasing the occasions to the 987 power notch number. We're clearing all imprints, echoes, residuals, energetic tattoos associated with what we just cleared simultaneously in matter, dark matter, energy, space, time, and all alternate realities. We're moving everything into the container. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Increasing the occasion to the we're sealing the container board, sending it to a central sun. So it is, so it is, so it is. Okay. So the next one I'm going to do is cloaking. So this is just protecting our energy. So it's only white light that can come through. We're creating 987 trillion holographic duplicates of everyone in this room, huddled to the Santa Cruz, all across the universe simultaneously in matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space, time, and all alternate realities. The holographic duplicates are identical but not energetically connected to everyone in this room at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Cruz. Anyway, we're creating 987 trillion holographic curves, triangles, compass, pyramids, ice chambers over everyone in this room at the Santa Cruz, fractal, atomic, and cellular level, simultaneously in matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space, time, and all alternate realities, looking and making everyone in this room at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Cruz holographically invisible in the spirit realms of fractal, atomic, and cellular level, simultaneously in matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space, time, and all alternate realities now. So it is, so it is, so it is. So the last one I'm going to do is, this is the one I used to do for myself every single day, and I noticed like it. I had an extremely stressful job last year. Also, like so it relieved me of my stress and anxiety. One time I misplaced my wallet, and I wasn't even stressed out. I was just thinking, oh, I'll just replace. I'll just go get everything replaced. Like it calmed me. Normally I would be panicked and I would want to go. And I like it really helped calm my anxiety and my stress during stressful times. So this one is one of my favorite ones. So this one is it helps. The main one is helps for healing and anxiety and stress. Okay, go ahead and do this one. Everyone in this room in Hilton Hotel in Santa Cruz and work we're spacing in, we're spacing out. The stairs become so outside and archangels, Raphael, Uriel, Gabriel, and things. We're facing a contained parts right at the main work. We're spacing in, we're spacing out. The stairs becomes on the outside, archangels, Raphael, Uriel, Gabriel, and Michael, the four points. We involve all the seven masters and angelic beings in the universe to all this and comprehend through the minds of work. Central sense, to conscious, subconscious, and all altered states of consciousness. And to everyone in this room, in the Hilton Hotel in Santa Cruz, we're clearing everyone in this room in the Hilton Hotel in Santa Cruz of all fear-based programming by traumas stored in the cellular DNA, any trauma still in the physical body, and matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space, time, and all alternate realities, from the manifest to the unmanifest, from particle to wave, transmuted to neutral energy, clearing all EMF energy fluctuations from solar flares and geomagnetic storms, solar transmissions, and all forms of radiation, and matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space, time, and all alternate realities, mind control, non-beneficial instrumental means, profound tricksters, extraterrestrials, artificial intelligence, messages, hypnosis, impulse, hypnotic suggestions, parasites, viruses, non-beneficial bacteria, collective consciousness, fear, anxiety, trauma, emotional charges, cords, attachments, implants, hex, entities, and thought forms, seen or unseen, in conscious, subconscious, and all altered states of consciousness, even if they are changing frequencies and dimensions, simultaneously in matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space, time, and all. Removing everything to the container. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Increasing the occasion to the 987 chamber. We're clearing all imprints, echoes, residuals, energetic tattoos associated with what we just cleared. Simultaneously in matter, dark matter, antimatter, energy, space, time, and all alternate realities. Removing everything into the container. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Increasing the occasion to the 987 chamber. We're sealing the container board, sending it to the central sun, invoke all the Senate masters and angelic beings of the universe to go up as a conduit through the galactic core, essential sun, secret sun, platinum sun, into conscious, subconscious, and all ultra states of consciousness to work through everyone in this room with the Hilton Hotel in Santa Cruz, eyes, ears, mind, and hands, and faith for the best possible outcome in all facets of this incarnation. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Does anyone have any questions? Well, thank you all. Yeah, yes. Yeah. Sorry.
How did you come upon?
I 8 years ago, I got injured at a restaurant job, so I was using copper bracelets because I knew they were anti-inflammatory to heal myself, and it was working. So I wanted to share it with, because I used to work in a casino and I knew so many people who had pain. I ended up giving it to over 20 co-workers, and all of them were saying, "Oh, it's working," and like some of them said that they were 100% painless. But I didn't have as much faith now as before, because I didn't take people's money because I was afraid, if I take the money, this gift just goes away. I want to help as many people as I can. But then I realized that you have to have that energetic exchange. It drains your energy, and it's a service. So I started as a business recently, only June of this year, because like the past 12 months, I started giving away more bracelets, and some people were completely painless. Like I had one lady that I knew, she said that she slipped and her back pain was so severe she couldn't even bend her back. And now she's like, once she wore the bracelet, she was completely painless. She says it was a miracle. And I knew, so then I knew I have to start, if I can help more people if I start selling these, and I can help people in classes. And then I also, 8 years ago, I also used to give away the shungite stone. I had insomnia, and during that time, I didn't realize it was like, I thought it was the stone or in the bracelet in the beginning. I didn't know it was my intention. But what I'm doing is I'm channeling source energy with the highest frequency possible into the objects, and and I can facilitate healing that way. So I'm not doing the healing, but the source or the higher power is doing it. I'm just a vessel and a tool for the healing to occur. But which is amazing is like, I've had one customer who had a spinal fusion where he was paralyzed on the bottom of his left foot. And after the healing, I only did a 10-minute healing session. He didn't want to wear any objects or copper bracelet. And after the session, he says, "Oh, I can feel the bottom of my foot." It's the first time in 5 years, because I didn't even know he was paralyzed on the bottom of his left foot. And he was able to walk more than 75 feet for the first time in 9 years without a cane. He walked 5 times the amount. And he had like 3 metal rods replaced along his vertebrae. His doctor says his vertebrae is disintegrating, and he so it's like sometimes it's miraculous, some of the results. I had one lady who, it was her first time in 20 years walking without a cane. So I've had multiple people who no longer need a cane, and some of them, and it's also worked for pets too, as well. So it's just a natural gift that I discovered. But I noticed that since I'm using it more and I have more faith in it, it's just growing. I'm still discovering the gifts I have. It was only recently I didn't know it could also work for animals too. I've never done a healing session with an animal, but I programmed like I put intentions in their collar before, and it has worked in the past. So I could also do healings for animals, for physical pain and emotional pain for animals as well.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Sonia and I
Did you want to come up?
are
Yeah.
clients of hers,
Oh.
and we were drawn to her at the farmer's market, just like the other person. And I had lower back pain, and when I don't wear my bracelet, like if I take it off for the shower and then forget to put it on, I'll wake up the next morning with back pain. Sonia has arthritis. It's working on her too. Our dog is the one that she was talking about that we thought had a stroke. It couldn't walk. It would take one step and just fall down in the hallway. And we were thinking we were gonna have to take it to the hospital. We were carrying it outside to go to the bathroom. It was just super sad. And we thought, why don't we put our bracelets on its leg? And by the end of the day, the dog was walking, and by the next day, the dog was back to normal completely. So, I mean, I'm a person that for like 50 years of my life, I didn't believe in anything. I was completely atheist, and then I found a higher power and stuff. And so for me to believe in something takes a lot. I have to see proof. And just this bracelet right here is I don't know what it does, but it really helps. And I can tell when I don't have it on, I'll start feeling back pain and stuff. So glad. We are so glad that we met them.
Yeah, so I tried this in my cat. And I had shot year ago, and I was pain free the whole year, but it came back. So like months ago, and I'm suffering, and I started thinking, oh, should I go get shot for my friend? I did this session. And so after your session, I can move.
Oh, so it went away, right?
Right now.
Yeah.
Today morning, I couldn't. It's right. Couldn't move.
Yeah.
It was terrible pain. So now I can do this, right?
Is your pain gone?
Not
Like just a little, but
completely,
oh yeah.
but I'm moving now. So I want all your bracelets and everything.
I'll do a bracelet.
Yeah, I'll be able to get bracelets.
Yeah, you'll be able to get bracelets. Oh, just so you know, Rachel in the video, the one that I met at the farmer's market, remember how she said that she had to rely on the rainbow fluoride or the bracelet? Whenever she took it off, the pain came back. Actually, later on we met and we did a healing session. She's no longer, like, she doesn't need the bracelet or the object. I put the intention during the session that she no longer needs any object, and her pain has been gone since July. And she's gonna do another video testimonial for me, but we're just waiting to see like how long the pain, like maybe in a couple of months. But she says ever since I did the session with her, she no longer needs the object. So I can also do sessions too, and in person or. Did you have a question?
No, I just want to because I'm in pain.
Well, thank you everyone for coming. I'm gonna thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you gonna be here all day?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, should be.
What can they find you?
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Expo. So happy to have you all here. Welcome back. I know some of you were here yesterday, and for those of you who are joining today, Welcome, welcome. We're so excited to have you here live with us. We always enjoy bringing our Soul Search family together in person. And we have an amazing day scheduled today, incredible speakers and live talks, and of course, all of the practitioners in our main exhibit hall. And for those of you watching the live stream, welcome and thank you for tuning in with us. We do live stream all of our talks on YouTube and Facebook. So you guys can go back home, watch any of the ones that you missed, and watch the replays. So thank you for joining and stay connected with us at SoulSearch. We have an expo coming up next weekend again in San Rafael. We'll have an EES scalar wave technology healing live experience there, as well as a psychic development class with Jared the Medium. And of course, you can always watch our shows on soulsearch.tv. That's our free conscious content streaming channel. And check out all of our practitioners online at soulsearch.io. And of course, one of our amazing practitioners is Rachel Cooley, our speaker for today. Rachel is an angel therapy practitioner, angel mentor, and angel certification trainer at Divine Guidance with Rachel Cooley. She is a divine feminine leader who brings the angelic light of hope to the world as she rose from the trauma of an ancestral escape from the Armenian genocide. She transformed generational fear, struggle, and strife on her spiritual journey with the angels to reclaim her valued place in the world. She now serves in her soul's purpose and has served for 24 years as an angel therapy practitioner, mentor, and certification trainer, helping others follow their divine guidance and receive their birthright blessings with the angels to thrive in a miraculous life beyond their greatest challenges. So we're really excited to welcome Rachel Cooley. She is working with angels all the time and is here to support us in connecting with our angels and activating divine angel blessings in our life. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you, Rachel.
Thank you for your yes and for creating SoulSearch.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah. She was divinely guided, and we're all here because of it. Isn't that so cool? That's one of the things I'll be talking about today, being divinely guided by the angels and by the divine. So welcome everyone. It's time to share with you. I'm Rachel. I've been working with the angels now officially this month for 25 years. So it's super exciting to be at my 25th anniversary this month. And I'm thrilled to be here with all of you. I want to start out by congratulating you for taking the time for driving here today from wherever you drove from in the area or further out, and to take time for you today and to be here to connect with like-minded souls, and also in my talk today, of course, connecting with the angels, the angelic realm, the divine messengers of God here to support us in our lives in all areas. It's an honor to be here again, speaking at SoulSearch. So I welcome you all. So happy to be here with all of you. Looks like everyone has their handout. Yeah. If anyone needs any extra pens, I do have extra pens. If anyone needs a pen, let me know. Yeah, you do? Okay. Yes, okay. We go, and I want to welcome our online audience as well. Yeah, we have people streaming on Facebook and YouTube. You both need one? And then I'll just collect them after. Cool, thanks everyone. Yeah. Okay, welcome everyone. You might need to get some of those pens started because we're brand new. Okay. All right, so you are in the right place, dear ones, to tap into the blessings and the light of the angels. Today, I'll be sharing with you 4 steps to create a beautiful flow of blessings in your life, and also the 4 steps to activate angelic power and blessings in your life. So who here would love to activate angelic power and blessings in your life? If you would, raise your hand. Yes, me too. And of course, that's what I do. That's like in the flow of what I do. And I love working with the angels. So I welcome you here. You're saying yes, you're being here. And I have handouts. There you go. There you go. Guardian, just come grab them. Here we go. And just keep them in the back. Thank you so much. Maybe just like we can put them on a chair and the people. So anyway, I have handouts because I have a guide. So we'll guide you through all of that. So yes. So let's start out with knowing that we're divinely guided to be here, which is awesome. And today I'll be sharing those 4 initial steps to catalyze miraculous blessings in your life with the angels. So we're going to start out with an invocation. We're going to call in the angels to be strongly present with us. And then from there, we'll go into the 4 steps. So I invite you to gently, if you're comfortable, close your eyes. And let's take a collective deep breath in, dear ones. Breathing in and gently exhaling out, landing here strongly present here in the moment from your drive here today, or from yesterday, whenever you arrived. And as we take in a new divine breath in and gently exhale out, we pray in. Thank you so much, dear God. Thank you, dear angels, and thank you, archangels, for being so strongly present with each and every one of us here right now, strongly present. We thank you so much to our guardian angels and to the amazing archangels for guiding us here today to soul search, for guiding us to receive blessings and light with you, to bring healing, to bring light, love, and divine guidance to us, body, mind, and spirit, as we take in a new divine breath in, exhaling out. In addition to our guardian angels of each one of us, which we invite you, dear angels, to envelop each one of us in your complete, unconditional love, light, and blessings. As we breathe in and out your ones, your angels are enveloping you right now with their blessings, with their light, and enfolding you in their beautiful wings of light. So as you take in a new divine breath in and exhale out, I invite you to give yourself an angel hug as your angels are hugging you and blessing you with their light, their love, complete unconditional love for us, no matter what. As we're taking that new breath in and gently exhale out. As we also invoke and call in our amazing archangels to be strongly present with us here right now, throughout this day and beyond. We call in Archangel Michael, our powerful archangel of angelic blessings and protection, clearing energies that are no longer serving us. We invite you, Archangel Michael, to be strongly present with us, enfolding and enveloping each dear one here live and watching live now or on the replay with your amazing blessings and light, your purple lights enveloping us. We also call in our Archangel of Healing, Archangel Raphael, to join us and to envelop each one of us in his magnificent emerald green healing lights, love and blessings, bringing us healing today as we learn these powerful 4 steps to bring in more angelic power and blessings in our lives. And as we take it a new divine breath in and gently exhaling out, we also call in our archangels of divine guidance, Archangels Gabriel and Uriel. Thank you, Gabriel, for being strongly present with us and for unfolding and enveloping each one of us in your beautiful golden copper lights, love, and blessings. We also invite Archangel Uriel, our Archangel of Divine Knowing, to unfold and to envelop each one of us, dear ones, in your beautiful luminescent yellow lights. So as we take in a new divine breath in, dear ones, and gently exhale out, feeling held, loved, blessed, grateful. We thank you, archangels and angels, for blessing each one of us today and beyond. And we are so grateful. So let's do 3 breaths in and out, dear ones, and we'll gently come back present. Taking a new breath in at 3 of blessings and light and divine healing. Exhaling out. At 2, gently press your feet down onto the floor. Feeling more present, gently moving your fingers. And as we take in a new divine breath in at 1, breathing in and gently exhaling out and coming back more present, feeling the blessings and the light with the angels and ready to learn about these 4 steps. Thank you, angels. We are so grateful. So it all is. Amen and blessed be. I invite you to come back present, dear ones. How did it feel to calm the angels? Did you notice a shift? Anyone want to share a word? How do you feel shifted? Anything? Who feels more grounded? Yeah, more grounded. Good, good. Grounded. Did you feel like a shift in the room or a shift around you? Yeah, some people feel it. Did anyone see like any colors or anything? Just curious. You too? Yeah, awesome. That's great. And you saw purple. With Michael, did you see purple in your mind's eye?
I also invoked Zadkiel. So
Zadkiel, yes, Zadkiel, another one of the amazing archangels. Awesome.
and today is the day of the archangels.
Today's the day of the archangels. Thank you for letting me know. Today's the day of the archangels, so it's a divine appointment. September 29th, 2024. That is so cool. Thank you for sharing that with us. Now, does everyone have your guide? We'll get started in a moment. Does everyone have? We got it? Yep. Okay, great. Right, so let's jump in. Thanks for participating. And let's catalyze divine blessings in our lives with the incredible angels. So today I'll be sharing with you some ways in which we about these 4 steps and also ways in which you can dive deeper with me with the angels, which is powerful. I'm also here today, in addition to my talk, doing angelic guidance readings as well. So, that's available also. So let's tap into that first step. And as I'm about to share it, I just want to segue into it. It is divine purpose and the angels to support us in our lives. It is their joy and honor to help us with anything and everything, from small things to medium things to big things, like from finding your keys all the way up to saving you. If it's like you're potentially going to be in an accident or something, it's not your time, they will intervene. So like there's an extreme range, and also, finding what you're looking for, whether it's a home, soulmate, a new friend, whatever you're looking for, they help us in so many ways. So today we're going to talk about those 4 powerful steps, and we know that we're ready to hear these steps. So yes, let's do that. So the first step to activate angelic power and blessings with your life, so this is on the second page of your handout, and that is to activate angelic powers and blessings in your life is to use your power of choice. So for step 1, it's use your power of choice, because we have free will. Because we have free will, we are at choice. We're at choice, so they want our participation. So again, it's use your power of choice to ask the angels for support. They need our permission, dear ones, to help us because of free will. So we are actively at choice. So when we ask them to support us, ask them to help us, whether we think it in our minds or we write it out, or however we say it, saying it, thinking it, writing it, those are 3 of the key ways. That's activating your angelic power and blessings with that free will permission on your part. And to begin accessing their amazing support with your request for help, I have a prayer in here for you in the handout here on the second page. So I have some handouts. Is there any more handouts around there? There you go. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. So I have a prayer on the second page, and let's say it together. So on the second page, and this is right after it says they need your permission. So we'll say it together, and I'll say it a little bit slower for everyone watching online as well. So thank you, dear angels and archangels. Thank you, dear angels and archangels, for being with me now. Thank you for supporting and guiding me in my life, and for surrounding me with your infinite light and love. I say yes now to all of your incredible and miraculous support, and so it is. Amen. So that's calling in their power. So how did it feel to say it out loud? Isn't it cool? And I love to do with prayer, I love to bring an affirmation when I'm doing a prayer with the angels, because not only are you inviting their help, you're like affirming that it's here and it's happening now. Doesn't that feel more empowering instead of like, can you please help me? And of course that'll work too, but it's just, it helps to just motivate you and help you to feel more confident and empowered when you use your power of choice and when you exercise your voice, which is awesome, which is really powerful, because that is invoking so many blessings and power. So our amazing divine support team, which includes our angels, to support us in our lives, it is their divine purpose, like I shared earlier, to help us. The angels are completely unconditionally loving. They do not and never judge us. So you don't need to worry about that. They love us no matter what. They also, the angels and the archangels have no time and space restrictions, so they can help everyone simultaneously all at once. So such as Archangel Michael, our powerful archangel protection, anyone and everyone worldwide and beyond can call upon this archangel support, and it always comes through, and he's always right there supporting us, guiding us, and blessing us, which is so empowering. Isn't that amazing to think about? Just like how many people are calling in specific archangels in particular. Like Archangel Michael is the most powerful and probably the most famous, most known. Very powerful. So it's really awesome. Yay! So I have I have some handouts. So I'm going to hand these back to you, ladies. We were just doing the first step, and that is activating angelic power, is to use your power of choice and ask them for help. All right. Cool. So, and I wanted to share as well that sometimes we don't know how they can support us, and we need to trust that they can help us in so many incredible ways, and they see things beyond the situation than we can actually see, right? So we also need to trust in divine timing, trusting in divine timing in which our prayers are being answered. Who has ever wanted your prayers answered right now? Of course we want it right now. Right now, and like in a certain way, you know, like I had this happen with meeting my husband, and also having our son. Like I need to trust in divine timing, because oftentimes we learn in our culture to control. I want to control things. I want to make things happen. But the energy around making things happen doesn't feel good, does it? No. So it's like a lot of trust and breathing and calling in the support, and also trusting in the divine timing in which our prayers are answered with our power of choice of calling that in. So what I wanted to do next is just tap into like how the blessings of the angels are here to support us, and also to go into a little experience to tune into like what are the particular areas that you would love as an individual to have angelic support with, and just tapping into this experience with myself and the angels. So we're going to go into an experience next with our beautiful intentions of being open. We said the prayer, we've set the stage. You've all been divinely guided here, so I congratulate you for following your divine guidance and for being here at Soul Searching here at my talk. All right, dear ones, so we're going to go into an experience, and also this is going to be experience for setting our intentions for my talk here today, and tapping into with our intention of not just activating angelic power and blessings, but the areas in which we really would love to have additional support. So let's take in a new divine breath in, gently exhaling out, and feeling the divine angelic support that is surrounding us as we continue to breathe in and out, as we call in our guardian angels, we call them the archangels. And we're going to tune into next year ones, tuning into your heart and tuning in as well to your divine inner guidance. So taking a new breath in and exhaling out, being open to your body, your mind, your heart, energy, and spirit to listen and to receive all that is here for you. So taking a new divine breath in, gently exhale out as I invite you to feel the earth, feel the ground beneath you, supporting you fully, symbolic of your angels supporting you fully as we take in a new divine breath in. Gently exhaling out. It is really powerful with the breath to tune into the angels and to relax our bodies, our minds, and feeling again fully supported by your chair. So take in another breath in and exhale out, and connecting with your divine guidance, connecting with messages from your dear angels, here to bring you blessings as we set our intentions for our time together today here at this time at Soul Search. So dear ones, as you take in a new breath in and gently exhale out, I invite you to notice, what have the angels called you here to receive support with, dear one? What have they called you here to receive support with? Here to my talk, here to Soul Search. What reality, what uncomfortable reality are they bringing your attention to now as you continue to breathe in and out for yourself or for others? What is that reality that they're bringing forward to you in your mind right now, in being? What distress or situation or situations or suffering even are you seeing in your life or in the world that could really benefit from catalyzing miraculous blessings with the angels? In, exhaling out. In what situation in your life or in the collective are you feeling divinely called and prompted to receive blessings in? To improve whatever's happening by being connected to all these powerful angelic blessings and empowerment to support and bless you in your life. So what are those challenges that are coming forward, and what areas of your life are you needing divine support? So breathing in and out, tuning into what that is. And what blessings are you calling in with the angels to support you with? They're here to help us with anything and everything. Nothing's too big for them to handle. So taking a new divine breath in, even if you don't know how it's going to get resolved, just trusting to take additional breaths. Our angels are instilling within our hearts now as we continue to breathe in and out a beautiful new vision, of shifting our reality, shifting those situations that have come to your mind. And they are here to bring us a greater possibility through our direct experience with activating this powerful angelic power and blessings that are here to support us. So as you're taking a new breath into your lungs and exhaling out, just allowing that vision to be instilled upon your heart, your mind, your spirit, with their incredible support, the support of Archangel Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel, and our amazing guardian angels, bringing us blessings, bringing us light, bringing us the energy that with God and the angels, all things are possible. So as we take in a new breath in and just tuning into now within your minds, thank you, angels, for bringing to us a new vision for the reality, for the shift in the reality that we were longing for, that we would love to receive angelic power and blessings in. And being open to co-creating with our angels, guiding us in our lives to bring these blessings forward and the incredible empowerment with our angels and the archangels. Feeling these blessings and knowing that divine grace is here, divine love, divine light, divine possibilities are here for us. And stepping out of doing things, stepping out and making things happen, and allowing room for the angels, for their support, for listening during this intense time in our world, listening and slowing down as we're divinely guided, because we tend to be on speed up, to just slowing down. As we take in a new divine breath in and exhale out, as we thank you so much, archangels and angels, for bringing us this vision of what is possible, being open to the vision of what is possible. And we are so grateful. So as we take a refreshing breath in, we invite our angels to refresh our energy, the archangels, and we'll do 3 gentle breaths in and out as we will conclude this portion of my talk with this angelic experience. As we take in a new divine breath in, gently exhaling out, feeling all the incredible support that is here for you. And I invite you to say out loud or in your mind, thank you, angels. Thank you, archangels. I am open to blessings. I'm open to divine empowerment. And I'm open to divine grace. I'm taking a new breath in, or it is within divine grace that the gap is filled between us wanting to make things happen and the divine stepping in. So with that new breath in at 3, feeling yourself fully supported by your chair. Exhaling out at 2, gently pressing your feet down into the floor. Feel like gently moving your fingers, coming back more present. And at 1, as we take in a new breath in and gently exhale out, I invite you to come back strongly present, noticing how you're feeling present here in the moment. And I'd love to take a couple shares of like, what blessings are you calling in? And we'll add an extra divine support. Anyone want to share like a word or a sentence of what blessings you're calling in to your life? Yes.
I'm going in guidance
Yes.
to be the best mom that I can be in a time of change.
Yes.
For me.
Guidance to be the best mom she can be in this time of change. So we thank you, dear guardian angels, for affirming this. What's your name?
Morning.
For Monica, for this to be possible, especially during these intense times, and for bringing all of us divine guidance. Does anyone else have what they're calling in, like what blessings they're calling in? Yes.
Calling in abundance.
Yes. Abundance.
Confidence to know that I'm worthy.
Yes. And what's your name?
Corey.
Corey. So we thank you, God and angels, for affirming abundance and flow of abundance for Corey and for all of us, and for being divinely guided as to what are the best pathways to bring that in. We affirm. I'll take one more. Anyone else want to share the blessings they're calling in? Yes.
I'd say release from fear,
Release from fear.
right? Also healing
Yes.
for myself and for a loved one, and
Yeah.
for material financial abundance.
Yeah.
So I
Yes.
could spread.
Yes,
love.
abundance, healing, and releasing fears and worries. The angels are masters at helping us to release fears and worries. I have to say, it's amazing. And what's your name?
Elisa.
Alisa. So, dear God and angels, we are affirming and calling in beautiful releasement of fears and worries, and also applying what you'll be learning today to do just that, and also healing and divine angelic flows of abundance for you and for all of us, for healing, for blessings in life, and releasement from fears, stress, and worries. So it is. Who else would love to release fear, stress, and worries? I think a lot of us, like all of us. Yes! Majority of everyone. Yeah. That was one of the very first ways that the angels helped me so much when I first started working with them, all the way back in 1999. So 25 years ago this month. Really powerful that I learned how, for my first angel book that I was reading, how to call upon that support. And Archangel Michael is a master at clearing clearing energies that are heavy with his angelic presence and power. And part of what we'll do today is we're going to hand up a worry and concern to Archangel Michael to transform. Actually, let's do that right now. Let's think about that number one fear or worry that's on your mind. So think about that now as we gently will just go into a brief experience with that. So breathing in and out. And I invite you, dear ones, to think about what that number one fear, stress, or worry is. Energetically place it in the hand that you write with. So as we breathe in and out, mentally put it in that hand. And as we take in a new breath in and gently exhale out, Archangel Michael is right there with us, breathing in and exhaling out. And let's literally hand it up to Michael. Lift up your hand, breathe in and do a gentle exhale out. And hand it over. Thank you, Archangel Michael, for lifting up all of our fear, stress, and worries, and gently placing your hand down. And we invite you, Michael, for all of us to take that number one fear or stress or worry that we just handed up to you, up and away from us, up to God, up to the light, for cleansing, for purification, for transmutation, and also for divine resolution. So as we take in a new divine breath in, and gently exhale out, we thank you, Michael. So let's say together, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
I am so grateful. Yes. And so trusting in the divine timing, the divine order in which that situation will be handled, and being grateful in advance. So awesome. All right, dear ones, let's get to step two. Step two of our 4 steps to activate angelic power and blessings. I do have a couple more handouts. Do you need a handout? Yeah. We're going to go to the 3rd page for our 2nd step, dear ones. And if you're watching live stream, I invite you to take notes. And the 2nd step to activate angelic power and blessings in your life is to learn how they can support you. That's step 2. Learn how they can support you. Isn't that awesome? That is that 2nd step. So understanding what your divine birthright blessings are is very powerful, and it's a powerful place to begin. So as I have here on this handout, the angels can assist us in so many ways, including with amplifying healing and optimal well-being, receiving divine guidance to make confident choices from a place of peace, breaking free from uncertainty, stress, fear, anxiety patterns, and instead to renew, relax, and re-energize. In addition, we have recognize and overcome what holds you back from your most abundant life, and also to experience more connection, joy, confidence, ease, certainty, and love daily. That sound awesome? All of the above? Yes. And also there's a couple more, including becoming more grounded and unshakable in your life, to heal and transform, to restore your relationships, and so much more. There really is nothing the angels cannot help us with. It's like all things are possible with them. So I invite you to say yes, dear ones, to their divine angelic support, and to call it into your life. Yes, you can say yes in advance. Thank you, advance, angels. I'm grateful. Saying yes, it's so powerful. And so many of my clients have done that, saying yes to divine angelic support, to call in the blessings in the life that are here to support them in their lives, and to bring healing as well to our families, to our relationships, to abundance, flows of abundance, including my client Lydia, who has tapped into this, and we've been working together for 6 years now, and she has had beautiful transformations happen. which is so awesome. So it's great. And also just being open to these blessings. So let's move ahead to step 3. I want to make sure we cover all 4 of them. And being open to divine blessings that support. And Lydia also, she received the additional support with me, not only one-on-one, but in my Angelic Sanctuary Journey program, in my Angel Mentor certification programs as well. So I have beautiful programs for women to support and also one-on-one sessions, which is awesome. So it's so great to see the blessings that come forward, not only when we are transformed, but the blessings that go out to as well to bless our families, everyone we're connected to. It's really powerful. So let's tap into step 3, dear ones, step 3. And that is on the next page there, of course. And that is to learn how to receive divine guidance. Learn how to receive divine guidance is that next step. That next step is we must be able to recognize, to understand, and to follow the guidance that we are asking for to receive the blessings that we're calling in. Also, to being able to communicate with your divine angelic support team is essential for being guided to clarity in your life, to receive their messages, to be open to receiving their signs, and to be able to recognize and to see the signs that they bring to us. This could include, like, you pray to the angels, you ask for divine support, and then you find a feather, or you, in particular, finding it in an unlikely place. Who has found feathers as signs of the angels? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Isn't it great? It's great because they love to bring us physical confirmation that they heard our prayer, that they're really with us. It's really cool. There's so many other ways that they give us signs as well, but that's one of the ones that I love so much. So being open to receiving their messages, their signs, the divine knowing within us. That's one of the ways that we get divine guidance. And it comes from a place of peace, for the highest good of all, that divine knowing, or that beautiful reassuring feeling that we feel when we call in divine support. And also they can communicate with us through visions, whether with our eyes open or closed. Like we open, it's like seeing the angel signs, being open to the guidance they're bringing to us. Also, it can come in dreams, in meditation, in visions. There's so many ways that they guide us and they support us with all these blessings. And also bringing things together in beautiful synchrony. Beautiful divine timing and divine synchrony, which is really cool. I love that part about it. And also just being open to brilliant, inspired ideas, such as we suddenly just feel a strong guidance to go somewhere, to do something, or to call someone, or to text somebody. Just follow that guidance, especially when it feels good and when it feels right. Right? Because when it's not divine guidance, it doesn't feel good, it doesn't feel right, it's not for the highest good of all. And it can take you, onto the path of fear, stress, and worries. That's not of the angels, right? So the angels are about divine light, divine love, and for the highest good of all, which is really cool. So that's a little bit more, so I'm going to take this off. So yes, being open to the divine guidance and divine knowing that's here to support us in our lives with our angels, which is so cool. And also, as I have here on the flyer here, or on my guidebook, that activate your inner oracle is a great way to activate your divine guidance and to develop your divine communication skills. And I do have an upcoming workshop on activate your inner oracle that's going to be happening next week on Friday. So if you, in a little bit, I have a form here. You can stay connected with me if you'd like to learn more about that powerful workshop that's going to be online on Friday on the 4th at noon. So I just love being able to support all the amazing clients that I support. I specialize in supporting women, but I also support men as well. But I specialize in supporting women in my Angel Sisterhood group on Facebook for Divinely Thriving Women. And men can also benefit from my teachings and from my Divine Impact show on my Divine Guidance with Rachel Floyd Facebook page and on my Instagram as well. So that's pretty cool. So what I'm going to do next, before I get to our 4th step, is I wanted you to turn in advance to page 6 in your guidebook. Turn to page 6, and it looks like we're doing really good on time. So when you go to page 6, there's a form in there in which you like to add more content to share, but I just want to make sure we do this before the end. So you can stay in touch with me and also my options that I offer for angelic support. So I have a weekly angel card reading that I do every week. So one of the ways to stay in touch with me, if you give me your email address, it's like I can add you to my email list. You can get finding out what my upcoming angel events are. A lot of them are online, but I also am doing in-person events, as you can see here at SoulSearch. So that's a way to stay in touch with me. And I also have an option as well for an angelic guidance breakthrough session. which is a one-on-one 45-minute session with me to discover your next steps and to create a mini plan to begin activating angelic power and blessings in your life to catalyze these incredible blessings and miracles in your life with a vision that we tapped into earlier today. So that's an option for you as well. So if you have a challenge and you're open to like a vision that you received, and also you're ready to catalyze beautiful blessings and change in your life, one of the best ways to get started is to set that session with me, and that is available for you with the Angelic Guidance Breakthrough session, which is awesome. And I also wanted to note that I am here as well today, beyond this talk, doing angelic guidance readings and support sessions, and I'll be in the vendor room. So just so you know about that, if you have any questions or anything. So I invite you, if anyone needs a pen, I have extra pens, but I just invite you, if anyone would like to stay in touch, you can do that. And then in a little bit, once we do that, we will tap into the 4th step, and I'll also see if we have any questions. So just take a moment for that. Does anyone need a pen, or are we all good? Yeah. Wait. Oh, you got it? Okay, great. Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. It's great. It's a great opportunity to, it's like coming to SoulSearch is so great because you can connect with somebody like us, practitioners, here to support and to bring the blessings and like forward in our own unique ways. So it's really nice. It's nice to stay in touch. And I really just give a shout out to Tangela, who introduced me earlier, for following her divine guidance and creating SoulSearch, because she was divinely guided to quit her job. She was working full time. She actually, beyond full time, I think she owned her own company, like high tech in New York City. And now she's totally transformed her life from her divine guidance. So she listened to her divine guidance, her divine knowing to bring like-minded souls together, with seekers and practitioners, which is so cool. And we're all here because of her divine guidance, which is awesome. So as you fill out your forms, I invite you to pass them forward. You can fill it out and then just pull out that last sheet. And then we'll tap into that 4th step to activate angelic power and blessings in your life. And our angels really are truly amazing, and they're here to bring us so many blessings, which is so cool. It's awesome. Thank you so much. Yay. You can just pass them forward, and then we're going to tap into our 4th step to stay connected with the angels and to know what that 4th step is to activate the power and blessings in your life. Awesome. All right. So, dear ones, we are ready for that 4th step to activate these angelic power and blessings in our life, right? So let's tap into that 4th step in just a moment, and then you can just pass your papers forward, or you can hand them to me after. So, feeling the blessings and the light with the angels. Thank you, angels, for being with us as we go into our 4th step to activate this angelic power and blessings in our lives, because sometimes we may be blocking the flow of our blessings unknowingly. So our angels are bringing us this message next with our 4th step. So we'll go back to page 5, and that is to align your whole being with your divine identity, who you truly are. Align your whole being. You can put with who I am, with who you are. Another way to describe it is I call it with your divine identity, who the divine instilled upon you to be, your powerful, empowered self. So when we truly know who we are and tap into the power of who we are, Archangel Michael is amazing at helping us to remember who we truly are, that we are powerful, divine children, no matter what age we are, of God, of the light, of the divine, and we're here to make a difference in the world. So that is part of it, aligning with those blessings of what is available to us, and also to access the support, the divine resources on so many levels that are here to support us in our lives on a whole new level. You feel that possibility? It's really powerful and empowering. And quite often we can be blocking this flow of divine communication and blessings because we're stressed out, we're worried, or we're distracted, right? Our world is so fast-paced, right? Sometimes does it feel like it's too fast? I feel like that a lot. I actually got a message recently to slow down just yesterday. Who has gotten a message to slow down lately? I have too. I had a message yesterday that was slow. Have any of you ever been doing something and you were like a step ahead of where you actually were in the physical world? Is that right? So basically what happened was yesterday, I was calling this out because it was like a way to realize I need to slow down myself. But I was opening my car door and I was holding my water bottle, and the way I had my water bottle, I opened the door and I bumped my water bottle up into my mouth. So I have a little bruise, but I covered it up most likely. But that I realized that this is the teaching point. The angels are saying, slow down. You move too fast. Remember that song? Right? Is that Simon and Garfunkel? I think one of those amazing guys. Anyway, slow down. Slow down and move too fast. You need to slow down also to receive divine guidance. So it's like we learned from these life experiences, right? Who has learned from a life experience that had to slow down? I sure have. Right? And then we need to appreciate, relax, and trust in that. So again, step 4 is aligning with your whole being, with your divine identity and the possibilities are here for you. So through divine guidance, we can release worries, conflicting thoughts, worries, concerns, or emotions that are taking us out of being aligned with who we truly are. So the angels are amazing at helping us to align with these blessings and to be able to tune in more to our divine guidance. So my upcoming angel workshop is a great way to do that, to activate your inner oracle, to clear your divine channel to receive clear divine guidance. I'll be doing that online. So to stay connected, I can get you more information about that. So how does it feel to be open to receiving even more blessings in your life from the angels? What do you think the words are you feel like? Does it feel empowering, lifting, beyond circumstances that are happening, like being open to miracles, being open to the energy, like I was sharing earlier, with God and the angels, all things are possible. Being open to that. And again, trusting in the divine timing. Trusting in that divine timing and being patient. That's also another way it's awesome to receive divine angelic support, is getting signs along the path that everything is going to fall into place, and to trust in the timing. Trust in that divine timing in which these blessings are here to support us, which is really empowering, which I love. It's so awesome. So I just wanted to check in to see if anyone has any questions about anything I've shared. We're doing good on time. We have about 7 more minutes. I just wanted to see, does anyone have any questions before I do a closing prayer and all that bit? Any questions, about any of the steps or anything else? No? Okay, so I'm just going to do a brief summary of the angels and how they can support us in our lives, okay? So the angels are infinite. They are, right, they're completely unconditionally loving, non-judgmental. And again, you can ask them for support and help with anything and everything, and being open to the timing and the miracles. That happened with one of my other clients, Jessica, trusting in divine timing. Not this summer, last summer, she was looking for her perfect job. And it was taking quite a long time to get her job. And she joined my Angelic Sanctuary Journey program, and she was able to relax more, to be more tuned in to her divine guidance. And she was able to get that contract job in perfect divine timing. And then it was interesting that the angels gave her another message after she was doing it for a while. It was actually time for her to leave that job and to move back to Virginia, which she had been making a decision about. So she has since moved back to Virginia, but she felt that she was totally divinely guided every step of the way. And that also, when we're really meant to do something, the doors open. Has anyone noticed that? Like when the doors are opening, there's Archangel Michael brings us a message of walk through open doors. Walk through open doors. And that's another way to activate angelic power and blessings, is to follow the guidance, follow what doors are opening. Sometimes when we think a door is supposed to open, like for a particular job or moving to a particular place, whatever that is, and it may not be happening. And that is because it's not meant to. So we need to be open to those open doors and walk through those open doors. So let's say that's an affirmation. I walk through open doors. I walk through open doors, and when I recognize when doors are closed. Doors are closed, and I'm open to receiving the guidance. And I'm open to receiving guidance as to which door to go through. Which door to? Yes, feeling that power. Being open to all those blessings. It's so awesome. Yes. So let's close out with a closing prayer to seal up our beautiful time together. The blessings and the light here with the angels, and the energy, again, that with God and the angels, all things are possible, especially when we take these steps, we use our power of choice, when we say yes for divine support, when we align with the blessings that are here for us, and we're open to divine guidance, all things are possible. And that is so powerful. So let's take in a deep breath in, dear ones, as we do a closing prayer for our beautiful time together today. Feeling so grateful. As we pray, we thank you, dear God. We thank you, dear angels. We thank you, dear archangels, for supporting all of us wherever we are on our paths, in our lives, on our spiritual paths. We are open to these incredible blessings that we've talked about today. These 4 amazing steps to activate angelic power and blessings in our lives to bless us, to bring us light, to bring us love, to bring us divine flow and perfect divine timing. We invite you, Archangel Michael, to unfold and to envelop each divine person here in this beautiful room with your amazing royal blue and purple lights of protection, bringing blessings and light to each one of us, shielding us in your incredible energy, light, and love. And let's think about your ones, any dear ones in your life, any loved ones that you would love to send this angelic energy to. So as we breathe in and out, just thinking about those people, those loved ones that are coming to your mind, whether they are, siblings, children, whoever they are in your life, loved ones, friends, coworkers, clients. We invite the energy of Archangel Michael, a protection of light, and the energy of the light of the angels to envelop not only us, but all of our dear ones we're thinking of. And we invite this light and love and blessing of our angels, of Raphael as well, our healing archangel, to ripple out as well to all the situations and intensities in this world, places of conflict and war. We send the light and love of the angels, of Archangel Michael, of Archangel Raphael to all those places. We call in as well our amazing archangels of divine communication to help bring healing, to help bring divine resolution to all conflicts worldwide, locally within our lives, to bring in light, love, healing in our relationships, harmony, divine blessings, the energy of possibilities and miracles through activating angelic power and blessings in our lives. We're taking a new breath in and exhale out as we invite our guardian angels to seal in our time together today here at SoulSearch with your light and love and blessings. Let's give ourselves another angel hug, dear ones. It's symbolic of our angels giving us that dear, loving hug. The inner child within us receiving light and love as well. Our dear inner child, we give our inner child the extra squeeze of light and love. We're here for our inner child. We're here for ourselves. We're here to the energy and light with the angels blessing us and supporting us. We also thank you, Uriel, our archangel of divine knowing and divine downloads, for bringing us your blessings and light as well, and harmony in our lives and our relationships with your beautiful luminescent yellow light, love, and blessings. And knowing that the blessings are here for us. We're open to miracles. We're open to light and love. And we declare that with all these blessings, all things are possible. And we are so grateful. So let's say that together. Taking a new breath in. All things are possible. I am grateful for activating angelic power and blessings in my life. So grateful. And so it all is. So we thank you, dear God, angels and archangels, for blessing us all, blessing our days here at SoulSearch and beyond in our loved ones. And we say thank you, and blessings and light as well. Not only to all of us here in this room physically, but everyone watching virtually, because we're live streaming as well. So grateful. So, dear ones, that is my talk for today. Know that I'm here today. I'll be in the vendor room, and I have a table there. I'm doing angelic guidance support sessions as well, and I also have some angel cards as well. So I'm doing a combination of divine downloads that I'm receiving as well as angelic cards to bring you blessings and light with the angels, and of course the opportunity that I told you about for that 45-minute session, complimentary session, to talking to what is possible with the angels. So take care, angel blessings. Thanks so much for being here, and have a blessed and beautiful day. And if you have any of your full papers, please hand them forward, and have a great day. Angel blessings. Thank you all. Thanks so much for your light, love, and smiles. I appreciate it. All right.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. So excited to have you all here today. Welcome back. If you guys were here with us yesterday, if it's your first day or first time, welcome to SoulSearch. Welcome to our family. We're here to support everyone in their spiritual journey and awakening. We are a no judgment zone, all love. All questions open. So you can come here and be who you truly are and just step into your authentic self. And we have amazing practitioners that are part of our family, and you can meet so many of them today. They're in our exhibit hall, and we have these incredible speakers like Michelle Newman. And for those of you watching the live stream, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. We do live stream all of our talks and presentations, so you guys can go back and watch the replays on YouTube. And we will be in San Rafael next weekend with our San Rafael Enlightenment Expo. So stay tuned for that. Join our Facebook group, stay connected. And of course, you can check out our shows on soulsearch.tv. And so I'm delighted to introduce Michelle Newman, who is a psychic sound healer and high vibe life spirit woman. Through channeled guidance from her Galactic Council of Star System Sirius and many other spirit guides and transmissions, she has learned how to discern energies and stay in a higher vibrational dimension. As an empathic, sensitive clairvoyant, she sees auras all around her. She has experienced overwhelm and psychic shutdown from the world out there with people not understanding. But she's here to help support you and learn from her own experience. And she is here doing spirit guide channeling with her crystalline sound healing and offers private channeling and sound healing sessions to support the potential of rewiring your cells and nervous systems. So of course you can see Michelle after the talk because she's doing sound healings all day in our exhibit hall. But we're delighted because today she's going to be doing a beautiful psychic sound healing and sacred water ceremony for us. So Michelle, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
She makes the most amazing fairs ever, doesn't she? She's incredible, this woman.
Thank you. So thanks, Michelle.
Thank you, Tatiana. Breathe in the high vibrational frequency, the healing frequencies of these crystal bowls. Breathe it in. How many of you get to feel pure, peaceful presence often? Good question. I don't see any hands raised. I have the feeling that the majority of you do not get You do, right? Yeah, she does. Some of you, yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you for your bravery and honesty. Some of us get to feel that. As we all know, the world is not in a place of pure, peaceful presence, is it? And so people are desiring that. Everybody wants to feel that in their heart and soul and their body and their mind. They want to get the anxiety and the stress out, but they don't know how. How do we do it? And I'm going to tell you, I am a priestess of pure, peaceful presence. And I haven't always been this way. I can assure you, I was a very anxious kid, and I've had all the anxiety and the stress and everything that everybody feels, all the time. Most people, more now than ever before in human history. And I have been there, and I have gone through believe me, banging my head against the wall, doing all the things and trying to learn how to figure this out. And so we are here to help you with some tools for pure, peaceful presence, to truly touch that within your own soul, so that no matter what's happening, oh my God, wars and murders and children hungry and homeless people and you go on and on with the list of what's wrong with this planet. And yet, if each one of us can learn to practice just a little bit more pure, peaceful presence, just a little bit more, then you'll get a place where you can help this planet to heal. And once you touch that place inside yourself, you can share it with others. You can open your heart to other people. You can open your awareness. How many of you want to heal the planet? Yeah, exactly. We all do. We all desire that. And you were born for this. You came into your body and your soul took human form so that you could be here in this very time, right now, in this time of humanity, to help create a better planet. We all came in, and most of us, I would guess every one of us, I don't know about what's your name? Sydney. I'm not sure if Sydney has been there. Maybe Mama takes really good care of her and she's had an incredible life, but the rest of us have all had that pulling your hair out. Maybe you don't want to live, maybe banging your head against the wall. Do you ever get that, Sydney?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a tough road for kids. Anyone who's over 40 probably never grew up with what Sydney has to deal with, right? Because we didn't have social media. So, kids didn't used to know as much as they do now. They know everything. And it is a very tough world. And so you're here to help change. But first, the healing. First, yourself. You always, some of you are healers, I'm sure, I can feel them. Healer, heal thyself. I know you've heard that before. It is the truth. First, the healing. Everyone has to heal themselves. What you came in with in this lifetime, what we call mommy daddy crap. Everybody's got it. Ain't nobody doesn't have mommy daddy crap. And you heal that. And then sometimes you came in from, into this lifetime bringing past life stuff. Everybody brings stuff. You got that big bag of your past lives, like a Santa bag, carrying around all my past lives. Oh my God. I'm like, what do you do with all that, right? But first, the healing. When you have been through a healing process, then you are more able to ride your sweet spot, your zone of what is, somebody's feeling this, ride your zone into a more peaceful presence so that once you start to experience it, then you have the ability to put it out. And then you know you're doing something right. You're saying, wow, look at the effect I've had on this person, this group, that group. And some of us become leaders, right? Then you really know you're doing something. These days they call it influencer, right? That can be that way. It doesn't have to be social media. It does not. Yet you really do. I can pretty much say with absolute surety that most people want to do something to help change the world be a better place. Most people do. There's a few people who are really stuck inside themselves, and I think a lot of homeless people, they just want to, have a place to sleep and get some water and a place to pee. But, and there's a number of people who are in terrible stress, and they need to get out of that place. They need to get to a place where they have safety. And if they're being abused in any way, then they want to have safety and they want to have healing. And they there's some people that are in terrible, terrible stress. But the majority of people are kind of like riding some kind of line of, I'm stressful, but what am I supposed to do on this planet? What's my soul purpose and how can I help? And what can I do for others? And I know I need to help myself, but what can I do out there? Because this world needs to change. And it needs to change. And we are entering a higher vibrational level. Humanity is already moving into fifth dimension. It's happening. It's already happening. And 3D is kind of dissipating. We still live it. We still have to pay our bills and make sure the car has oil change. And, you got to take care of business. But we're moving into a higher dimensional frequency. And yet there's still people out there that are stuck. People get stuck. I mean, some people are moving into seventh dimension. I myself have been to 15th dimension. I know people have been to 40th dimension. I haven't. I'm not that advanced. But there are many dimensional states. This is a really big world. This is a really big cosmos. This is a really big galaxy. This is a really big multiverses. Star Trek was not fiction. Star Trek was real. And a lot of people know that and feel it. They felt it in their bones. But it hasn't been the cultural zeitgeist to talk about that. People go, I just love Star Trek. I'm a Trekkie, and that kind of thing. Or Star Wars even. It's like there are galactics out there from star systems and planets, and they are traveling around. Now, are there some evildoers? Yes, there are. But remember, in Star Wars, bad was dad, right? Darth Vader was the father. So maybe not a healthy being, maybe not the best intention, but we're all connected. Even if a person is doing not healthy, good things, even if their intentions are unhealthy or downright evil, we're all connected. Bad was dad. So there's so much happening in the galaxies, and if only humans would open up to the bigger picture and stop saying, I don't know, do you think there's ETs? Are there aliens? Like, what's going on? Is this really true? And of course, government, what do they call it? Government, the thing about becoming aware, like government saying, yeah, we have them,
Disclosure.
Disclosure, that one. That's centuries old. That is so old. Because most people are in tune with a bigger picture, but we need to bring it out, so that we can all say, there is an amazing divine cosmos happening. It's incredible. And there are so many good beings here to help. Angelic realms, even the elementals, even the elements, the earth, air, fire, water. We're going to play with water today. Even, the elementals, the fairies, the angels, your ancestors on the other side. We're coming up on El Dia de los Muertos. Your ancestors who love you, they want to contact you. Your angelic beings, your spirit guides who are your spirit guides? I'll tell you, when I was in 55, I got these voices talking through me. Now I've been on my spirit path for years and I've been talking to beings on the other side. But all of a sudden, the Galactic Council of the Star System of Sirius started speaking through me. And this happened in a business meeting. My husband and our partner, we still have a business. It's not as strong as it was in those days, but we're in a business meeting and they're all spiritual people. My husband and our partner, they're tuned in. And all of a sudden I said, you guys, I'm hearing this really strange message. So there's a voice talking through me. Do you want to hear what they're saying? And they said, yeah. And I started channeling in a different voice, not Michelle's voice. And all of a sudden it was coming out of my mouth. And I was aware, not in a trance, but I didn't really remember everything. I just know that I had just been speaking differently, not Michelle. And so when I was done, they said, wow, you just gave us a whole bunch of strategies for our business. I went, really? What did I say? And they told me, and all day long I was walking around with this real, like as if you've taken a hallucinogen or mushrooms or something. I was like really in this, no drugs. I was really in this enhanced state and I was vibrating. I was walking around going, who are you? What's going on here? What is going on? And they said, just take it easy, relax. You'll learn who we are. You'll learn. And they said, start practicing now because within a week you're going to have paid clients. And I'm going, what? They said, just start doing it. So I called a friend of mine that I knew would understand. She's another spirit buddy. I said, Nina, you won't believe what happened to me today, but these voices are speaking through me. Can I please have can I do a session with you? Because they want me to practice. And she goes, sure, we're on the phone, right? And I just opened my mouth and they started talking and they talked for an hour. And she went, wow, that was amazing. Can I pay you for that? And I went, what? Like I still had a job. I was a school teacher. And I said, what do you mean pay me? Like I never even, I had a check coming in every month, right? It's like, pay me? And she went, I said, no. And I was stumbling around. I said, no, this is a gift. I didn't know how to accept money. Within a week, I had paid clients within 1 week. And one of my original clients is here in this room. I won't point that person out, but this person is here. And I just started doing it. And after a while, I made a business doing it. And this is what I do. At 55, I received my true soul calling. I am doing my heart work. And you can too. Each of you can do that. How many of you think you're intuitive or psychic or tune into divine guidance? Exactly. Right. Look, almost everyone in the room, right? Everyone's intuitive. All we have to do is hone it, practice the skill, play with it, allow. Let's take a deep breath. Another one. Allow yourself to feel your own soul. Trust yourself to know that that feeling you have in your gut is real, that thought is not pretend, or you're going, is this real? I'm not sure. Do I trust it? Yes. Trust yourself to know that what you feel is real. And that when you're going, oh, I should have done that. I wish I'd done that. I thought about it. How come I didn't, right? Or, oh, that person or this, or, you should have said something. You should have been with someone. You should have said yes. You should have said no. You shouldn't have gone there. You should have gone there. The shoulda, woulda, couldas. Trust your own instinct. Trust your intuition. Trust your thoughts. Let your thoughts flow. That is your key, one of your keys to pure, peaceful presence. Allow, and don't let the world infringe upon your intuitive energy. You know, you're here and you're going, I really think I should do this. And then your family's going, you should do this. And then your friends going, you should do this. And then your, you know, significant others going, you should do this. Everybody's saying what you should do. What should you do? Stop. I'm going to take a breath here. I'm going to take a week here. I don't have an answer for you. I haven't decided. I don't know. I'm not sure. Give me some space. Give me some time. Take what you need. Take your soul time. It's something you can do. You have the right to say, no, thank you. I'm not ready. I am not ready to make that decision. Someone's pushing on you for something. Social media, look, turn it off. News, I mean, we're not saying don't pay attention to what's going on in the world. You need to know. We need to know because you have something to do. Maybe you're here to go help at the border with immigration, with people who are in need. Maybe you're here to help children who are hungry. Maybe you're here to help homeless. Maybe you're here to work on the environment. Maybe you have a very specific thing you need to do. So do it. But don't allow anyone to tell you what you should be doing with your body, heart, mind, and soul. Live your life. Because then you are in your personal empowerment. Then you are in your pure, peaceful existence. Breathe it in. Stay connected to whatever you call spirit. God, Goddess, all that is, Jesus, Mary, Mary Magdalene, Joseph, any of the Egyptian or Greek goddesses, the Hindu goddesses, the Hindu gods, Greek gods, Great Spirit, nature, whatever is your divine guidance, divine light, any of the above, Buddha, Allah, whatever works for you. We're not here to tell you what you're supposed to believe. We're saying stay in touch with your spirit guidance. And if something's pulling you off of that, then say no. It's okay to say no. It's really okay to say no. But say yes to what you know is right. Say yes to what feels good. Say yes to what lifts you up. Stay uplifted in high frequency. Stay uplifted in high frequency. Another breath. So I'm going to give a quick historical timeline. I am one of the Galactic Council of the Star System of Sirius. I have learned that I came to this body. I chose to be born into the family I was born into as Michelle in this body you see, which has lived a long time. Thank you. And what I learned was I am one of the Galactic Council of the Star Systems of Sirius, hundreds of beings who call themselves Koreana. And I'm one of them, and they are speaking through me. So I was the one that we all decided in this council was going to take a human form and learn what it feels like to be human and have all those ups and downs and the roller coaster ride of life. And boy, yeah. Yes, I have. And it's taken me many years to get to where I am. I'm not saying it takes everybody many years. Some people come earlier. In fact, newer generations are coming way earlier. And so the Sirius, the people of Sirius, we're very serious. We're super serious, let me tell you. And so the Syrians were among the first beings that came to people this beautiful Garden of Eden, this beautiful planet of ours, the Garden of Eden. And we came to Lemuria, which was a continent in the South Pacific. Hawaii and Fiji and parts of Tahiti and a little bit of Australia and New Zealand are what remains of the big gigantic continent. A lot of things happened. There's a whole history. Lemuria was a beautiful place. Let me tell you about Lemuria. I have dreams about it all the time. I live here in Santa Cruz. I live by the ocean. I cannot be away from the ocean because Lemuria is an ocean continent and crystal cliffs. All of the cliffs rain with the beautiful music of the spheres, the most incredible. The earth was vibrating beautiful music and everything, the crystalline energy just infused everything. And I can see myself floating along crystal cliffs and the ocean waves. And it wasn't a wild ocean like we have now. There were waves, but calmer, beautiful, hearing the water sing, listening to the water sing and talk to me. And inside were caves, but everything was bright and beautiful. Caves of light. And in these crystal caves, people would be having meetings and doing their projects. And they'd be eating high vibrational light food, which we're starting to notice again. People are talking about high vibrational, high frequency food, good, healthy nutrition. And then there'd be another cave where someone was making love. And then there'd be another cave where people would be just having a meeting or sleeping. And people would just wander through the crystal, but not just wander. People were on a mission. They knew what they were here for. Everybody had a reason for being. There were communities, just like in our town, communities, just like in your town. And everyone was doing their work. But as this dimensional planet creates, headbutting, people arguing, a lot of conflict, things happened. The content of Lemuria sank. It was sinking. And a lot of people left and started creating a different kind of a technology. There is a crystalline technology, by the way, that came from Lemuria. But then they took it and, just like Silicon Valley, they'll take the technology and say, oh, this is not working, let's do something else, right? So then they went to Atlantis, and then Atlantis, they went to Egypt. And, there was a thread of a history of humanity. And I was one of those people who was very a purist, and I didn't want to go to Atlantis. My own mother, she went to Atlantis. She and I have had this. She went to Atlantis, I wouldn't. It was actually a thing between my mom and I. It's like, you think, Anyway, not going to get into that. But those of us who were in Lemuria who wanted to keep this purity, this beautiful energy going, said, we're not safe. The world's changing. And the world does change. Humans move around. I mean, look at people coming from all of the, the southern hemisphere, all the people coming from Central America and Mexico and South America trying to get somewhere. Humans move. That's just what humans do. Syria and Sudan. I mean, and Israel and Palestine and Lebanon and everywhere. Humans move. Humans move around. So this was a human movement. It was a group of people moving, and they went to Atlantis, but the group that I was with said, no, we really want to keep this energy. This is what we like. This is what feels good. This is what we consider to be a healthy way of living and to be safe. It didn't sink overnight. It was like hundreds of years. We had some time. And we just headed east to California underneath Mount Shasta. There is a city called Telos. Telos exists. How many of you have been called to Mount Shasta or the energy of Mount Shasta? Yeah, because it's a holy, sacred mountain. So much happens there. It's the grand central station of the galaxies. Ships fly in, that people have meetings, a lot of beings come there. It's real. I've seen it. I've been there. I've been under the mountain in Telos. Mm-hmm. I've been camping on the mountain. I'm an old camper, wilderness person. Leaned my back against the rock, and the rock opened up, and I went inside Telos. And indeed, they have continued what went on in Lemuria. They want to come out of telos, but they have not been ready. They were ready before 9/11. Some Telosians were ready to, I mean, they're around. They take human form, and I notice them. I recognize them. There are a few Telosians in our midst, but most of them are staying there because it's safer. They don't want to be destroyed. They really want to keep that purity of the thread going. And so, what's our time here? Huh? I have 20 minutes left. Thank you. So, when I leaned against this rock, they pulled me inside, and I saw, oh my God, there is a paradise near here. And I was just like in heaven. I was just like walking around going, this is the way the earth should be. And they looked at me, oh, my soul pod. My father is in there, his parents, my grandfather, when my dad died, he said, guess where I am? I'm in Telos. I said, what? I didn't know you were Lemurian, Dad. And he goes, yeah, I couldn't talk about it when I was alive, But now, he contacted me. His father and his mother are there, my grandfather and grandmother. And I have a whole soul pod under there. And they looked at me and they said, yeah, I know you like it here. It's a beautiful place. Don't get too comfortable. You can't stay. I went, well, this is way better than out there. They said, you're strong. You're going to go right back to the Bay Area, and you're going to keep doing what you're doing because we need you here. We need you to help people and to give them the light that you feel here. So I get to go visit. They meditate with me every day. I talk to them. They are meditating. They are holding the energy with me. They're here with us right now. What you see in me talking is them coming through, and the Galactic Council, and a whole lot of beings. I carry a big Santa bag of beings with me when I go places. So yeah, I got a major gift bag with me that I get to offer people, and that's what I get to do as my soul work on this planet. So I'm not saying your path is my path. I'm telling you my path because you never know what I am guessing. I'm just kind of tuning in here. I think a lot of you are on the path and you've already done some of this work to figure out some of these things, and you know what your history or history or your path, whatever it may be. A lot of you know, if you don't know completely, you know some of it. And, we're all still figuring things out. We never stop learning and growing until we leave this body. And even then, when you're in the soul space, you're still learning and growing. So learning never stops. Lessons never stop. Healing never stops. It's always forever. And so we just accept that flow. So what we're doing here today is tuning in to Sirius is beaming everybody. Now, not everybody's serious here. I mean, yesterday some friends of mine said, yeah, we're waiting for our Arcturian friend. I said, great, because, there's Arcturians and there's Pleiadians, sorry. There's beings from everywhere. There's Venusians and there's the Martians, and, there's beings from everywhere. I can't even name. My husband's from an unknown planet that our astronomers have never even heard of. It's called Altara. When I met him, I went, what? You're crazy. It's true. I felt like Mork and Mindy. Here I am, this Earth girl, been on this planet forever, and my husband shows up from some other planet, right? Some other star system. I was like, dude, are you kidding? Like, what are you talking about? What a weirdo. Anyway. My whole life people call me weird. Yeah. So you all have your path. But because I'm a Syrian and I'm very serious about all this, I can tell you Sirius is beaming us with a lot of high vibrational light and helping humans to change your DNA, your divine DNA patterns. So here's what we are going to do. We are going to play the crystal bowls. I go to Mount Shasta a lot. I just returned from Mount Shasta, and I I'm coming to Mount Shasta again on Friday. I'm going to be there with a group of women. We're writing a book. It's going to be a little retreat. But in Mount Shasta, I have been up to the mountain many times at the right below, right at the very top of the South Gate Meadow. Have you been there? Yeah, I see you nodding. There's a place called St. Germain's Waterhole. This is where the water comes out of the earth. Like it's the first time that it comes and it flows into a waterfall. I've been there, yeah. And there's a beautiful stream there. And then that stream goes underground and it comes into town. Well, everybody in town, the water is so pure, you can drink it right out of the ground because it hasn't been polluted in any way. So this water here is from, I'm going to leave it up here because Sierra is going to help me pour it. We might need, maybe someone can help. We only had 2 of these, but we're going to take this pure nectar that has come out of the earth. It's so pure. The water by itself is incredible and helps raise you into a higher frequency. And then the crystal bowls. Now, how many have heard of Dr. Masaru Emoto, who took the water and started playing with the patterns? He would play music. Well, I used to do a sound immersion where we put the water in. I used to have this big, gigantic white crystal bowl. It's about this big. I think it's 20 inches or something. And we'd have a group at our house and play the sound and put the water in and play. And you could literally see the patterns happening in the water. The crystalline structure is creating. And so that's what we're going to do with the water. And we're going to co-create this ceremony together. Because when we put the water in, we're stirring the cauldron. It's like stone soup, right? Everybody contributes. All of our energies go into this. And so we're going to create the high intentions to help this group in this room right here, right now, to keep your DNA moving in a healthy way, your divine pattern DNA, your divine imprint of your DNA, not the DNA of your family lineage, but your own star lineage, your own cosmic lineage. So that's the ceremony. And we're going to pour the water in, and everyone can just, when it's time, you can say what your blessing or your intention is, and we'll all stir the cauldron, make our stone soup. Everybody's contributing. And then all of the beautiful aromas of this water, which is already nectar. It's pure nectar. We could drink it without doing this, but this is like triple whammy. We're gonna be all drinking the water with all the crystalline structure. And we're all creating it together. So we're all the cooks in the kitchen, we're all stirring the soup together. Everybody has something to contribute to this soup. So think about what is the pure intention of your heart and soul, either for yourself or for the planet, whatever works for you, whatever you would like to see. And we'll be saying them after we pour the water in, and we'll stir it. And Galactic Council will probably have a message or two. And while the message is happening and the water is becoming the structure that both we are creating and the energy of the bowls. This is Larimar and gold. You can see gold. This is indium and sage. I'll probably pick up this one, which is also pure gold and aquamarine. So this can't hold water because I must spill it. So these are the energies being created and the energies being downloaded. And so you get to feel your own crystalline structure restructuring as best for your own self. Whatever it is you need, you will get. So that's what we'll receive. And then we'll pass the water out and everybody gets to drink it. And we'll just honor the water spirits. We'll thank the water bless the water, which we should always do for all water, no matter where your water comes from. I have on my water filter, it says gratitude and love. And I see that. I go to the faucet and I'm drinking gratitude and love. So we are creating what we're drinking. We are nourishing ourselves. And water is the purest form of energy, purest form of nourishment. We all need lots of water. Keep your system working, keep the whole thing moving real smoothly, right? Drink lots of water and bless you. You ready? Okay, we're gonna pour. You want to bring that over here? Yeah, I mean the other water bottle, the other water bottle. Yeah. I think we can fit all the water in both these bowls. You want to pour that in? You want me to?
You should.
Yes. This is Sierra. She's my amazing. She's not an assistant. She's my co-creation partner. Thank you, water. Let's all say thank you. Such gratitude.
Thank you, water.
Thank you. We bless you. We honor you. We honor the mountain stream that you came from. We honor the beautiful St. Germain water hole that you came out of. Okay, in a few minutes, we'll ask for your blessings and your intention. I wish I had a table here. I didn't get a table. I'll probably have to turn my back to you to do this properly. Excuse me, I wish I could face you. The way I wanted it was a nice table here so I could do this, but here we are. You know what I like? I like each of you one at a time to come up and look so you can see what's happening, because you can see what it's doing. And maybe hold your phone over it so you can have the light. Hold your phone over it and look at, I want you to see the structure that's being created with this. Just quickly, everybody, one at a time. Shemeshkivo magone, vanishti shama, lame kona vaneti, liuma itoka, ibikonach, atume kwalota penuka, vashti shamivino. Gosh, ha, kakamutu, ba, tu chuma. My baby. Hush. Kana po na. Okay po. Papi mo, mystic wako. Ay mo. Ay po. Enutik waro pinsa. Hoje, bon appetit. We are speaking light language. This is the light language of of Sirius. This is very serious language. We are helping to uplift the frequencies. And things are moving quickly here. And so take a few minutes as you drink the water and really truly see what is coming to you from this activation of your cosmic divine DNA awareness. So we'll come and serve you water. And when you're done, if you can move out, because I think this gentleman wants to set up. No, we're good. All right, so Sierra and I have these little, I didn't bring a ladle, but we'll be serving. Please. The bowls were clean, by the way. I made sure these bowls were very clean. There's nothing in these bowls that is good, healthy soap water. Enjoy. Oh, we didn't do our blessings. Everybody, let's. I meant to do the blessings while I was serving, but I saw that it was time to. Everybody, let's say our blessings as we drink, like a toast. Bring your blessings in. Say them. Go ahead. Start. Somebody start. Who has a blessing or an intention? Good health. Speak up. Speak up.
Loving.
Yes.
Healing myself.
Healing yourself. Any others? Any others? Yes.
I go first. I feel
Self-love. Enjoy the nectar. Sip it. Sip, sip, sip. This is not a shot. Sip, sip, sip. Sip carefully. Be mindful and really drink. If you already drank, maybe there's more. There's going to be more. I think we have extra. There's more. That's right. Transmit and transmute. That's what she said. Transmit and transmute. Anybody else have things they want to offer?
blessings to all the waters on the planet.
All the waters on the planet. Thank you. Thank you. Healing for all.
Hydration.
Gee. Yes, of course. Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Anybody? We have more. We might as well use it. You saw the vibration going into it. This is healing water for sure. Healing water. Come and get it. So I will say now, while we're doing this, if anyone would like to have a session with me in my booth, we put the crystal bowls right on your body. You get a channeling and crystal bowls. But we also, can you hold that up, please? Anybody more? We also, I have a 3-month program. I call it High Vibe Alchemy, 90-day transformation. If anybody's interested in working with me on the 3-day. Naomi, would you say anything? Naomi's worked with me before. Would you say something? Okay, Naomi's going to give you a little thing about what it's like to work with me. She's done a lot.
I met Michelle in 2013 in San Francisco at one of the crystal fairs, and she's helped me over a long time, and what else?
What do you feel when I work with you?
I always feel very centered. I always feel more clarity and peace, and I recommend her to work with anybody here. So
when I met Naomi, she was a very anxious person. high anxiety. She's right, Naomi?
Yes.
She's living a good life now. Anybody else? Did you get some?
I did, thank you.
Here, there's plenty more. Everybody can have seconds. But I think we're gonna have to clean up. You're on, right?
Thank you.
Recording. Oh, this is my ladle.
I went to-
Okay, come on up and help me drink water because we're gonna have to move bowls now.
Thank you,
Thank
Michelle.
Come on up.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and excited to have all of you here in person with us at the Santa Cruz Scotts Valley SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. And also hello and welcome to all of our viewers on the live stream and also everyone watching the replay. We love bringing our SoulSearch family together. So whether this is your 10th Expo with us or your first one, we're really happy that you could join us for this amazing day, this amazing weekend of activation, transformation, upliftment. We say we're in no judgment zone where you can just come in and really start to step into your true authentic self outside of any and all boxes that people can put us into. So welcome and thank you for taking this time for yourself as well. And we're excited that you guys are here. We're going to be in San Rafael having another Enlightenment Expo next weekend. So you can continue with us there. Also stay connected, join our Facebook group, Also, you can check out all of our shows from our practitioners on soulsearch.tv. That's our free conscious content streaming channel. And so we have one of our amazing practitioners, Regan Forston, here today, and he is a certified past life regressionist and life between lives facilitator with the Newton Institute, which has perfected a process called life between lives, enabling almost anyone to visit the afterlife. It is like having a near-death experience without the death part, which is exciting. The process is safe and life-changing for most. Over 70,000 have had this experience so far. Sessions can be done in person or online and are about 90% successful. So we're really excited to have Regan here. He has facilitated countless people in visiting their past lives and lives between lives, which is exciting. And so he's here to help us understand and dive deeper into all of that today. So thank you so much, Regan. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, man. I love giving these talks. It's funny because I get, I don't know what it is. Just that part of myself comes out, I guess. It's just connecting, with what I'm supposed to be doing in this. When I went to the other side, the thing that was so beautiful to me and that gave me such peace was I'd been in the afterlife and I was kind of coming back, and I was above the earth and my guide was still with me. I could see Rebazar, was right beside me. And he asked me, stopped me as I'm seeing the earth, because from above and you're looking down at the earth, I mean, just floating in space, it just looks like Shangri-La, And then I started getting a little bit closer, and all of a sudden I started feeling all this pain, this emotional pain. And he stopped me for a minute. He says, Regan, what you're starting to feel is the emotional pain from the earth because you decided to do this work. So he says, Regan, if you're going to do this work, I have 4 things I'm going to tell you that you must do, or your physical body won't be able to handle it and you will die. And so I said, okay, let's talk for a minute. I just decided that I wanted to do this work. I screamed when he asked me if I want to do this work. I'm in trance, but I don't think I did in my facilitator didn't see me, but in that where I was there, I just screamed, yes, So he says 4 things you have to do, and I think this will help everybody here. He says the first thing when you wake up in the morning is, he says, I want you to declare yourself as a vehicle for spirit, okay? And I heard this prayer, so cool. Actually, as he's telling me this, I have an image in my mind of an hourglass. You know how the sand goes in and goes down the bottom, Well, all this stuff is happening. He's talking to me, and I'm seeing myself in my mind, seeing clients, and I'm seeing the sand in there build up and build up and build up and build up, but nothing's going through to the bottom. And I knew instinctively if that sand got to the top, it was sayonara for me, So he says, I want you to do 4 things. He says, declare yourself as a spirit. And I heard a prayer in my mind. It said, bless this day and those that I serve, as I keep 1 foot in heaven and 1 foot planted firmly on earth to accomplish my mission. And then the second thing he said is to do as many random acts of kindness as I can. And I saw myself in my mind. I was at a 7-Eleven store and someone dropped a candy wrapper and I picked it up, put it in the trash. And then I saw sand start to go down to the bottom, And then he said, spend more time in nature. He said, that's God's gift for all of us, We can feel that, can't we? When you're walking in the woods or you're walking along the beach, something is having that, your sand to go down is comforting, And the 4th thing he said was something practical. He said, talk to other therapists how they ground themselves. He says grounding is very, very important. So I have a regular hypnotherapy practice and I'm dealing with crazy stuff. And isn't it funny, because in my early life, I was a professional clown. I did 4,000 children's birthday parties as a clown. And then I became I was a ventriloquist and I became a corporate entertainer. I did all these things and I worked Vegas. I did all kinds of stuff and I loved it. It was nothing about being on stage and getting people to laugh. Sometimes laughing so hard they're crying, And that was a spiritual experience for me. But then at a certain point, when that market kind of went away at 2008, when the financial crisis hit, companies stopped, spending $5,000 on comedians to come in. They would luckily even get hired. after that. And that's when an inner guidance guided me to go to hypnotherapy school. And in 2008, I became a hypnotherapist. And selfishly so, because I thought, okay, I can't get hired to corporate stuff. My normal comedy would be fine for 1 week at a comedy club, but then everybody's seeing my act. So I can't keep doing it week after week. But with the hypnotist, you can go in, do the same show, but you have different people in it. So it's always different, you know. So I realized, oh man, maybe I could stay employed. But then something happened when I realized that with hypnotherapy that, and I don't know why they don't teach this to children in schools and things, because our subconsciouses are programmable, just like a computer. I mean, we've been programmed slowly over years by our parents and good people, you know, people that wanted us to be a certain way, and we've accepted certain things as truth. And those things now are kind of cemented in, and they're like our belief system. And a lot of you here know that even being here today is chopping up some of that hard cement that was of what you learned early on by well-meaning people. But you just, soul, spirit just says, wait a minute, there's more than this. Or those well-meaning people didn't have all the answers to things. And now we have to unchop all that, you know, to really get to who we really are. And that's why a lot of you are here today. So anyway, I was doing a session recently. I was on a coast to coast on a national radio show, and I had hundreds of people calling me, and I sold hundreds of books and all that. And it was a little bit overwhelming, but I was trying to get everybody in because I'm only me. I can only do so many sessions and whatever. So I did like 8 in 1 week. And when I walked out of the 8th one, I got in my car and I was feeling like in heaven, but I couldn't even follow my GPS. I mean, it was telling me to turn right and I would turn left. And I was just spinning. I couldn't get out of this neighborhood. I just kept, and so I had to pull over, have a travel van. Luckily, I had to sleep for 3 or 4 hours, and then I was able to kind of do that. But the next week, I'm doing a session, and my client's in trance, and they says, my guide wants to talk to you, Regan. And I says, uh-oh, you know, what's going on here? And they said, slow down. They says, you're doing too much, you know. So I do about 2 or 3 a week now, but I'm pretty much caught up. And if any of you want to book sessions, I'm booking. I have a few, well, actually pretty quick. In 2 or 3 weeks, I have some openings, and next month a few openings. So and this isn't something we try to talk anybody into. This is something you'll get an inner kind of thing that's saying, oh, I got to do this. I got to do this. Okay. The good news is about this is that it's a natural thing we found out. It's so natural. And this is what surprises me every time, and how easy this is for most people. Women that I see have about a 90% success rate the very first time they attempt this. Men, it's about 80% because we're a little thicker. You know, we have a little hard time being kind of getting into our, to ourselves. But what I do this though is that when people have the first session, if it's not successful, then we do follow-up session within a few months usually, and most of those are successful. Because when you come in, you know what to expect already. You don't have to go through all that, you know, that kind of thing. So today, at the end here on the back, I'm doing free consultations with people. I started doing those 4 years ago, and I found this really good. Because what I do is I just, you know, we just come and have like half-hour conversation. I get to know you a little bit and about, you know, about your life, about your spiritual experiences a bit. And then I tell you how to prepare if you have a session. The one thing that some people fear is because of humans, you know, we've all gone down the wrong road a number of times. We've all made decisions that we weren't really happy with in our life. We have some guilt and shame over some of those things. And they think, oh my gosh, I don't want to be judged when I'm over there because they see me, you know, they know exactly what's going on with me. But the experiences you're going to find is like, you would just thank God that's that way, because when you go before the council there, they know everything about you, and all they're doing is sending you love bombs. I mean, you know, they understand you, and it feels, some people say, look, I felt like when I was there, that finally somebody understood me. Someone could see me through my dysfunction to the good person that we are, you know. So that's the beautiful thing about, there's no condemnation, there's no hell or darkness, and all these 70,000 sessions we've done have all been about love and light, and they're there to help you. Okay. Now, sometimes the councils, you're going to ask questions, and sometimes you might not like the answers they give you, because it's like you got to get to work. You know, they'll tell you what to do, and it's up to you when you come out of the session if you want to follow their advice or not. You know, but it's always, you always know that it's done in the most loving, caring, kind way. Some people feel like during the whole session that they just feel buckets of love. You know, it's very emotional for a lot of people. Now, it all happens in your mind, you know. So sometimes even after a session, people go, "Whoa, that was a trip," you know. But did I just make that up? Was it my imagination? And I'll tell you that your imagination plays a role in this part. Imagination is the kindling that starts this fire. Like in the first part of the session, as we're going through it, I'm doing kind of guided visualization to get everything warmed up. So I'm suggesting to you, you know, like what we first do is have you go to a safe place like an island or a mountain meadow or something. And to get all of your senses involved, we start having you sense, smell, and feel, and it kind of warms you up for where you're going. And then at a certain point, what happens is it switches. And I start asking you open-ended questions. I'll say, tell me what you're seeing. What is going on? Tell me more. Tell me more. Okay. So it switches. So the imagination, you know, kind of gets things going, and then we switch to the real stuff. I'm just going to tell you just what I'm doing to everybody that's here today. If you want, when you sign up at the back for a free consultation, I'm going to send you my book, which is 3 hours, 33 minutes in heaven. It's my whole story about what happened for me. But the best book to read, if you haven't, a lot of you have already read this and are here today because of that, is Journey of Souls, which is Michael Newton's initial book in 1995. Journey of Souls sold 1 million copies out there, you know, and it's about how this all got started. And there's like 22 cases in there. People start reading it, they can't put it down because when you're reading it, you're thinking about your life and about, you know, what's going on with you. And they start thinking about like, okay, wow, they found out. Why can't I find out and get more clarity? Most of you are going to find out if you do a session that you're in the middle of your mission, that you somehow subconsciously got into learning certain things. But there's something about us being human that we don't have 100% clarity on it. So it kind of leaves us confused a little bit, you know, that way. So the second time, I've been 2 times over there. And what's nice about this now, when you leave, they'll go, come on back anytime you want. You know, I mean, you're welcome here anytime, they say. So I've done it with people where I've done a session and maybe 2 or 3 years later, they want to go back because their life has changed so much since their first session. They're in this whole new world of experiencing things, and all these new people have come into their life and their jobs have changed and everything is crazy again. So they go, I just need some clarity now, you know. So boom, it's so nice when they come back second time because we just get to work, you know, their mind already knows how to go there. We go there and they go before the council, and this time they've really got their questions, you know, because after what I do is I send you homework to prepare you for sessions. And it's nice to have a couple, 2 or 3 weeks or a month ahead, because you'll be thinking about a little bit every day and you go back, oh, I should ask this question, you know, and you go, oh, I don't need to know that. And you cross put another one, you know. So 3 things that I do to help you prepare in your homework. First thing is you write a list of questions you want to have answered about your life, okay? We're going to ask the important questions all the time, like, let's get clarity on what your mission is. Why did you decide to be you? You know, what are your challenges that you've chosen for your life, that sort of thing. But you'll have questions that are unique to you. It's usually about relationships, about, you know, why can't I stand my mother-in-law, you know, or something, you know, something like that. That's, you know, issues that you have, or the coworker you have that you don't know why, but they are testing you every day. With, you know, you want to punch them sometimes and you want to find out why, you know. But a lot of times it's about career, because a lot of people that are doing the spiritual work, you find out as you become more evolved in a way, your life changes in a lot of ways. The things that fit you when you were younger don't fit anymore. Like, you know, like your job, your friends, some of them, and that sort of thing. And you feel the shift, and you want guidance, you know, as far as, you know, about that. And they will talk to you about anything. If you want to know about financial stuff or whatever, I mean, they're like these wise coaches over there that will teach you a lot of things. Now, sometimes they're going to not give you specific answers, but they'll say, can't tell you because part of your learning is you figuring it out yourself. Okay. And they go, darn, you know, but sometimes they'll be very specific with you. A lot of people will ask, they'll say, okay, This is a good one. I like this all the time because some people are there and they go, okay, I'm here now. So what's the one religion I should be following? Because I'm going to go back and sign up for it or something. And they'll just smile at you, you know, and say, well, if you need a religion, pick one, you know. They'll just tell you that the only religion, the true religion, is one of love and kindness, okay? And if you find it in a religion you're at, then you probably need that. Some people like me, I grew up Catholic. I was a Catholic boy all the way up through high school. You know, went to Jesuit high school and stuff. I didn't even know about reincarnation and all that stuff till I went to college. You know, a lot of you, when you went to college, all of a sudden you're going, oh my gosh, somebody doesn't think just like me, you know there. So they're willing to answer any of the questions. So I would say about 90% of my clients they all have the same experience, but it's unique to them because everybody's at a different level of consciousness, okay? But here's usually what happens. And let me explain hypnosis for you guys who would, you know, there's so much misinformation, everything out about there. When I went to hypnotherapy school, I had never experienced hypnosis. And I thought, well, if I'm going to be a hypnotist, I want to feel what it's like. So every time they asked for a volunteer in class, I would raise my hand and go up and nothing would happen, you know, and I'd feel silly after about the 6th or 7th or 8th time, you know, whatever. And then finally, I think it was the 9th time or 10th time, because I wasn't giving up, because everybody else, no problem, you know, but me, I was just in my monkey mind here. I just couldn't figure it out. So he does this test with me. He says, okay, have me close my eyes. I'm in front of the class. He says, okay, in one hand here, I'm going to put an LA telephone book in my right hand. And on the other hand here, he's putting this really huge helium balloon. And I knew what he's saying. He's saying, okay, you know, you're going to feel the way and you're just going to go like this. But in my mind, I said, I'm not going to do that because I'm just awake. I'm doing that. I'm not in hypnosis, you know. So I just kept my hands the same. And he kept talking about. Then he had me open my eyes. And when I looked at my hands, it was like this. And I went, oh my God, my subconscious was listening to him, feeling the weight of that. But my conscious mind was not with that. Then I realized that part of me, that deep part of my subconscious mind had accepted that suggestion. And I went, oh my God, that's what hypnosis is. All it is being relaxed. That's all hypnosis is. The technical part of this, if we had you hooked up to a brain scan kind of thing, and they were looking at your brain, right now we're in what we call a beta state. There's a lot of people who heard this. Now, as you do meditation or as you begin to relax at night, you get some alpha waves. So right now, our waves are real close together like this. As you begin to relax, the alpha waves come in, and then the theta waves, and then the delta waves where you're just knocked out. You could have an atom bomb go off next to you and you wouldn't even wake up, you know, because you're so deep. So what happens here is we go through the process of falling asleep. So you're just listening to my voice. You're allowing to watch yourself begin to relax. And when you get to the point where the theta waves kind of start coming in, if I wasn't communicating with you, you would just fall asleep, okay? But because we keep you right, it's that feeling that you have just as you wake up in the morning and you're kind of still in your dream a little bit, but you hear the TV in the next room or something, you know, and then you open your eyes and you're kind of like in a trance, you know, like that. That's all that it is. It's so simple. That's why this is so successful, because we all do that every night we go to sleep. So all you're doing is allowing it to happen on cue. And in that state, right there in that theta state, we seem to have a switch and we can go to memories of past lives, where we went in between lives and everything. It's just magical when that happens. So you write a list of questions you want to have answered. Second thing you do is you pretend you're sitting and watching a play of your life. You're sitting in the audience. Okay, there's act 1, there's act 2, there's act 3. And there's people that are behind the curtain and these different things that come into your life, you know, the important people. So what you do is you write a list of the important people in your life, the good, the bad, and the difficult, okay? Especially the difficult, because those are the ones that you want to get some resolution to. Those are the ones that you want to get some relief from in your life or find out what the heck is going on with me and this person, okay? Because when you're on the other side, not only will you get to talk face to face with loved ones that have passed on, but more importantly is you get to talk to the higher selves of people that are still alive in your life. What we discovered in this research we've been doing, and matter of fact, now we're in 45 countries. There's 250 of us doing this, and we're training about 20, 30 people a year. So it's a slow process, but it takes about a year to get totally, you know, certified. When you decided to be, everybody here, when you decided to be you, you were looking at how difficult your life was going to be, on what your challenges were going to be, and you decided how much of your spiritual self you were going to put into the physical body. It's usually about half. You know, that's an average amount. So that means that half of you is always over there, always there. It's always back home, your higher self. So for instance, each of you, if you have spouses, you can talk to your higher self of your spouse, you know. Some people go, oh boy, I don't know if I want to do that, you know. I'm going to really, so when it's beautiful though. I had a couple come to me for couples counseling one time because they had been regular counseling and they were like this. They loved each other deeply, but they could not get past this stuckness that they had. So their therapist says, well, I've done all I can do for you, and you guys are like this, and you're just not going anywhere. So I'm going to send you to Regan, and they were open to this kind of thing. So one day I had him go to the other side, talk to her higher self. The next day she went and talked to his higher self. In this case, they found out that it was time for her to move on. Okay. I mean, it was just, and it became so clear to him why. He was sad as heck because this couple really loved each other, had a great family. They were Jewish in the temple, and he says to me, they're not going to believe we're getting a divorce because we're the perfect couple, because they were a good couple. He hadn't been unfaithful to her. He hadn't been mean, you know, that way. But here's what can happen over there. When he went to a past life, his higher self had him, he was in the 1800s. He had the big black top hat, you know, like you see in the early 1900s, the rich people, and they had the black suit and the white thing. He was upper class, you know, that way. So he's in trance, and I said, he's in his past life, and I said, okay, I'm going to count to three. I'm going to count to three, and I touch you right here. You're going to go to an important event in your life. So 1, 2, 3, and the guy's walking into a bar. You know, and I'm thinking, well, this, because usually it's like a wedding, a birth, a death of somebody, like, you know, someone's attacking the village or something like this. He's walking into a bar, and all he's doing is sitting there. There's this barmaid, she's giving drinks, and a little kid running around. He's just sitting there, and I didn't know what to do, so I just went, okay, let me try something. I says, okay, I'm going to count to three. This is going to be later on that night. What's going on? On 1, 2, 3, and he's in a hotel room with the barmaid. And come to find out that that was his mistress that nobody knew about in town. The little kid running around was his kid. And she gave him an ultimatum in that room. She says, look, you take me as your wife. You know, you let the people know that this is your son and that, or I never want to see you again. And he couldn't do it because there was so much social pressure. So he blew it in that lifetime. Well, he had made an agreement with her to come back in this lifetime. They had an agreement. And as he found out on the other side, he just didn't come up to snuff of where he was supposed to be with his agreement. And she was saying, I'm just not waiting for you. We'll try it another time. Okay. But I got to move on, you know, and was interesting. But they found out what was really going on, what this was all about. And he realized that he had some more growth to do, you know, had some more learning to do. So I don't know. I know apparently what he told me is they split up amicably and everything was okay. When I was finished with them, they said, can you do a session for my daughter? And I said, well, we don't usually like to do children because sometimes if they go to a past life and it ends up being a little crazy, the 10-year-old doesn't know how to process it in this lifetime. But they said, well, ever since she was 3 years old, she's come up and told us she was stabbed to death in the back of a car, and it still bothers her. You know, she has dreams of that and everything. I said, okay, let's experiment here. So they came in the room with her a few days later. She came there. An angelic little girl walks in, and now I just want to cry when she just was gorgeous. She just was like an angel. She went right into trance. She ended up being a man named George, and it was like 1800s. And George had a wife and children. And here's this 10-year-old little girl. And when she's George in that lifetime, and around when his wife was 70 years old, she died. So here's this 10-year-old little girl crying right in front of me because George just lost his wife, you know, and the parents are there going, whoa, you know, there's something, you know. And then George ended up dying at 90 and a normal death. But we didn't get any answers to what we went there for. So an angel shows up, and the angel she just smiled. Like I said, when she's in trance, she just smiled, and this beautiful angel showed up. And we said, look, we were really concerned here because she said to her mom, she died, you know, and this has been bothering her. And the angel held her, was holding her and told her, yes, that happened. you know, and it was something that needed to happen. And for both you and for that person here, but that was another lifetime. That doesn't have anything to do with your lifetime now, and everything's going to be okay. So we brought her out and we asked her, how do you feel now? And she just smiled. She goes, oh, okay. You know, like that. And backing up a bit, we asked the angel, why did that happen? They said, she doesn't need to know that now. So she's not, you know, she can't deal with that now, but just let her know everything's okay. But the little girl just seeing the angel and the angel telling her everything's okay, you know, was what she needed, you know, relief. But the angel finished up saying to me, to tell the parents everything too, said that man who did that to you in the last lifetime is going to come back to you in this lifetime, but he's coming back to make amends for what he did. So there's nothing to worry about, you know, that way. So I don't know, this has been about 7 years ago when I did that. You know, I'm always wondering, you know, what's happened to her, because she'd be 17 years old now, you know, that way. So a lot of healing can happen in this. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's easy to do. The third thing that you're going to do, I'm also certified with Dolores Cannon's School of Quantum Healing Hypnosis, which a lot of you have heard about her. She's an amazing woman, or was, and she's passed away. She actually passed away around the same time Michael Newton did, which was kind of interesting. And so they take it in a little similar, but it's a little different direction. There's not quite as many bells and whistles, but what they concentrated on is finding out about healing, about what's going on in your life now. So the third thing you do is you write a list of any health issues that you have. So what I've done is I've kind of intertwined both systems. That's why my session's a little bit longer. You're probably talking, you know, 4.5 to 6 hours for a session. First part of the session, we're going over all your homework and we're planning your journey, because I'm like a tour guide, and you're saying, Regan, when I'm over there, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to get these answers and whatever. So I'm just, as you're over there, I'm just following down what you want to do to make sure you get everything done. Otherwise, you'd be a little spacey over there, and just like, whoa, let me know. No, come on, I say, come on back. We got to get this work done, you know, and everything there. So when you're before the council, I'll say, my client has some health issues we want to discuss. And I'll say, is it more proper to have the higher self to come out and do a body scan and to do some healing if possible? Or do you have somebody here that's more appropriate? Most of the time, instantly, there's a healer in front of you. And I'll have you say, well, what does a healer look like? And it's so cool. Had one where the healer was like about 15 foot tall. And it was this big ball of energy, but he said it kind of had the long white hair or something. And I forget, we asked, why did he appear that way? Because usually when they appear kind of out of normal, there's usually a reason for it. I forget what it was in that case. But anyway, so then we say, well, would you be willing to do a body scan for my client? They always say yes. And that experience for some people is amazing. I had one of my clients, he says, I felt like I was lifted up, and the healer had this wand. It was like an Obi-Wan Kenobi kind of wand, and it had all these colors coming out of it. And he was going underneath her and going over her or whatever. And I forget what it was, but there was one issue she wasn't. He says, well, maybe you should check this certain thing out, go to your doctor and, you know, find out about something. The biggest thing you'll get with that is we ask why, you know, why do I have this illness? And you're going to find out why you made yourself sick. Usually, it's usually some imbalance that we have in ourselves. Maybe we haven't worked on forgiveness for something, or maybe it has to do with self-love, self-loathing, or something like that. So they'll give you an overview kind of and say, no, this is why you've gotten yourself sick. And so we'll ask, well, can it be reversed? And a lot of times they'll say, yeah. You just have to kind of a little work to do. You got to get some more self-love in there. You got to forgive your father, your mother, your coworker, or something like that, which has made you sick. And then and they'll say, we'll start a healing, but it only will happen if you do the work you have to do. I've had a few when I did my first. I think they were doing this just to show me the power of this. And the very first one I had, the woman came in for a life between life session, and she was limping. You know, and she came in. She had actually a cane. So we found out the reason she was that way, she was going to be retiring in a few months. Her whole life was changing. She was so fearful of losing all of her friends at work. It was like family. And all of a sudden she wasn't going to be seeing her work family anymore. Okay. She was going to have to be around her husband 24/7, which is, he said, I love my husband, but I don't know if I want to be around him every day, all the time. You know? And there's so many things that were bothering her. So they said, what you've done is you've frozen your hips so you can't move forward, okay? So I was quiet for a little bit. They had a nice conversation with her. And I said, okay, now tell me what they said. And they said, well, they said they think I I kind of got it that I think I cannot be afraid now. So I said, can we do a healing? And they said, okay. So she's on my therapist table here. And she starts, and all of a sudden, big loud pop in her hip pop right back in place, you know. And I went, okay, this works. You know, it's so cool to see that happen, you know. And I've had a few other things over the years that have happened that way. Some of them, it's like people will contact me like 6 months or a year later, and they'll go, okay, my thing, it took a while, but it all cleared up or something, you know. If you know about Dolores Cannon's work, she's had some amazing spontaneous ones that happen, you know, with people. It just depends. So this is kind of a holistic thing. We want to take care of having you find out a little bit about your past to give you more, you know, more of a sense of who you are. We want to talk about your issues that are current with you that are kind of getting in the way of what your mission is because you're spending so much time worrying or trouble that way, and then talk about your health issues. It's beautiful. It's like finding this process has just been a game changer for things. But I think we all can kind of feel that the veil between here and the other side. Do you feel like it's just getting thinner and thinner? Look at all the stuff coming in about the aliens now and the things. We're starting to find out that we're just a speck of sand here, that life is everywhere, you know. In these sessions now, I found it very interesting. I'm going to Barcelona in November, and we should have a couple hundred of us there in Barcelona talking about all these changes. And because we're noticing a shift in things, the sessions are being even more easy for people to do. We ask a question now with everybody: have you ever incarnated in another dimension or on another planet? That way, about 30% of the time, they're in trance. You go, oh yes. I said, okay. So what I'm doing is I asked the council before the council happened, says, can we leave the council for a minute? I want my client to kind of take me to where that place was and describe it to me for research purposes. So boom, all of a sudden we're there. I had one recently, he was a doctor. In this life, he's a doctor. And it surprised the heck out of him. He found himself in this world where it was a physical world. People look pretty much like we look here. He said, and they had 50 years of dark and 50 years of light, you know, and in that time when it was 50 years of dark, they used a lot of their precious resources up that they were running out of. So his job was, he was on a spaceship with another guy, and they were going to a planet to find out where they could find these other minerals so they could get their place to come and mine it to take it back to there. And then when I had him go, I said, well, okay, but how did you die in that lifetime? And then he said the F word. He goes, co-pilot. The co-pilot like made a wrong turn and they crashed, you know. He was so mad at that co-pilot. They're like, oh, what did you do? You know, and he died on that planet. So that surprised him. He came out of that and he goes, that was weird, but I could see all that. I just knew all that, you know. So it's interesting. One woman, she said it was the best life she ever had. Her soul energy was in the mist that was surrounding the earth as it was cooling so that it could have human life, you know, could have life on it. She said it was like being in an eternal spa, just floating. She says, oh my God, I love that life, you know, it's difficult. I forgot to set my timer. Let me see, because I want to make sure that, you know, okay, we're good that way. Anyway, you do those three things. The sessions can be done online. When we started doing it in COVID, we always thought, no, we always have to do it in person. And we were blown away that we had the same success rate if it's online or whether it's in person. Since I'm pretty much in the area, I live in Marin County, I'm pretty close by, so I prefer in person because this is an important thing. This is a shift, you know, and when I went there the second time to the afterlife, I asked some specific questions about, okay, I'm doing this work. Why are you allowing everybody to come here now? You know, what's the deal? And they said, well, this is, and I asked them, is this it? All this stuff, is this heaven? Is this where we're all going? And in a sense, I know my guide was sitting down at the time on the council, and he jumps up and goes, you haven't seen anything. You know, it was like, there's so much that's there. This is kind of like heaven 101. And they just want you to get a glimpse, you know, so that you know when you come back to the physical body that heaven is real. There's no mistake. You know, okay, I'm the eternal soul. I never die. I'm going back home, you know, where I was created. Okay. They want you to know that. They want you to identify what your mission is, and they want you to get to work on whatever that is, simple or complex, whatever your mission is, because the earth needs it more than ever now. It needs all of us doing our best work, okay? And the third thing is to let you know that you're never alone, because you're going to meet your guide. You're going to see you've got a whole team over there, you know, relatives that are passed on that are watching over you, rooting for you, you know, your guides, your angels, whatever. And they says, if you know those three things and you get that out of a session, then you're going to come down and do the most important thing, which is to concentrate on why you're here now, okay? So, you know, we can just meditate and be in outer space all the time and zoning out, but you're not getting your work done, okay? So it's time to get in the nitty gritty and do what you came down here to do. This thing that surprised me is how selfless souls are, because, you know, I always thought my mission, do I have to be like Martin Luther King or Gandhi or Donald Trump, you know, or whoever's on their mission to do whatever they're doing, you know? But you're going to find out that souls are so selfless. One of my clients, she said she's just been floating around. She said, I've had a great life, but I don't really have a mission. I have a husband, and she just had a granddaughter. And then so she's on the other side, and she finds out that her mission was to come down to have a daughter, and that daughter was going to have her granddaughter. And she was to mentor that granddaughter. So that's how selfish. She said, I'm going to live this whole life, and my whole purpose is to, when that baby was born, is to really nurture her and to do things that her parents can't do, you know, because the parents are still in la la land a little bit. And, you know, that's one thing I'll tell you, as you get a little older, I'm, you know, like say grandpa to 9 grandchildren, you know, and how important grandparents are. That was I didn't say that already, did I? About they told me I needed to be a better grandfather over there. Did I say that earlier? No. Okay, so that was the whole, I mean, that session would have been worth it for me just to find that out. See, I never had grandparents really. So I just thought I'd show up at Thanksgiving, I give them a hug and I go, and that's grandma, okay? But apparently not, okay? Because when I was over there, and they said, I found out my mission, besides doing this work, was all about kindness, okay? And selflessness. And they said, Regan, you're doing pretty good. And I knew, when I look at how I was when I was 20 years old, I had 2 addictions I went through and did all kinds of hell stuff, you know, and then who I've become now. And I realized, yeah, I've been working on that, you know, I'm a pretty kind guy. I don't, you know, my go-to all the time when something happens is to step forward to being selfish, you know, but since I've had the sessions, as I start, okay, and I just kind of pull my foot back a little bit, you know. So it's taken the hard edges off of me. I find that I'm more kind and I'm less likely to get angry. I went to anger management for 3 years. Can you believe this guy up here did that? No, I mean, I was a yeller and a screamer of things, you know, when things would go wrong. Oh my gosh. I remember one house that I had, and I could say, well, that's when I threw that against the wall. That's when I threw that against the wall. And I had spirit got me into a program because I was becoming a spiritual person. I realized I don't want to be that kind of person anymore. So I went every Thursday night for 3 hours for 3 years, doing it the hard way, just with, you know, willpower, you know, trying to turn that around. But I did, you know. So I want to tell you how beautiful spirit is. I had an addiction one time, and it got so bad. I was like 28 years old, and my wife found out about it, and it devastated her because I had a secret life, you know, and just totally devastated her. And the pain that I caused her and everything, I got to the point, we were flying to a spiritual convention. I told her the day before, so we're on the plane, she's in some other land, and I'm going, oh my God, you know. So we get to, our plane got delayed, they put us up in a hotel because they had problems. So I'm out in the middle of St. Louis. I walk out, and I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. I didn't know. So I got down the stairs, nobody's around. I'm crying like crazy, and I'm just saying, God, I can't do this. This addiction has me. I don't know how I'm going to get it out of it. I went to sleep that night. I'm sleeping, and all of a sudden in this dream or vision I was having, I'm on an operating table, and these 2 doors burst open, and this doctor came in. He had all I could see is his eyes because he had the blue cap, you know, has stuff, and he comes and he smiles at me, and I recognized him as a spiritual master. And I went, okay, this is happening. And he smiled at me. Then the door busted open again, and 5 other of these teachers or masters came, and they surrounded me, and they started clockwise, and each went around kissing the periphery of my body as they went around like a clockwork. And I woke up, and my addiction was gone, totally gone. And I just went, oh, whoa, you know, that was, you know, early on, you know, in my life when I was lucky to have that kind of thing. So I didn't have to go through the 12 step and all that kind of thing. And I thank God for that all the time. But I think that's what I needed for spirit to show me that, okay, you're on the right track. You know, you got to that point where you gave up, you surrendered totally to spirit, and we came in and helped, you know, that way. So a lot of you too, and that's what would be nice to talk for the people that I talk to individually there. We've all had some sort of, you wouldn't be here if you hadn't had some sort of guidance or some sort of nudge or spiritual experience, or, you know, some of you here are kind of halfway being mediums. You know, I have a number of mediums that come to me to do this work, because a lot of times for them, they can help everybody else, but seeing everything themselves is a little difficult sometimes, you know, that way. And so when they go to the other side, they get clarity on their mission. You know, I think they get a little better at what they do, you know, because they find out more information. Now, watching my time here for the next speaker here, got about 3 minutes here. For any of you that have any other questions that you have, I got my booths out here. You feel welcome to come by. But if you feel that you might want to know more about a session, not obligating you to have a session, but there's 2 things in the back there. You guys can like sign up. I'll send you both free books, and then we'll just have a conversation. I'll give you more information, because as you're leaving here, other questions will come up, and what about this? What about that kind of thing? Happy to talk to you individually. And then if you decide to have a session, I love doing this work, because I know it's what I'm supposed to be doing. And but every time I do a session, I've done hundreds of these now, and every time I learn a little bit more, you know. And each one of you is an individual, and actually, as you grow, I grow. You know, I mean, I just feel that way. I mean, I'm here. I am sitting next to someone who's in the afterlife, who's with their guides, who's having this life-changing thing, and I get to sit there and witness this. You know, it takes a lot out of you, but it's good that way. Okay. So for those who want to do this now, if you don't want to sign up, you don't want to have that, don't worry about it, because that just means that all you needed to do is hear this lecture today. Because when I went I'll finish up with this. The second time I went back there, 28 of us therapists swapped sessions during COVID, and we wanted to find out what the heck is going on here. So we had a list of questions. All of us were to ask the same questions, come back and say, you know, because that's what you do in research. You know, you want to find out not just what one person says, but everybody. So I did this one on Zoom. I was a therapist in Alabama, and I did her session, then she did mine. So I'm sitting there, and this is on Zoom. So part of me, I'm before the council, but my monkey mind got in mine again. I go, am I really here at the council? I mean, I'm just sitting here at my desk, and am I deep enough? Is this really happening? And then as that happened, then Michael Newton walks in at the council, because he passed away before I got my training. When he walked in, here I am at my desk, and I start bawling like a baby, you know, and then my mind is going, shut up, Regan, you're here. You know, Michael Newton came down, he had me kneel down, and he took a sword, he goes like this on my shoulders, you know, like this. And he was saying, look, I don't care anything about my legacy. You guys are making me like I'm some kind of saint because I'm all this. He said, look, that's not important. We're discussing over here the thing that's important for every one of us to do, and that's to help whoever we're around to get to their next step in evolution. It might be just teaching somebody mindfulness, or getting someone to start to meditate, or someone to find a religion, or whatever it is that person needs. What we're supposed to do, we're at, wherever rung we're at on the ladder, we have to look down to who's next below us and kind of reach down, kind of pull them up. Okay. So he says everybody doesn't need to have this, but it's nice if they're aware of it, because then that way maybe that's all they need to realize there is a heaven, that they're not alone. They know, even though they haven't met their guide face to face, they know that there's one there, you know, and so that's all that they need for some people. And other people like me, you know, I said, I got to have this session. I got to see what that's all about, you know. And with me, just to tell you now, because I'm a guy, I'm monkey mind over here. My analytical side is just like crazy. I was in training. And so at the 5th day, they said, okay, tomorrow, all of you are going to go to the other afterlife, you know. So then all of a sudden I'm thinking, okay, I remember hypnotherapy school. I was the last one in the class to be hypnotized. What's going to happen? So we go there, and the first session was a bust. You know, they finally gave up on me after about 2 hours. 3 days later, though, I'd done some personal work. I was doing some exercises to visualize my analytical self to be out of the way so I could just relax and enjoy this. So I got to the past life. And so I'm realizing this is going on. Like, okay, I'm through the past life now. I'm going to see the afterlife. Okay, this is good. This is good. I'm getting there. And then I got stuck. And I was in, which I later learned is a real place. It's what we call the black. So picture you pass away and then you're going to afterlife. Well, in a sense, as we look at it, there's, you got to go from here to there. Well, some people go like that, but I was going like this. And I was just in the in-between. So the therapist there knew enough to just let me float in that blackness for a while. And in there, I'm thinking, oh God, this isn't going to work. Everybody, because when we went back, the 16 other therapists all had amazing experiences. And I was just sitting there like, oh, poor me, But so my therapist said, just hang around there. So just float. And he says, look, you may see some light at some point or something. And then all of a sudden in the distance, I saw like about the size, about that big, there was a little red. And the therapist says, well, just float over towards that red. And like in a nanosecond, boom, I was out and there was Reebsar, my guy. And then I had the most beautiful experience. So, sometimes and I've learned now to not give up, because sometimes we run into roadblocks, but I've got like 5 different techniques. So if one doesn't work, I just say, okay, this is no problem. Just calm down and we're going to back up a little bit and then we'll go this way. And if that doesn't work, we'll go this way. And that's why I think my success rate's about 92% altogether now, because I don't give up, because occasionally sometimes what you're going to find out is that there's so many traumas or things that have happened in this lifetime that you haven't dealt with, that you haven't taken care of. A couple of times, not very rare, but we've gotten to the past life, and then when we get to the pearly gates, in a sense, and the guides will say, probably not time for you to come right now. And they'll say, you need to kind of work on some of the things in your current life now. And we'll ask them, and I'm a regular therapist too, so luckily with a few of them, we just back up and we go, okay, they said it's not ready. And we'll usually ask them a timeline. We'll say, like, when can they come back? And they'll usually say, 3 months, 6 months, something like that. And so I've done regular therapy with people where they've gone to the normal therapist or something, come back, and when they come back, boom, everything just happens. So, there's everything can happen that way. So thank you guys very, very much for coming today. And whoever would like to have a free consultation or would like to talk more about having a session in the future, just sign up in the back there. I'll send you the 2 free books, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Hope you find what you need.
Thank you.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Welcome back if you've been with us before, and if it's your first time here with us at one of our expos, we are excited to have you here, and definitely stay connected with us. Join our Facebook group, be part of our SoulSearch family and community. You can watch conscious content shows by our practitioners on our conscious content streaming channel, soulsearch.tv. That's on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. And we do expos like these every single month. We actually have one next weekend in San Rafael where we'll have an EES system scalar wave healing technology demonstration and a lot of other things happening. And also welcome to our live stream community. If you're watching our live stream, we do live stream all of our talks from all of our expos on our YouTube channel. So you can always go back and watch the replays if you'd like to tune in to what you missed. And we have such amazing practitioners as part of our community. You can meet so many of them in our exhibit hall. And of course, today we have Leah Isla with us to give an amazing talk on awakening our spiritual senses. Leah is a certified healer, teacher, and guide of the Modern Mystery School, and she dedicates herself to assisting professionals in unlocking their optimal performance and purpose through the exploration of their spiritual power. Leah provides a set of practices and tools designed to unearth your spiritual superpowers. This lineage, once exclusive to the elite, has now opened its doors to the public, offering everyone the opportunity to reap its benefits. And Leah works with professionals and people from all walks of life to support you in your spiritual journey and awakening by utilizing these powerful ancient tools that we all have available to us. So thank you so much, Leah, for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Shangela, for having me. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I'm excited to share with you. Yeah, a little bit about myself. I am a spiritual guide, healer, and teacher of the Modern Mystery School, as Shangela said. I was a VP of design my previous life at an iconic company in San Francisco that created jeans. Just say that. Gee. Yeah. And so I've always been an empath and intuitive my entire life. And by the time I hit 40, it became overwhelming. It was hard for me to manage the energy because I was receiving so much, so many downloads. I could feel everybody's energy. It was very, very disruptive, especially in my work life as well. Working with creative people, designers. If you gave any sort of feedback, it was like explosive. Sometimes, and because they're so attached to their creations, right? And that's a natural thing. But I could feel it like so intensely, and that just magnetized. And so I could go to a sporting event, I could go to any event, and it would just be overwhelming. And so it became debilitating, where I actually kind of just didn't want to go out. I would just stay home because I didn't want to feel people's energies. And so I was looking and looking and looking for something to help me. So I would come to events like this, and I would pray, and I would just say, I need help. And a good friend of mine who, she's an attorney in tech, and we went to high school together actually, but we had lost touch. So we reconnected, and she's like, you gotta try this. You gotta get a life activation. And I was like, okay. She kind of shared with me what it was. She's like, it's gonna activate your DNA. And I was like, okay, sounds good. And then in the same conversation, she's like, and you gotta take this class. And it's called Empower Thyself. And I was like, okay, I don't know what this is, but my spirit guides are like ringing. They're saying, you got to do this. This is what you have been seeking and praying for, because I knew I needed something powerful to protect in my energy. And I didn't want to let go of the energy. I still wanted to keep it because, it's something that's a part of me. So I was kind of like afraid to detach from that, but I wanted to be able to manage it better. And so I said, okay, fine. It sounds like I need to go to this. And then she's like, you got to send in your registration and Venmo this woman I had never met, deposit. And I was like, fine, I surrender. But what happened for me was after I attended the class, I had to go to Seoul and Tokyo. And this was like pre-pandemic. It was during the Cherry Blossom Festival. And normally being around that many people, because everybody's there to see the beautiful cherry blossoms, I would be overwhelmed. But I had done the rituals that I had received in class the weekend before I left, and they worked. I was able to put, a circle around my hotel room. I was able to put protection around my aura, and I felt nobody's energy. So the first time I felt free. And so for me, that was proof. That was my data that it worked. And so for us, it's, at the Modern Mystery School, we're all about sharing the information for you to have your own experience of it. And so we are a 3,000-year-old lineage, the lineage of King Solomon, and an 8,000-year-old lineage in Hermetics. And King Solomon, he wanted to remind us. In Hermetics, we say, I am God. And so King Solomon wanted to remind us of our Godhood, that we can all step into our own divine power. And so he wanted to create a universal practice of teachings and healings to help people to connect to their own empowerment. So he called together all the magis, shamans, spiritual leaders, oracles, healers from around the world at that time to come together to put together this system. So they collaborated for over 30 or 40 years and created a system, comprehensive teachings and healings to help people to connect to their empowerment. And one of the things that we work on, we have so many tools and so many healings. One of the things we work on, which I was seeking, was spiritual intuition. And so, we know that we have our 5 physical senses, right? That we're all connected to. But then we also have our spiritual senses. So we have our senses of clairvoyance to be able to see, our sense of our sentience to be able to feel. And then we also have our clairaudience, which is hearing. There's also fragrance. I don't know. It's clairsniffus. I don't know what the word is for that. And then also taste. So how many of you have been able to tap in to these senses? For those on the call, it's majority of the room. A lot of people in this room have been able to tap into their spiritual senses, which is awesome. Who has the ability to be able to see, so clairvoyance? A couple people, yeah. And how about clairaudience? Is that the hearing? Hearing, yeah. And then clairsentience, feeling. Oh,
yes.
Yeah, feeling. Yeah, a lot of people in the room feeling. And how about like knowing? Clairsentience also knowing. Okay, so you guys get like the look of the buzz. The things just come, but you don't know where they came. How about all of them? You guys have anybody tuned in and been able to experience them all? Combinations. Yeah. So you're already kind of tapping in. And so what I love to do is, this is like one of my favorite things, is to tap into these and help people to expand them. But what also works, I found, is receiving the energy through the initiations and healings that I received that worked for me. So that can also help to expand and give you tools to harness them. But today, we're going to go ahead and practice them. So why do you think that these senses are useful? Why do you think they're helpful? Can you speak up a little bit? Because I want to be able to, like, for the Zoom to hear you and then everyone in the room.
Well, for our own selves and just for awareness, I mean, just on a daily level, it's just good to be in tune with our own selves.
Yes.
I found, like in my experience, like giving that message to a person, like from a loved one that has passed.
Mm.
Healing and closure, like that comfort.
Yeah. So you're able to tap into the other side and share messages. Okay. I'm kind of just repeating it so people on the Zoom call can hear me.
Yeah.
Cool. Wonderful.
I believe that it's for guidance for ourselves, for our paths. And definitely when I share with everyone says that about helping others, right? Like helping others for healing or for guidance. Like healing the past or guiding you to the future.
So have you ever been able to walk into a room and you felt the energy? Maybe like somebody was arguing in it beforehand and they're gone, but you can still feel something. A lot of people, everyone's nodding in the room. And you know, when you come in and you're like, I can cut the tension with a knife, right? We've all sensed that before. But even animals have this, you know, instinct, and they're able to predict earthquakes happening, or even, you know, like storms and hurricanes. They're able to get out of the way before any of that happens. And so, on our own, you know, like elemental level, you know, we're able to tap in to these feelings as protection and as warnings, right? And that's what we have been doing since the beginning of time. And so for me, I found that my spiritual intuition has been very practical and useful. Sometimes it's kind of like, why am I getting this message, you know? And what am I supposed to do with it? But you kind of just like wait for it to kind of, for me at least, I've experienced that. So just a few examples that I've experienced in my life. You know, some of them are good, some of them are, you know, warnings. But you know, as an empath, who here is an empath? A lot of hands in the room. So yeah. I was able to tap into. This is kind of a scary story, but are you guys ready to hear that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was in elementary school, I was accepted into going into like the advanced class, right? It wasn't the next level class, but it was advanced testing. So there was a teacher, and he was like infamous for teaching this class. And then, I was like, I met the teacher, and I was like, no, I'm not getting good vibes from him. I don't want to go into that class. And I don't care if I'm going to be not in the gifted class. That's what they used to call it in the 80s. I'm fine just being where I'm at. And the whole time in that elementary school, I would not go in here. Yet, other kids were attracted to him. I would always question, why do they want to be friends with him? Why does he have so many students in his class? So there was a magnetism to him, charisma that nobody else sensed, because I was the only one that was like repulsed. And luckily my mom, was able to support me and be like, okay, you don't have to go to that class. Because I think a lot of, not most, I don't want to generalize, but a lot of parents this day would be like, no, you're going to go to the advanced class, because that's going to help you. But I was like, no, I was just, and unfortunately, I heard after we graduated high school, a lot of my classmates that were in that class were, assaulted by him. And he actually went to jail because he had done this for so many years and had so many victims. But I know that, because I was able to tap in, I sensed it. And so we have this ability, right? And you kind of just have to trust that intuition. And another time that happened was I was traveling overseas. I was in Hong Kong, and my husband wanted to find a new house. And, he was like, fine, I'm gone. Go ahead, have fun, go house hunting. This is like pre-housing market crash. So I don't want to date myself, but you kind of already know who I am. And I was like, fine, go search for a house, right? So he like emails me, because I don't even think we had like text messages with photos at that time. And he emailed me like a bunch of photos, a couple of houses that he saw, right? He's like, these are my favorites. And then sure enough, one popped up. And I was like, that's the house. And he's like, how do you know? I'm like, I had it in a vision. That's the house. And so when I got back, we checked on it. And this is like, housing market's crazy, right? Everything's overpriced, similar to how it was a few years ago. And so I was like, yeah, this is a house, but we're going to go ahead and put in a bid under the asking price, which was completely unheard of during that time, because, even today, you don't do that in California, right? Other areas, yes, but California, where we're at, you always go above. And so the real estate agents, both of them, ours and theirs, are like, what are you doing? Like, why are you underbidding by like tens of thousands of dollars? And I was like, no, we're going to get it. And then sure enough, they accepted the bid. So our real estate agent shared it with us afterwards, because they had 2 other offers that fell through, and they just wanted to sell the house. And they wanted to sell it to people that they knew were going to take care of it. And so we were able to save money with that. And so the last one I'll just share with you, because I think this one it's more recent, so it's a little bit more applicable. A good friend of mine, I had a vision of him getting a job offer in August, this past August, and then moving in September. And I saw the area, and I told him where it was, where it was going to be. I was going to have a bunch of grass. I saw a brick building. I saw these things. I also saw him meeting a woman there in a restaurant. And this is back in March. So, we're good friends, and I kind of shared it with him, and he doesn't really believe in any of this stuff. Like, he really doesn't believe in any of this stuff. And he is like, oh, there you go again. You're crazy. And I had no idea that he was looking for a job even. So, after I told him that, the next week he tells me, well, I've been looking for a job for almost a year now. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Come August, mid-August, he tells me I got a job offer, and it's in Iowa. And I was like, oh. And I start on September 16th. And I was like, okay, well, there you go. You got your job offer. So he moved. And on his way, he had to go stop at a family party in Kansas. But he's like driving from California. And he goes and meets with his family. So I said, oh, send me pictures, family, da da da. The woman in the photo was the woman I saw in my vision, and it was his aunt. But they're close in age, so I kind of thought maybe that was a potential, date or something like that. But it happened to be a relative. So it's interesting what can come through for you and give you these insights into what can happen. So we're gonna do a couple exercises today. Are you willing to try?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. So I'm just gonna set the timer. We have lots of time, so don't feel anxious like we're gonna run out of time, but we're gonna do a couple exercises that are gonna help you to build this muscle. And it's recommended that you practice these exercises daily. Because, people think that you have to be born with these gifts. But in reality, we all have them. You're able to actually connect with all of them. We have 10 senses. We have our 5 spiritual, and we have our 5 physical. So just because you can only tap into 1 or 2 or 3 today doesn't mean that the other ones aren't going to come up for you. And it's just like training yourself, in academics. Some people are really good at math. Some people are really good at English, science. And you really got to just keep on practicing and collect your own data, right? I encourage you to write in a journal what you see and keep track and see how accurate you can get. So go ahead and put both feet on the floor and put your hands in your lap in a receiving position. Close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths, breathing in through the nose and out through the mouth. Breathing in light and releasing all the stress today. Breathing in light, releasing the negativity. You feel light coming down from above, flowing down all the way down to your root chakra, down to your feet, like grounding you to Mother Earth. Now imagine a dark screen. Visualize a hand, making it as real as possible. Can you see the lines on the knuckles? The hairs on the back of the hand? The veins? See how many details you can see. Now see the hand, place a number on the black screen. Actually attaching the number onto the screen with a thumb tap. Now see the hand come down. Now see the number come alive, animated, moving. What is the number doing? Is there light to it? Is there a color? How is it moving on the screen? Now see the hand come up and take the number down, leaving a dark blank screen. Now see the hand pick another number and tack it onto the screen. See this number do something completely different. Animating it in a different way. Is it a different color? Maybe there's a pattern. Now have the number do something else. Now see the hand reach up and unpin the number and take it down. Now see the hand select a letter. Put the letter up and pin it onto the screen. Have it come alive somehow. With your senses, can you sense if there's a fragrance to this letter? Is there a taste? Now have the hand take down the letter. And now pick 3 letters and pin them onto the board. Do the letters spell a word? Do they have a sensation? Does it trigger a feeling? Or perhaps a memory? What does this word mean to you? Now rearrange the letters and have them go backwards. Does it spell a word? Does it take on a new meaning? Does it evoke a feeling? Now take down the letters. And have the hand put back up a sentence. What's the sensation? Is the sentence animated? Does it evoke a feeling? Does it evoke a memory? Now have the hand come back up and take the sentence down. Looking at the screen, are you able to sense anything? Is there a picture? A color? A sensation? A memory? Now slowly come back to the room. Wiggling your toes and your fingers. Coming back and opening up your eyes. How was that experience?
I felt like it was like rocking.
Rocking,
Yeah.
rocking sensation.
Like
Okay.
the whole time.
Oh, wow. Was it hard? Was it challenging? Kind of control your mind and have it see certain things? Yeah, it's hard to, yeah, so she had a hard time with the letters that don't float, so you couldn't control it. You did it right?
Yeah. Really big. One could switch like the one card.
Going back and forth.
Like, B or D, what is it?
Switching letters.
I meditate every day, so it was easy just to get there because I can go into like trance pretty quickly. But at one point I did have I kind of slipped into a past life. Yeah, and because my sentence was something about there being something about jars, but it realized it was canning, and I was like, oh, I should be canning peaches and pears right now, but it was from a past life because I don't do that. Anyway.
So the sentence brought on
because even though the word jar
or- yeah,
came up, it was really about canning.
Yeah.
That knowing had the letter J, that was the first of the letters. We go to Jane.
There you go. Anybody else want to share? So see how it can be a little bit challenging to kind of practice that muscle. And so it's recommended that you do this exercise 11 minutes a day. And some people when they meditate, they can, they can see. Some people can't. They can, they can have a feeling, or they can maybe just sense something or smell something, and that's okay. But you'll be able to develop it. And so just because you can't see something or control it today doesn't mean that it won't develop in the future. So just keep on practicing. And, I'm still pretty bad enough. So that's something I have to do. What were you going to say? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So it is a muscle. Do you want to try another exercise? So this one, I'm going to have you guys close your eyes. You're going to grab a stone. Don't look, so close your eyes. And you're going to use your left hand. And your left hand is your receiving hand. So you're going to sense with the energy which stone you're going to choose, okay? I'm going to put it in front of you. And just hold it in your left hand. He's not. Oh, you're not supposed to look. Did you look?
Oh.
Close your eyes and use your senses. See which one is magnetized to you. Around the other side. Or clockwise. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anyone have a stone? Mm-hmm. So feel into the energy of the stone. Do you sense a sensation? Is there a sensation in your body? Maybe in one of your chakras? How does it make you feel? Is there a sense associated with it? Do you hear any sounds associated with the stone? Are you able to see anything? Does it bring up a memory? Feeling into the stone, can you feel what type of stone it is? If you know what type of crystals there are, you may be able to identify what type of crystal it is. Or you can sense the color. Sometimes you can sense the texture or feel the color of it. Go ahead and open your eyes and look at your stone. How did you do? Different color. Oh, yeah, yeah. So you already picked up on, yeah, 3 colors, yeah. That's good.
I feel like I know it's very like heavy.
Oh, it might be even like the mother rock that it came from, right?
With mine, I felt like there were swirls in it, but I could feel different energies.
Mm.
My hair was.
Oh, wow.
So that's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, that's what we use crystals for too, right? Is to kind of bring in that energy, whether it's healing or to bring in the crown chakra, receiving messages, or grounding. Is there anything that came through as you were sensing crystals? You felt it in your crown and the third eye. Anybody else?
I felt like it was going like that.
Oh, okay. So it's actually moving.
I don't know what it was,
But yeah, I felt like it was moving.
I can also do that.
Oh, you can hear it. And how did it sound?
Yeah.
Oh, how did this one sound?
Swishy.
It could be fun to pick another crystal and see the sound of that. Right?
That would be fun. I should do that.
Yeah. Did any, were you able to see anything? Yeah.
I see faces, but I felt like on the last exercise I was still
Mm-hmm.
but it's interesting how the colors of the stone, and it's almost like a lava lamp type colors that I see in my visions, and then it's eyes and faces going in, and then I see faces.
Oh, so you're connecting to that then. I brought up something for you. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I imagine my like orange, red, and I just
So maybe you're sensing it, the other stones around the room.
Visualizing mine black, but like Abyssinian and clear, and then it kept feeling like an eye in my hand.
Well, that one has a lot of sheen to it. So it could be reflective. Very cool. How about any sensations in the body or any memories? Did anything come up for you?
So just felt very
Warm?
almost hot.
Oh yeah.
So
Really hot, yeah. Absorbing.
Like a sponge.
Oh, good. So yeah, that stone's probably good for releasing. Yeah, so it's recommended that you do these exercises, often. And it's a fun way, just again, to experiment, gather your data, build up your muscle. Just take a jar and just put a bunch of stuff in there, and then see, how accurate you can get, or what you just it's not even about right or wrong, but what you feel from it. And oftentimes, we have like a dictionary of what the crystals, do, or they tell you what they are. But it's really about your experience with it, right? Because these are living beings, and they can support you. And so it's not necessarily about what the definition is, but how you interact with it, how it can support you, right? So like you found, oh, it's actually helping me to release. So I don't know if that's what the stone actually does, but it might not. So you have to have your own experience. So you can keep these. Oh, yes.
I'd like to get a number.
You got a number on the stone? Yeah. Was that number significant for you?
Well, it was dark, and I thought the thing was dark, but it wasn't. I turned it around. The number was 7.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Very cool. Oh, sorry, that's my timer. Do you know what that sound is?
Yeah. I'm Samantha.
And you're Samantha. You're the Samantha.
You just changed me up.
Bewitched.
Then they go another Samantha. I'm Samantha.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I was gonna change the tone on my timer, and I was like, no, just keep it. And she's like, they told me, I was like looking, and I'm like, no, just keep it. So there's a the Samanthas are here. The Samantha witches are here. So I teach a class, and I'll be teaching it this December holiday called Empower Thyself. And that is where you learn more tools to tap into your spiritual gifts and develop them even more. And this class is really special because in Hermetics, as I said before, is we say I am God. And so this class helps you to step into your godhood. So it shares with you, who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? What's my purpose? You learn so much about energy. You learn about the 7 spiritual dimensions and the 12 physical dimensions, so that you can start to do those ascensions here in the physical. You learn about your spiritual gifts, as I said. You learn about the aura. How big is the aura? How many layers is the aura? What does each layer do? How does it interact with other auras? What are the chakras? How do you connect with your chakras? And chi. So you learn about magnetic energy. You learn about all the energies. You learn how to manage your mind, because for us, all thoughts have the power to manifest, right? And so you learn how to do that. And this class teaches you so many tools, but it's not just about receiving the teachings, rituals, and tools. It's set in a sacred geometry space and temple space. And so the energy is really high frequency. And so when you come in, you're also going to be receiving energetic transfer. So you're receiving knowledge and wisdom also through the energy. It's a very alchemical process. And at the end of that 2 days, there's a sacred ceremony where you receive an initiation. And through that, you receive 10 times more light. And that 10 times more light gives you more empowerment and helps you to step into your godhood. It helps you to accelerate things that you desire in your life. Because in the class, you also learn how to work with the hierarchy of life. You learn how to call upon the energetic beings to come down to assist you in whatever you want to create in this world. And so I found that through this process of initiation and receiving that 10 times more light, everything grew exponentially for me. So my spiritual gifts grew, how to control them grew. Again, because that class I learned how to protect my energy. And so that's really, such a great benefit for empaths, people that are sensitive to energy. So these tools are very practical. I found that I was able to lead people in such a more empowered way and with more compassion, but then also be able to, hold that strength and severity when you actually be that strong leader. And it helped me to stay in tune throughout the day. I could connect. I knew I had support. I wasn't alone. The stress and anxiety reduced. And I knew that I was going to be okay. And at the end of the day, I came home, beautiful day, all the obstacles were removed, everything flowed so much better after that. And I come home, I'm able to do my rituals, I can clear off my energy, heal and clear my aura, and then start all over again. And so it's constantly about growing. But for me, I noticed that it was the energy that I received that really helped me to make that shift. So thank you so much for having me and for doing these fun exercises. Do you have any questions?
Are your classes online or?
No, they're all in person because it is about being in the energy. Yeah.
Where are they at?
Mountain View. Thank you for asking. Yeah. So we're at about time. We have 1 minute left, but I do have a booth out there. So if you have any questions, feel free to connect. And I really hope that you practice these on yourselves at home and start, really working those muscles. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
It's so hard to get in because.
Hello, everyone.
There's space over here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to the SoulSearch Scottsdale Santa Cruz Enlightenment Expo. We're so excited to have you here. Thank you all for spending the day with us, and also thanks to our live stream audience for tuning in and spending the day with us. We do live stream all of our talks from all of our expos on YouTube and Facebook. So you can always go back and watch the replays, and you can also watch the ones you missed. So just check that out on our SoulSearch YouTube. And of course, we are here to support spiritual awakening and your own soul's journey. And we do that with our amazing online platform with our incredible practitioners like Darren Starwin here, as well as our Enlightenment Expos. We're going to be back again in San Rafael next weekend. So join us there, especially those of you guys tuning in on the live stream. Come and see us in Marin. And of course, you can always stay connected with us through our Facebook group and watch SoulSearch TV. Darren actually has his own show on SoulSearch TV called Quantum Awakenings with Darren Starwin. So if you haven't watched it, check it out. Go to soulsearch.tv online. All of the shows are free and they're incredible. Each of Darren's shows is also a transmission, a teaching, and they're a lot of fun. So
And they all have comedy in them.
yes, they all have comedy. They're a lot of fun. So definitely check them out. You just go to soulsearch.tv online or Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, Android TV, and you can watch them and let us know what you think. And so we're excited to have Darren here live with us. Darren's greatest passion is empowering healthcare professionals and healers to awaken their consciousness, empower their skills, and fulfill their highest potential for business success. As a master quantum catalyst healer, Darren helps people with seemingly unhealable issues transform their issues into illumination and empowerment. He is a minister with Lightworker Ministry, helping bring lightworkers together for healing and empowerment events, including planetary healing circles. And you can actually tune in. Darren does weekly meditations.
Yeah, every Tuesday morning.
Every Tuesday morning.
8 to 8:30 a.m.
And you can join them on Zoom. You can also watch them on our Facebook page and online and be a part of that. And he also does planetary healings every Friday.
Every Friday, that's right.
So there's amazing free events that Darren is hosting every week that all of you joining in on the live stream, watching the replay, and joining us here live can watch and be a part of. And so thank you all for being here, taking the time for yourself today, choosing yourself and your own empowerment and evolution. And thank you, Darren, for being here. Appreciate you.
I think that's a good job.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Creating this beautiful event. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for showing up here this Sunday. And you might wonder, what is this all about? Well, it's somehow something which is hard to put in words, but it's, you can experience it. And basically, there's certain words like miracle or magic or awakening, like these words you hear. And what I'd like to do is support you in experiencing that, not just hearing it as an idea or something on Walt Disney or whatever it is, but what does it actually mean? And my partner, Karina, who's going to speak after this at 4 o'clock, also, she has all these books called Awakening, like Awakening Female Power, Awakening New Visions, and Awakening to Magnetic Creation. So we're talking about awakening, but what are you awakening to? So I'd like, does anybody have an idea what awakening even means?
To be conscious.
To be conscious, that's a great way to put it. So you know how like when you wake up in the morning, if you do wake up in the morning, I assume you do, right? You shift consciousness from being in a dream world or being asleep into this, whatever this, what we're here. What if there is another awakening from this that we consider reality or normal to something that's different, that is much more full of light and love and much less of the crazy, insane things we see in this world? What if that is true? How many of you believe that there's an awakening from this to something higher?
Oh, yeah.
And how many people have experienced that? How many of you have felt like you've had awakening experiences?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, that's because, you know why so many people put their hands up? Because that's the time we're living in. This is a time of consciousness awakening. And yet it can be one of the craziest times because the people who have been trying to hold on to the power and separation are holding on for dear life. Don't take our power, our, what is it, our top-down power, the male chauvinistic, patriarchal power away from us. Well, I'm one male that wants it to be taken away from us. I want to be total equal sharing of no matter what gender someone is, because that's the awakening. So in this short amount of time, I'm going to go through this presentation called 5 Quantum Keys to Heal Like a Master and Create Miracle Results. And I know that might sound like, wow, how could he possibly fulfill that? But actually, that's an understatement to what's actually possible. So my name is Darren Starwin. I'm a minister and doctor. I've been in the field of Chinese medicine, energy medicine, quantum healing for 38 years, maybe 40, but I lost count somewhat. And what I mainly do now is train other people who are in the healing professions, like healthcare professionals, doctors, massage therapists, coaches, acupuncturists, who are doing good work, but they're ready to awaken to being miracle workers. So how many people here help other people in your work? Like, do you sign to work where you're either a healer or healthcare practitioner? Okay, quite a few. So I'd like to know, what do you do? A CNA. Okay, what about you?
Yeah, just a Akashic record reader, dowser modalities.
Beautiful, okay. And anybody else, tell me what kind of healing you do.
I'm a hypnotherapist.
What'd you say?
Hypnotherapist.
Hypnotherapist. What'd you say?
Chiropractor?
Chiropractor, okay. Well, one way to look at this is that there's three major levels. There's the third dimension, which is all this physical stuff that we live in, right? And our minds, our logical minds that think we have all this figured out, is basically in the third dimension, where we have everything has an end, everything has a limit. There's like you get older, you die. And these are all third dimensional things. And then the fourth dimension is a time where you start experiencing more kind of opening to like that there's other mysteries, there's more to it than just what we thought it was. But there's still good and bad, you know, light and dark, evil and virtuous, called polarity. The fifth dimension, and I'd just like in this moment to see if would you be willing to open to experience the fifth dimension right now? Okay, because in this group, I'm a quantum catalyst, which means that I have the power to be a catalyst to help trigger other people into having these consciousness opening experiences. So if you're open, it's always voluntary. This is only if you want to. But in this moment, if you like, just kind of tune into your heart center. It might be helpful to put one hand over your heart and just like let go of what you think is real, who you think you are on a mental or, you know, personality level. You know who you are on a spiritual level, everybody here. Just sense, what do you notice in your body right now? If you just let go of what you think is going on and what you've been thinking about or worrying about all day, in this moment, it's also helpful to put the tip of your tongue on the roof of your mouth behind your two front upper teeth. That little spot's called the master hookup. So if you put your tongue in that master hookup right behind these teeth, just kind of like open your chest, relax, tune into love, because the fifth dimension is pure love. It's not the kind of love that has hate as its opposite. That's third dimension, love and hate. This is only love. It's pure love, which means it's unconditional. There is no good and evil in the fourth and fifth dimension. So right now what's happening right now is called a quantum activation. And it's something that you can feel for yourself if you're willing to. It's a vibratory quality of this fifth dimension, or this quantum field, that you can sense with your nervous system. So you don't need PowerPoint slides for this. We just need to like be in the moment. And if you just relax more into it, it comes down to what you're willing, because this is always voluntary. If you really feel like I want to be in this awakened consciousness, I want to experience this fifth dimension of pure love and let go of all that old conditioning that I was brought up in, then you can make that request right now. Simply request it. The other stuff won't go away, but it just won't be controlling you anymore. So, and in the quantum field, there's no real time. It doesn't have to take a certain amount of time. So I wanted to just ask, does anybody notice anything different than what you felt when you came in the room?
An expansion.
An expansion? That's a good word. Feels lighter. That's the word I hear the most from people I work with quantum healing, as they say, I feel lighter. It's the most common thing. Now, let me tell you, there's two things that could happen with this quantum activation. One is you could just feel lighter. You could just feel better. The other thing is stuff might come up that wants to be released out of you, like old, like traumas or burdens. And I'm not here to take you into some really deep healing. You don't have time for that, but it could happen. It could happen in 1 minute. There's no limit in the quantum field. It's unlimited. In fact, the literal definition of the quantum field is the field of unlimited possibilities. If you talk to a quantum physicist, that's the definition of quantum physics. It's a field that's unlimited possibilities. Talk to a spiritual visionary, quantum field is the field of unlimited possibilities. So I'm going to go through this PowerPoint because it has some very interesting points in it that are worth sharing. And they went all the trouble to set it up. So especially for those of you, I guess that's there so that I will be on that. So I guess I should stand in the middle. Well, the reason it's on is because they're live streaming me to all the, and I guess they have to have light on there. That's necessary evil, I guess. So there's no evil though in the quantum field, right? So so anybody here who is in any kind of healing, helping, coaching, supporting position or wants to be, you're in the right place at the right time. Because right now, there is such a need for people who are kind of bewildered by all these rapid shifts, what's going on in our politics, and what's going on in our environment. What people are going through, it's like what people believe is unbelievable, right? And so if you can be somebody who's grounded in this field, in this pure love, you're a very valuable person right now. There's a tremendous growing opportunity for your services. So the way to get the most out of this brief class that I'm teaching here is to stay grounded. And one way to do that, I'll take you through a grounding exercise in a little bit. But one way is just feel your feet. Just send some of your energy into the earth and just intend that I'm grounded. That's all. Very simple. To breathe in and out of your heart chakra while you're in this, which is a simple choice. Attune to the loving presence of this field. It's here. All you have to do is be open to it. It's a quantum field. And then keeping your tongue in that position whenever you're not talking, eating, or kissing is a very helpful thing.
No, you said behind the teeth or on the roof of your mouth.
Yeah, roof of the mouth, right behind these two front teeth. If you go right behind those teeth, that's called the master hookup. Like not touching the teeth, right behind them.
Okay.
It's a spike to the tip of your tongue represents the heart channel, heart meridian. And when you touch that to that point, it creates a hookup of all your energy inside yourself. So I'm Darren Starwin. I live north of here, about 2 hours in Marin County. And what I'm known for is helping people who have had different medical or pain problems or depression problems who have not found help anywhere else. I've been able to help a lot of those people. And I've been in the field of acupuncture and Chinese medicine and energy medicine for like, I think it was like 38 years. And I've gotten into this quantum level of work just in the last 10 years. I mean, it was always there in the background, but I was focusing on those other things. And so I also work, like I said, helping people who are in the healing and healthcare professions to bring their work to the master healing level. And that's what we're going to talk about today. In a relatively short amount of time. This is not a long, drawn out process. I have 4 best-selling books that I've written, and this is the one that I'm promoting here is Awakening the Avatar Within. So if you do find interesting what I'm talking about, this will have tons more and a lot of practical like meditations and scientific information and all that. So those are the books that I've written. And this is the TV show Tangiel was talking about, Quantum Awakenings, which you can just go on to soulsource.io or soulsource.tv and you'll see it there. So I want to just ask you about some experiences you might have been having recently, because a lot of this has to do with these big shifts we're going through now. How many people are having any of these experiences I'm about to show? One is that you feel like you're alternating between times of feeling clear and spiritually uplifted and times of feeling lost and overwhelmed. How many people have that feeling of both? Okay. How many people feel like you're sensing you have a higher purpose, but you're not quite living it yet? Like that there could be something you're called, okay, that's a very common experience. We're getting really inspired about creating something new. Does anybody have that feeling like something creative or a new business or a new creative thing or some new way of living? Now, we're sensing the potential for a higher consciousness, but you're not quite living it fully yet. That's extreme. That's very normal to be that way because the consciousness is raising so rapidly, but we are kind of stuck in the way it used to be. So we're in that kind of gap working. That's why I put the picture of the Grand Canyon because it feels that way. Now, for those of you who said that you're healers or working with medical professions, do you ever have glimpses that there's a part of you that has this magical healing ability? That sometimes people have these shifts you can't explain? You have? Yeah. Because that's the master healer inside of you that's coming out, that you're allowing to come out. Now, would you like to have more of those experiences?
Yeah.
Like more consistently, have more of your patients and clients have, breakthrough experiences? Well, that's what I'm going to talk about. That's what this lecture is about. And so the lecture is 5 quantum keys for healing like a master. What does it mean to heal like a master? The master is not an ego thing. Like, look at me, I'm a master. You should follow me. Or no, that's an old paradigm. Master means you've mastered yourself. It means you're in the process of mastering your own ego, your own, ignorance, and that you're willing to make the commitment to really be in your genuine, true self. And that means letting go of fear, by the way. Because the reason most of us who have these master abilities are not in them is because we're afraid to be in them. And that's old programming. So again, in 5th dimension, there's no fear. So the first quantum key is that none of us are healers. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but nobody here is a healer. I'm not one either. You're a catalyst of healing. That's what I realized. A catalyst means that because you're doing your inner work, because you're connected to this field, just being the presence, people get triggered into these healings. But you know who's healing them? Their own inner divine self. So when that is God, I had some really bad experiences till I figured that out. When I used to think I was the healer, I got in trouble several times. People getting slimed or whatever, these different things like that. But I'm okay, so you're a catalyst of healing. And right now, when somebody comes to a healer or a healthcare practitioner and has, I have migraines or I have back pain, or, I just can't seem to find the right partner, or I'm depressed, whatever it is. It's not just that one person's experience. They're reflecting thousands, millions of other people. So when the problems you think you have are not really just your own, because we're much more connected than we think. So part of being a master healer is realizing that you're not any of that. You're not those problems. It's just because we're empathetically connected to each other, it feels that way. And when you raise your vibration, you feel lighter, and you don't have to hold that stuff anymore. You can be compassionate, but you don't have to. So this picture, I don't know if you can see it well, but it shows the earth with sort of this fog around it. And on one level, that's what's going on now. There's kind of a fog of sort of, darker negative energy that is clearing out of our earth. And it can feel overwhelming when you're in it, but you can actually be in a clear place in your own light body where you're like the flower that floats above the swamp. You're in it, but you're not in it. And then you can be helpful to other people. So if you ever want to be helpful to other people, the first thing is to help yourself, to lighten up yourself. And so this is a term I like, healing the unhealable. And I feel like the people who've been drawn to me a lot in my life consider themselves to be unhealable. They've already been to so many doctors and healers and acupuncturists. They went to South America, took ayahuasca with shamans. They did this, that, other thing. And it was always great. And then they feel like the same old thing would come back or whatever it would be. So I've heard that so many times. So that's what I call the unhealable. Part of us that we're dragging along behind us like a suitcase without wheels. Before they invented wheels on suitcases, we're dragging it along. And parts of you are very enlightened and happy. And then parts of you just, so I've always wondered, how can I help heal the unhealable? And so this is a job for Superman, to heal the unhealable. Does anybody know who Superman is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know who Superman is.
He's my favorite.
The divine. Dun, dun, dun. The divine is and every one of us, the divine is inside of us. It's not something out in some far place. So take a moment now to realize that divine master healer of the universe is inside of you right now. That has no limitation of any kind. Can you take that in? Believe it? Mm-hmm. That's when you become a miracle worker, because me, Darren, is not the miracle worker. I have to have a sense of humor to live with myself. I have like ups and downs. But I've opened up to the point where I allow that master healer to flow through me. And many people have miracles in my presence. And I have enough humility to know that, thank you. It wasn't me doing that, but it's happening a lot, right? Okay, so by the way, it took me a long time to have some humility. I didn't get kicked in the butt many times. Now I do have some. So quantum healing is developing a trusting, deeply intuitive relationship with the divine. And to have a deeply intuitive relationship with the divine means, letting go of things like doubt, fear, and low self-esteem, and all those kind of things. And that's called inner work. What else is there to do? Letting go of those things and gaining the confidence of knowing that I have this. Who I really am is the light. So from this place, you can perceive the real, often hidden causes of pain, depression, disease, and blocked life expression. I guess I have to stay here so they can keep me on screen. So this is what I learned is when I was an acupuncturist for 25 years, and I had people come to me with severe chronic pain and migraines and want to stop smoking and problems with menstrual problems and all this. And I would help them pretty well. People would come back and pay me. They liked it. But, I realized that a lot of these people, they'd come back a month or two later and the same thing would come back or some different problem would come back. And I got kind of tired of that. Like, yeah, they're paying me and I'm doing my job. I know there's more than this. I know there's got to be a way to help people more at deeper level where it doesn't have to keep coming back. And so that's what I call the deep hidden causes of pain and disease, which has obsessed me to find out how I could learn the key to helping to relieve some of that. So here's an example of someone I work with. This woman named Shannon is a coach, and she, at this point, leads a company that's an international coaching company with hundreds of clients and 20 people that she's trained to be coaches under her. When I met her 8 years ago, she was just starting to be a coach, and she felt this trauma that was really disturbing her. And she thought she had already healed this trauma, but it came up again because of some triggering experience. So after she had 2 sessions with me of quantum healing, she told me that. She said, after my first quantum healing session, it was like, wow, this is so different. I've certainly had lots of experience with heart-centered therapy, Reiki, and so much more. But learning about quantum healing and how it can really change in an instant was a pretty miraculous discovery. What I received was a total clearing of these traumatic experiences with 1 or 2 sessions. I'm not exaggerating. It was astounding. I just didn't have a charge around that trauma anymore. It was completely gone. All it really takes is a rewiring of our programming in a sense and healing in our energetic field, and we can literally change the process of how we experience life. So this is the quantum healing. This kind of thing is common, that people shift things they've been dragging on for years and years and years because they changed their consciousness. And what she's called is a rewiring of our, this is her words, of our program. So right now I've noticed that the greatest healing seems to happen in groups. I still do individual sessions with people, but I did something called the Quantum Master Course, which is a 14-week program where people who are healers or people or want to be healed can be together for several months in a row, regularly, being in that field and building the trust. Excuse me, and miracles happen. And I also have my free classes every Tuesday morning. So there's a lot of things like this. By bringing people together in this field, that these shifts can happen very readily. So this was an example of quantum healing. One of my students, who's an acupuncturist, referred one of her clients to me. This woman's very fit. She was probably in her early 40s, big corporate job, learning, making a lot of money. But she had fallen down 2 times, felt drastically out of balance, not sleeping well. And she told me she had dated 2 different men who had used a lot of drugs and sort of had maybe some kind of unclean energies around themselves or something. So I found out when I worked with her that there was negative energy she had taken on through those men, some kind of negative programming that was really making her body go into chaos. And so she had also made agreements to take on that energies. A lot of us agree to take on different painful negative energies from our parents, our family, our ancestors, And then we wonder why things are so difficult. We don't see that we made those agreements. So what happened is that during her first quantum session, we worked with the quantum field to clear those negative energies, aligned her energy, balanced her chakras, and this is called the assemblage point. And that's where you can use a special crystal wand to adjust some of their body and their energy field. And I do that in my booth, by the way. So a week later, she said she felt much lighter, less pain in the body, much more clarity, and much more self-respect to not date people who are drug users, things like that. Okay. So the first quantum key, as I was saying, just to go back a moment, was what was the first quantum key? Is to remember that you're a catalyst of healing, not a healer. That helps a great deal. Okay. Next on quantum key is how to be a quantum catalyst. That's the second quantum. Is you open yourself to sense the quantum field. That's what I was inviting you to do right now. And embody this pure love and presence in your everyday life. Not just when you're meditating, not just when you're going to Machu Picchu or something like that, but just, when you're cleaning your cat litter box, when you're driving your kid to school, whatever it is, that's the time for everyday life. And especially when you're working with your clients to embody this quantum field, your results will change. They will really change because you're changing your own mind of what you believe is possible. So you can act as a catalyst to bring the clients into an awareness of this oneness field. What I found is there's people that don't believe in spirituality. They think it's all woo-woo or whatever it is. But when they come into my room or I work with them, even on Zoom, they go, whoa, this is different. I feel something. They didn't believe in it in advance. They weren't necessarily a new age person or anything. But because we came into this resonance, they started experiencing the field. And so that's something with the nervous system. So the way this works, here's one simple way to show how it works, is that this health is a very high vibration. When you're feeling healthy and good and vital, that's a high vibration of energy. And sickness and pain and depression is a low vibration of energy. So when you bring this higher light into an individual or group, what happens is that those lower vibrations just peel off and dissolve. Now, it's different for each person, how long that takes or what's needed, but in general, that's what happens. And then, with the end of this, we're going to do a very brief quantum healing for everybody here, whoever wants to participate. Can you please be my timekeeper? Give me an idea, where we are. Okay. Now, there's a lot of science behind quantum. What'd you say?
19.
Left?
19 minutes.
Left, okay. So epigenetics is a way to explain, it's the science of what happens in quantum healing, is that epigenetics states that we have genes, which is part of our DNA. And those govern, what your body looks like, how healthy you are, how much energy you have, all this kind of stuff like that. And in the old days, they thought that you're born with genes that your parents give you, and you're stuck with them. So if they had heart disease, you'll probably have heart disease. If they were alcoholics, you might tend to be an alcoholic. Well, epigenetics says that doesn't have to be true. That you can shift your gene expression through what you think, by being the energy you fill yourself with. And so again, with quantum healing, you're changing your DNA, and then your physical body, your emotional experience, your vitality, these things shift. Now, for what it's worth, I'm 72 years old. I've been working with this quantum energy. And when most people see me, they say, oh my God, you don't look a day over 71. So I know that it must be working to help me be more youthful or something like that. And so I don't know if you can see this well, but all these things like the microbiome, your diet, your exercise, toxic chemical, all these things affect your gene expression. But this one, the psychological state, is the most important. What you think and what you believe is what changes your gene expression more than any of the other ones. Okay, so quantum key number 3 is a 30-second ritual to help you take your client work from muggle to magician. So any of you, again, who work with clients, this is super valuable. I'll have to do it very quickly because I only have a little bit of time here. The step 1 is that you can clear a space you're in anytime you want. So let's say if we want to clear this Hilton hotel of any kind of negative, disturbing energies, if you want to join me, you can just put your hand like this, just say the words, I now command a purity blast. You can use different words. That's the words I now command a purity blast. And see if you can sense like an energy coming in and just clearing out the room. Does anybody feel it? What did you notice?
It felt like a whirlwind.
That's exactly that, right. What was your name again?
Diana.
Right, Diana, yeah. So that's what it feels like to me. It feels like a white tornado that just instantly comes through and then things feel lighter. That's your quantum power. You can do this anytime you want. So if you want to, in a place that you feel there's some bad vibes, you can clear it yourself. You don't need to hire someone else to go. Okay. This is like an image of what it feels like to me, a purity blast. Now, step number 2 of this little ritual is call your energy back in your body. We don't realize it, but we have our energy projected outward most of the time because of all the digital devices we're using and all the multitasking and all the stressful experiences we're trying to navigate. So here's a little secret. If you want to do this, you just simply say, I now call all of my energy back into my own body now. Take a breath in. And guess what? If you're sensitive, you'll be able to feel your energy come back in. I now call all my energy back into my body. How many people can notice a difference? Raise your hand if you notice any difference from doing that. A few people. Okay, good. And then the next thing is intention. If you create an intention, I have the intention that I want that this person I'm working with will have a miraculous result working with me today. It's much more likely that'll happen. And then this next step is connecting with your team. We all have spiritual guides and master beings who are working with us. And part of awakening is to actually realize that that's true. And it's not just some like idealistic thing. It's real. It's just as real. Like here's Karina. I can feel her. Well, these guides are just as real as Karina is. And so you can simply acknowledge, I now call in my spiritual team to help me with this healing. I'll be there. And I only work with those of the highest light, the highest, purest light. That's the only ones I work with. It's called quality control. Yeah. Because there might be other ones that might want to come in. You don't want that. It's just the highest light. That's it. Only the finest tuna. Right? That's it. So this is kind of just an artist's idea that somebody working with someone on a table, but there's all these beings of light helping them do the healing, which is real. And then just choose love, loving presence, and that's what'll work. Okay, quantum key number 4. Again, I'm going through this very quickly because this is a very short lecture. Is identify and develop your superpowers. And this book has detailed instructions how to identify and develop your superpowers and so much more. But that's one of the many things in there. And we all have superpowers. And because we've been kind of dumbed down by our society, the way we've been brought up, we often give that power away. Most of us have given that power away. So what I do is I work with people so they can awaken, identify, and reclaim their superpowers, which benefits you in every part of your life, as your healing abilities, your confidence, your ability to make money, your ability to have good health, things like that. So that's a big subject. I just wanted to introduce it, say that is real. Just like the X-Men or just like Superman, we have superpowers too. Okay, quantum key number 5 would be to actually learn the master methods of quantum healing. And so there's a system that I've developed after I've studied so many healing methods. When I was 19 years old, I went to India to be with the guru in India. I started very young and spent several months there while there was a war going on. It was a very interesting experience. And pretty much since then, I've been studying spirituality and different forms of healing and gone through medical school and all these things. And so what I've been able to do is take all that and boil it down to some simple principles that are much, much easier to learn that aren't culturally based and don't have a lot of esoteric baggage with them. Just simple things that work and that produce master healing results. And I call that the 3-step quantum shift method. And I do have, in my book, it talks about it, and I teach classes about it. So if there's anybody here that would like to step into that master healing abilities, I'm going to pass around some clipboards in a couple of minutes, and you can just put your information, and I'll get you the information. Some of the stuff I put out is free, some of it is paid courses. We do have a course coming up that's starting in just 2 weeks called the Quantum Master Course. And it's, again, this 14-week program. It's a couple hours a week with people who are other healers, where we all awaken these abilities together and heal ourselves together and actually learn how to turn it into a profitable business together, if that's what you're interested in.
Also for the Tuesday meditations, they're really, write your name down.
Yeah, so on those clipboards, you put your name and email and write it very carefully. There's 2 boxes you can check. One is to be invited to my free Tuesday morning meditations, which are very popular. And the other one would be if you want to learn more about those courses coming up, get more information about that. Okay, so while that's going around, did you pass the other one around?
Yeah.
Okay, there's 2, right? Okay. Okay, so,
11.
okay, 11 minutes. Okay, so in this 3-step quantum shift method, there's 3 steps to it. And this is, even if you're working on your own self-healing, you don't have to be a healer to appreciate this. 3 steps, if you boil all this healing wisdom down, is these 3 things. The first one is releasing. And releasing means just what it sounds like. Toxic thoughts and burdens and old programming from your ancestors, old traumatic baggage, whatever it is, releasing that out of your system. And that's easier said than done, because I tried to do that myself for a long time and had very limited results with it. But I found that when I worked with the quantum field, from the divine energy, you can release much more quickly and much more, effectively than trying to do it through all these other techniques and medical systems. And I've also found that when we're together in a group, the releasing is much more quick and actually can be much more joyful too, because you're supported, people see you. So like in acupuncture, when I've studied acupuncture, they said first you have to release the negative energy, then you can use needles to put good energy in. So you always have to release it. So it's a similar principle. You have to release the toxic energy, then take in the new fresh energy. Now, the second step of this 3-step method is rewiring. Rewiring is something most people don't think about. But see, we all have energy circuitry. They're called meridians, places where energy circulates through your body. Chakras, which are these spinning energy centers, which, by the way, are universal. Your chakras, like your heart chakra, is not just yours. Like it connects to the divine love of the universe. Your solar plexus combines to the power of the universe. And for instance, your second chakra connects with the whole creative power of the universe. So you're a universal being. And when we have depression and pain and diseases and so on, it means that something in your chakras is out of balance or blocked, or there's some false, like buggy programming, like a bad computer virus or something. So rewiring is clearing that stuff out and making it as divine intended, where you feel happy, healthy, whole, and holy. That's what rewiring does. The third step, realizing, is, okay, you've cleared out a lot of this old, heavy, toxic stuff. You feel more connected and rewired. And then what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do with it? You take it out in the world, help other people, serve other people, make the world a better place, or make a successful business with it, or whatever it is you're drawn to do. That's the realizing. So that's the people, my clients and my students learn how to go through releasing, rewiring, and realizing, and then to take other people through that. And that's the process of quantum healing. There it is. Okay. Now, the reason why many people go to, acupuncturists and chiropractors and doctors and therapists and don't get the results they want, which is, I really studied this intensely because I've been through it myself so many times. It's because one of those steps of releasing, rewiring, and realizing is left out. And that's a bigger explanation that I can go into. So that's why a lot of professionals come to me and learn to fill in the missing pieces so they can create those complete miracles for it. So I have to breathe because we don't have enough time to go through all of this. How much time is left? See this picture, if you can see this, it looks like I had an artist make this. It kind of gives an image. You see how there's like the red areas and all these block areas, like this would be like anger and passive aggressive and whatever it is. And then when we bring the quantum energy in, it's almost like it just starts lightening up and dissolving. It's rewiring. This is an image that talks about your light body. We all have a light. See, I'm talking about a lot of stuff in a very short amount of time. That's why if you're interested, like get in touch with me and I can show you how to cut out more. But I'm just giving you, the light body is something you're born to have. It's a spinning vortex of light that can always be around you. So you could walk into a bar where there's all kinds of negative energies. You can be okay because you're in your light body. Maybe you don't have to go into a bar. You have a beautiful place in nature, it's even better. But there's specific meditations for activating your light body. And then here's realizing. It's basically, here's another quote from another acupuncturist who I work with. She went through my course. Her name is Kaisa from Southern California. And after she took my course for a few months, she said, I feel completely different in a really good way. Just a whole other level working with my patients. I'm sensing more of what my patients are experiencing on an energy level. But overall for myself, I just kind of took off and went to another level of my work. And it's really amazing. I just feel another level of intuition working with my patients. It's a lot clearer, and their treatments are even more effective and faster. So this is the kind of things I hear. So in the last, I can't finish all these slides, but what I want to do is have a little bit of experience before we finish here today in the last few minutes. I want to say that anybody who is interested in learning more about the Quantum Master course or any of these other courses I have, what I encourage you to do is have I offer a 1 hour free phone call called Discovery Call, where we can meet each other, talk about what your situation is, and if it's a good match for you to go through any of these programs. In any case, you'll have a really enlightening conversation, and if it's appropriate, you'll learn how to do the course. So for anybody who's interested in having one of those courses, just let me know. I have a booth right inside. When you go into the exhibit room, immediately on the left, first booth, just come stop by in the next hour after this, and we can talk about that. And if you'd like, you could schedule one of these free, totally no obligation consults, because that's the way anybody I work with, I have to have a conversation like that. And now, can you just put on Ashana again? Okay. So listen, the last few minutes we have here, I invite you to join me in a quantum meditation. But turn it down a little low volume. You can just do that through the volume on your phone. Okay. So I've given a lot of input in a short amount of time. What I want to say is relax. Put the tip of your tongue in the master hug behind your two front teeth. And drop your attention down to your lower abdomen. Just breathe more deeply. Now, take a breath in and send some of your energy into the earth. Just dropping some through your root chakra down into the earth. There's a specific point that's 2 feet under the surface of the earth called the Earth Star Chakra. That's part of you. So just connect with that Earth Star Chakra. And just feel the comfort of being grounded with Mother Earth. Do this anytime you want. No matter how stressful what you're doing is, you can ground yourself. It's the key to mental health, feeling good. And call all your energy in from wherever it's been back into your own body by taking a breath in. just open yourself to sense this vibration of the quantum field, right in your own nervous system, your own body. Keep breathing deeply. Make it a tiny bit higher. Now, if you have a desire to awaken, to really awaken out of this dream that you've grown up in, of all the I call it the slave self, all the programmed fears and being manipulated and controlled and chasing things outside yourself. If you want to awaken from that, simply I invite you to make the request. Just make the request to your divine self. If you wish, if you're ready to do that. It's my choice to awaken, to let go of the pain and suffering of my past, to have compassion for that, no longer let it control me. It's my intention to open my heart to divine love and be grounded in my power at the same time. Because many people have opened their heart and not been in their power, and then some uncomfortable things can happen. Whatever my superpower is, that's divinely inside of me, I say yes to discovering it and bringing it out, at whatever speed I'm comfortable doing. I know that I can be a part of the solution to the tremendous crises on this earth by doing these things, by just opening up to my own love, my own superpower, and then trusting that the divine is guiding me every day, every moment, to what will actually heal me and heal others. So thank you. I wish I had more time with you, but I guess anyone who wants to go further in this, just put it on that or come by my booth next hour because it's only one more. Now, Karina, right? So anyway, I want to close mine and then introduce the next speaker. But thank you for coming. I really appreciate you coming and taking this in. And Karina the Puma is the next speaker. She's my beloved partner. Quantum energy brought us together, by the way. We had more time to tell you that story. But what she's going to teach next in about 10 minutes is called magnetic creation. Magnetic creation is incredible because she's studied so many systems of astrology and tarot and oracle and mythology and archetypes and psychology for the last 40 years. And she's put all this wisdom together into her own tarot deck, into writing a bunch of books. And she's going to share how you can use that wisdom to draw things to you that you want to create magnetically. That's the next lecture. I highly recommend it. So thank you, everybody. And by the way, I'm just going to share my favorite meditation practice. What it is you focus into the center of your being, you empty your mind of all thoughts, you become completely thoughtless and self-centered. So that's meditation I do. So you can just plug yours in right here.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch. Welcome. Thanks for spending the day with us here at the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Enlightenment Expo. We're so excited you could join us. At SoulSearch, we're committed to supporting each and every person on your spiritual journey, on your spiritual awakening, and we do that through our online platform, where you can find incredible practitioners like Karina. We also do that with our Enlightenment Expos, like this one. We're going to be having another one next weekend in San Rafael in Marin County. So for those of you joining the live stream, come and join us in person next weekend in San Rafael. And of course, also stay connected with us, join our Facebook group, and also check out our shows on SoulSearch TV. We have all these incredible shows by our practitioners, and they're totally free to watch, and you can just watch them on soulsearch.tv online, Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. And I'm excited to be introducing our speaker today, Karina Puma. She is an empowerment coach, astrologer, oracle of empowerment, healer of the heart, and catalyst for awakening. She has a series of books, Toolkit for Awakening, and we are excited because she's going to be speaking to us today about awakened magnetic creation. So thank you so much for joining us today, Karina.
Thank you very much. How many of you watched The Secret? You know, how many of you have done affirmation? So we've all tried this, you know, creating a reality. How many of you have had success with it? Good. So magnetic creation is a new paradigm, and it has to do with magnetizing, because and also intentional. So it's creation. Now, I have been, my series of books called A Toolkit for Awakening are based on the goddess warrior on the hero's journey. Yeah, need my water. Okay. And what the goddess warrior on the hero, so this is an archetype of the best of the best, our goddess, warrior, and the hero. And these, oh, thank you. Excuse me. So the best of the collective, goddess, the warrior, and the hero. Goddess is being magnetic. It means allowing, loving. That's what love is. Just allowing and accepting. The warrior is, if you want to believe that you want to evolve and be a better person, then you're a warrior. And the hero has a step-by-step process to awaken. Now, even as a man, if you believe that the divine light shines within you, then you are a goddess. The divine feminine within us. So this is what the series of books. And this is the book, it isn't even here yet. It's coming out before the end of the year. Awaken Magnetic Creation, Manifesting Your Dream. And so I don't know. Okay, so today I'm going to give you 5 principles. The principles are: acknowledge that you have mind power, and be magnetic, and set clear intentions, clear the obstacles, and live as if you already have that. This is the major principle. Now there's 12 laws, and I didn't want to give you too much intellectual. Oh, good. Does it work? Let's see. Oh, it's working. Okay, great. I don't know if they can see this. So I want to tell you a story. It's about the sitting under a wish-fulfilling tree. There was a man who was traveling far and wide. He went to many different countries looking for happiness and success. And all of a sudden, weary from his travels, he sat down on this tree. He didn't know that this is the wish-fulfilling tree. And he said, "Oh, what a beautiful spot. If only I had a home here." And magically it appeared. He went, "Wow. If only I had a partner, my life would be fulfilled." And this beautiful woman says, "Husband," and beckons him. And he says, "I'm hungry first." And then he says, I love a banquet. I love food. And the banquet appeared. And then he said, he ate and he said, "Oh, I'm so tired. I wish I had a manservant to help me." And one appeared. So he said, "Wow, there's something weird about this. Maybe there's a demon that lives in this tree." And it appeared. He said, "I think he's going to eat me." And that's what it did. So it's a story, but we all live under this wish-fulfilling tree. We all have magical powers. And in my book, I have 2 whole chapters on quotes. It's like, to prove. We didn't really learn. The first metaphysical principle that I learned was you create your own reality. Remember that? Steph speaks. And so this is a really, really an important concept. So this is the first step we're talking. Knowledge, mind, power. And it makes us a magician. We have a magic wand inside of us. We truly are. And that's like, you have to know that. You have to really, really feel that you have this power within you. Knowing that thought is creative, it allows your mind to be an instrument of power. And we're all creating our life like it's our own movie. So we're doing it consciously or unconsciously. This is a way to make it conscious, to creatively take control of your life and consciously control. So positive change starts with that willingness to acknowledge, I am a creator. Declare, proclaim, and claim that you're a creator. I want to tell you another story. The creator said, I have something about humans that they're not ready for. And I need to hide it. And the eagle, and the fish said, give it to me, I'll hide it into the deep ocean. And the creator said, no, they'll find it there. And the bear said, give it to me, I'll hide it in the deep inside the mountain. And the creator said, no, they'll find it there. And the eagle said, give it to me, I'll go into the moon and hide it there. He said, no, they'll even find it there. And Grandmother Mole came up. And although she had no eye, she could have the inner eye. And she said, put it inside them. And so it is. So we have the power within us. The secret is out. So it's like acknowledging this, that the power is within us. So this is like having a treasure, that mind is creative, that power to create and transform ourselves. So believe it. How can you believe it? Do you believe it? You believe it? I had to prove it to myself. As I told you, I went to the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Bible, all the way through the New Thought leaders. The Roman times, they tell us that we have the ability to shape matter. But it's important there's 3 levels of mind that need to be aligned. So then this is principle 2, and it is attraction is magnetism. That's what we're trying. So we are living magnets. So when you're cranky, you're drawing more crankiness. When you're loving, you draw more love. So whatever it is, because we're basically like attracts like. So when you're complaining, struggling, wanting, you stay in that vibration. So know that you have the power to create, but it's through the motion. You have an electrical mind and a magnetic emotions, and you create from the vibration. So Abraham, have you ever heard of Abraham? He's a group of, I got some of this from him, some of this from Neville, just new thoughts I just gathered. So what you said, thoughts create our feelings. Feelings create our emotions. And and emotions create the vibrations. And it's really important because you say feelings come. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is an option. So what that means is that you do not have to suffer. You're going to be pained at times. You have to stop the mind, because the mind feeds the emotions. So we're vibrational beings. The future is alive, and we influence it through our feelings, which create the vibrations. You influence with how you think and how you feel, right? So we co-create with the divine, and we co-create through our imagination, not our will. And there's 12 laws. I don't have them all for you because I didn't want to overwhelm you. The law of imagination says that whatever you imagine creates. The Spirit of God exists with us through our imagination. Because we have imagination, that's why we're like God. So that ability to imagine is what makes us goddesses.
I read something once that resonated. It said, my feelings are my God.
My feelings are my God. Beautiful.
Resonated.
Perfect. I don't know what this is. What happened? Okay. So you have to give up the idea that God's outside you, but claim it as your awareness. we were told that we're made in God's image. And we have a personality and a deep divine self. So this creative power resides in our imagination and repeated focus. So the magnetism is that power within us, the magnetic power, and the focus is the creative part. So whatever you imagine being, doing, having, you can do, be, and have. Can you own that? It's true. It is a fact. So setting clearance in intentions. This is the most important. Do you know what you want? What do you really want? Can someone tell me what do you really want in your life? Peace, love, and peace.
Same, peace and joy.
Financial
freedom
abundance.
and help people.
Helping people, financial abundance.
All of those things.
All those things.
Unconditional love.
Unconditional love.
Purpose.
Perfect. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Health and
happiness. A lot of people don't know what they want. Really, they don't. Sometimes you often go through the negativity as contrast. So you're agitated. So that's telling you that what you really want is peace, content, or that you're struggling and you want financially, and you want financial abundance. It's really important to put clear intentions out there. Pointed. That's why I picked this little pointed bag. So the law of self-expression says that we have free will to define our intentions. But you have to believe it. It has to be natural. If you don't be fantastic about it. You have to really think that it's in your capability. But sometimes we think too small. It's really true, because you can create, $100 or $1 million. You can, but you have to believe you can. The real essence is to go for the essence of your desire, not the form. So what that means is you let go of who, what, when, where, and how. Like you say, I want a deep love relationship. I want them to be tall and blonde hair with blue eyes. You're limiting. You have to say attractive, good man, essence, not form. So again, who, what, when, where, and how. You don't have to know how. So this is going for the essence, not the form. And so basically we're in a co-creation with the divine. And what that means is we're like in an orchestra, and they're the conductor, and that God is the conductor, the divine force. And that we audition, and maybe I like the word divine instead of God, but the divine may have another plan for you. So it's in accordance with the divine force. It's a co-creation. And there's a part of the quantum healing is that we are in a co-creation with the divine force. And as viewed, so appears. And it's an interactive. So it's a co-arising between. So we really are in this huge field of light, and we're in a dance of creating with the divine force, and we influence the divine, and the divine influences us. So we need to work with it. I mean, you were all kind of vague in your desire. You know, I mean, you could, one time I said, I need a carpet. I want a carpet. So I said, went there and I went on, I was shopping and I found this great carpet. It was so, you know, third off. I mean, a third of the price. It was, I said, wow, I got another carpet at an expense. Then the next day, my friend said to me, do you want to do body work for this carpet? It was way better. So I got I had to do 5 sessions, but I got this gorgeous. And then my mother sent me a Navajo rug. That week, 3 carpets in 1 week. I mean, that's how the intentions, if you want something, and when you're aligned, it fully goes. So define your goal and work with them. This is what magnetic creation is. It's really important too. So here, it's so important. The number 1 principle of the hero's journey, there's 6 directives. Be proactive. Focus on what you want to become, not what you want to overcome. So this is really important. When you're communicating with a partner or a friend, focus on what you want. You know, we just got kitties. And it was a little traumatic at first, but it's like you can only give them positive enforcement. If you can't hit them or say no, I say no a lot, but you can't, you have to give them positive enforcement. And that's the same with us. So it's really important to use the mind, move forward, not back. Sometimes you need to communicate your feelings about what's happening. But when you repeat the story, that's called the drama queen. That was my sin. So this is the key to magnetic creation in the creation part. It's called different things. The law of assumption, I call it infusion, and some people call it inverse transformation. But what it means is, to simplify, you mold the future by replacing what is existing thoughts with clear mental pictures. So this is the basis of infusing what you want. That's backwards, sorry. Is living as if it is so, and that means the changing form. To make your dreams come true, you need to hone in with some concentration. It's like your predominant mental attracts, not just what you think once in a while. So you need to spend time, work with it. If you really want something. I mean, many people want a partner. You know, that's a big thing. And I manifested my partner, this magnetic creation. We met late in life. And I used the principles of magnetic creation, for sure. So the more concentrated, the faster they manifest. I need a timekeeper sometimes, so just, okay, thank you. So the next principle is removing the obstacle. Your desires manifest once there's an alignment and matching with the vibration. And there's 3 levels. There's the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, and the superconscious mind. So basically, the conscious mind feeds the unconscious. What you tell the subconscious. But remember, it has no sense of humor. It takes everything literal. You know, when you make fun of yourself, I'm stupid, or jerk, it hears that. So it's really important to watch your conscious, what you're telling yourself, what you're talking to your friends about, what you're sharing, because
or even what you're listening to, right?
What you're listening to, it's like a negative in the black room, a dark room when you're making the picture negative. So it really, really is receptor, subcontinent.
When I was being aware of that, I remember I was listening to songs or a song in particular that I used to listen to all the time, and it was thinking what the lyrics, and you're like, wait, I used to sing this all the time. Like, I don't want that.
Yeah, it's
So I
good.
stopped listening to that. I turned it off and I'll never again repeat those.
I need you. I can't live without you. I'm gonna die.
Stop listening to some music.
Really watch what you put into your consciousness. True. So also we have many sub-personalities within us, and they pull us in different directions. So it's disrupted by different pulls within us. And I'm an astrologer, I can see this aspect of the personality, this aspect, and we're pulled. So it's really important. What obstacles do you have? What opposing thoughts do you have? For me to find my partner, when I met him, it was like he fit my picture. He was a spiritual teacher. I always wanted a co-creator. We got along really well, and we were friends. But he didn't see me at all. He liked me. Every 3 weeks he called me, and I thought he had 3 women. So it's like, he was into the form. He had different, he wanted a partner, but he had some concept that I didn't fit. So, but it worked great for me, because what I said was, I like myself. I'm good. I'm a good partner. I have a lot to offer. It's my self-esteem. You have to feel worthy within. Having that worthy. And then I just decided that I really wanted a partner. And then it would be him or someone else. And I didn't attach. And then he'd call again. We'd go hiking or dancing. And then I wouldn't see him. I had no attachment. He knew that I cared, but it didn't. I was honest, but it's the worthiness and the willingness. Because for a while, my niece asked me, I'm an elder, and my niece asked me, "Are you done?" And I thought, what? So it's important to really look at that. I deserve it. I want it. I deserve it. And want is an interesting word. It's a 4-letter word that means desire. Innocent desire, but it also means longing. And I have a friend who really wants a partner. She's done everything, but every so often she goes into the more poor, pitiful me, and I'm longing. Why isn't he here? I've been waiting so long. And that just pushes it away. Longing is a wanting is really saying that it's a confession that I don't have it. So we'll be careful with that longing. It's a vibration of lack. That's any misgiving is like pushing your desire away. That's anything. And that attachment. So here, wanting is sending out the vibration that something's missing. And it's called counter creating. So how are you counter creating? When the creative force and the counter creative are equal, you're in a holding pattern. So that's what my friend does. She gets in a holding pattern because she talks to him. You have to act as if. You have to live as. And when you're visualizing, it's important that you don't make a movie out there. You actually have to be in the movie, be in the visualization, like sitting next to you, or you say good night to him every night. Not like watching two people there doing whatever there is, whatever your deepest desires are. So as we said, when the 3 levels, and there's a quote, when the 3 minds connect, you can move. This is a paraphrasing of a Bible story. Then when the 3 levels are connected, you say move the mountain, and the mountain will move. So this is the really important bit. And the subconscious tells the superconscious. So that's important. That's important. So this is the main key, living as if. It's like you can have what you want, you just have to be it first. The steps to getting there are being there. So this is my favorite is Neville. He was not a new thought leader. He was in the 50s, and I read all a lot of his books. And this is one of his. You become your desires when you experience life from them, rather than looking and longing for them. Living from the end, acting as if. So you have to really, and I wish this was taught in school, because even though I'm teaching this, sometimes I catch myself. It's really, really important. We teach, that's what we need to learn. So we need to infuse our desires to feel, see, touch, smell, taste, hear. So I'm going to give you an example, okay? I already had the music on. Okay, so close your eyes a second. And take a deep breath. And imagine your desire. You're in a big football field. And you see your desire over there on the other side. And now walk toward it. And the desire is walking toward you. Whatever it is in the deepest level, move toward it. Feel it. What is that desire? Imagine you can hear, I'm putting my hands into potato chips and I'm crunkling it. Birds chirping. Now hear your desire. I want you to see it coming toward you. See a sunset. See a tree with blossoms on it, pink blossoms. Now see your vision. Touch a sheepskin cloth. Now touch bamboo, burlap. Now touch your desire. And as you touching and seeing and feeling it, let it walk toward you. It's walking toward you and you're walking toward it. Smell a pungent rose. Smell cinnamon baking in the oven. Bread, cinnamon bread. Smell pine tree. Now smell your desire. Feel it. What would it feel like? And imagine your desire is right there with you and you're holding it in your arms. Feel what it would feel like. Imagine a scene you're talking to a friend and you're saying, the friend is saying, congratulations, you're perfect together. Or congratulations on that job, or whatever you want. Great job. Hear it from your voice, from another voice. Imagine you're really embracing it, you're experiencing it. When you're tasting the celebration or the champagne or the dinner you're celebrating. Imagine you're intertwined with it. It's becoming you, living as it. What would it mean to live as if you have this desire? Unconditional love, peace, joy. abundance, contentment, satisfaction. See, feel, touch, taste, smell, hear. Now take a photograph of this and imagine in your heart you have a rose. What color is that rose? How open is it? Put that photograph inside of your heart and keep it there and feel that. Visualize it, feel it, sense it, see it. When you go into the bathroom, look in the mirror and say, you have this, I am great, I'm doing well, I'm abundant, I'm peaceful, I'm successful, I have love. What your desire, tell yourself, you can do this. So bring yourself back. Did anyone have an experience? What did you feel?
At first, I was trying to picture a person, and it was somebody that, you know, I was unconditional love. And then all of a sudden, that man actually turned into the happiest version of himself.
Right.
And then unconditional love, like the thing I desired most was the happiest version of myself. So the whole time I was just smelling and touching myself.
Well, that's great because all love starts with self.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. I told you I'm good enough. I love myself. I deserve. And then it was like, it happened. The first time, he's a catalyst, right? First time I met him, he was taking an 8-mile hike. He's younger than I am. He was taking an 8-mile hike, and I thought, oh, I'm not fit. I'm too old. Just instantly, all my issues came up. And then as I knew him, I got better and better. It's like, you know, it's like, I felt that's it, all love. You can have what you want, you just have to be it first. And that visualization says, once you truly love yourself, your partner, true love will come to you. Anyone else? You have any stories?
I just saw a lot of peace and happiness and just imagining my kids. And they were just
Great. Visualize that, see that. And when your kids are upset, you have to like, well, how are they mirroring me? How are they reflecting me?
Yeah.
Because the outer wall reflects the inner wall.
Yeah.
Did you have an experience? Do you want to share?
Just purpose in career, so specific job, career, and saw myself thriving and visually, like physically how I looked, and just receiving validation.
Anyone else? That's great. Anyone else? Okay. Do this often. Work with it. Visualize it. Sense it. The most important time is at the end of the day, because if one of the laws is relaxation. You can't go like this. You can't struggle and say, "I want my manifestation." It has to be done in a relaxed state. So the most important time is right before you go to bed and right before you wake up. You know, truly. Yeah, but I mean, when you're going to bed, don't think about what went wrong during the day. Think about what you want to manifest. And so this is it. This is telling you to be essentially, emotionally immersed in your deepest yearnings. So the more you get into the feeling, touch, taste, smell, all that, it manifests. Sorry, did you want that? Did you get it? You want it? Okay. Your desires need to be infused with emotional and sensual intensity. This is just a repeat of what I'm saying. Now, my books are, this book is coming out soon, and I love my books because they're big print and there's 200 photographs. So they're books within books. So you can, people don't read, right? I mean, I buy books, and so you open them up for a message and you just read the pictures, and then there's processes in different, different levels. So these are taken from my book, but I've got 200 of each book. So infuse your desire with enthusiasm, pleasure, celebration, and gratitude. Gratitude always makes space for more. Gratitude is a way of love. Magnetism. Remember the magnetism? Being magnetic and then focusing on what you want. That's what it is. So when you're cranky, it's some cranky or whatever, the most important thing is to keep your vibration high. Since we get what we are, being your desires is how we manifest them. That's living from the end. Sometimes Neville talks about just creating one scene. One scene if you want that relationship, if you want that connection. You just visualize, you're in that, whatever you're doing, your congratulations,
I had a haircut too.
Right?
I said my hair was short. I had a haircut and that visualization too. So.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so here's what we talked about. My friend told me to tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. So these are the keys. I told you there are 12 laws of manifestation. I'm going to give you a few more. Acknowledge that you have mind power. Know that you have the power within you. You are a magician. Own it. Own that you're a child of God, an adult of good, and that you deserve to have what you want. And that our belief, you have to believe it. So believe that you deserve it by really loving yourself, truly loving yourself. So this is it. This is again magnetism and intention. So the keys to creating by loving, allowing, opening. That's what a goddess is. Accepting what is. You can't fight with reality. So that's a really important thing. Don't resist. Don't struggle. Surrender, allow, love, accept, appreciate. That's the key to magnetism. And then the creation is focus. Work on it. Put your mind, because your mind, we have 60,000 thoughts a day. If you put your mind on what you want, focus it with those sensual feelings, then you'll manifest it because you have the magnetism in the creation. This is an important, the law of sufficiency. Affirm that we need to generate feelings of satisfaction and enoughness. So let's say you want a new home. You got a crampy little house, and you go, oh, I hate this house. I want a new house. No, you got to say, it's okay. You got to feel that it's okay, and I want more. Because when you say no, that's what you're putting out. So there needs to be, you need to live with sufficiency in your life. That's a very important, because that vibration of magnetism. this is a really important, there's enough, I'm enough. That's an important sense to have. And this I was telling you, the law of reverse effort shows that the minimal of exertion. So when you're having a feeling of acceptance, right? So that's why take a nap. Take a nap and visualize. Meditate and put it in infuse. I like to do the work I'm doing now is I have this soul source system. And to me, I have a workshop called Awaken Embodied Radiance. To me, this is the secret of life. I thought I had Goddess Warrior was the step-by-step process to awakening, but embodied radiance. So it's just take a deep breath. It's the quantum field. And then as you take a deep breath, you breathe out and you feel the quantum energy coming in. And infuse, like if your stomach hurts, you infuse your stomach. If you have a vision of desire, you infuse that desire. And so this is the magnitude. One breath is 4 breaths up and 11 down. And to me, at first I got it in my upper body. Then it took me a while to get it in my body. It's embodied radiance, down, steps into and with that, when you're embodied, that's one of the laws. The more you're in your body, the more you use breath, the faster your manifestations come. So it's really important to bring the divine into the body and bring your visions while you meditate on this. So this is a very important. And be patient. The law of time. The law of time says that it takes a while. We wouldn't want our manifestations to happen just instantly because some of those manifestations we don't want. So it takes time. Now, Abraham said you hold the vision for 16 seconds. And that, I mean, you know, when you're upset, you don't want to hold those for 16. That really infuses it. These are just afterthoughts. When you focus your intentions and you clear the counter poles, the different sizes, so and act as if that's when your desires come. Now I've been writing these books. I have 12 books and 11 are written, but 8 are done. And I just looked at them, but I had this fear of coming out and I didn't know I did. But there was like a persecution from memories or whatever it was. So that unconscious fear was holding back. So it's important that counterpoles are very unconscious. This is important. I always say, this is something better, God, for me. So always leave it into the non-attachment. Because you may desire something that's not really good for you. But never be attached to the form, as I said. You know, like a person or a particular job or like for me, a publishing company or something. Just ask what you want and let go of the attachment. So that's my and then I'm talking about this is my work. I'm embodied radiance, and I'm an empowerment coach. I want to teach and am teaching embodied radiance. And I invite anyone to work with me if they're interested. It's the transformational journey to this God, Goddess self, body radiance, and elevate conscious and enhance effectiveness in your work and creative expression so we can all reach greater heights. I've been gathering information, been writing for decades. And this is my system with mythology, archetype, psychology, astrology, Enneagram, Tarot, quantum healing, and 40 years of spiritual practice. And I have a Tarot book and a Tarot deck that I created. Anyone interested in creating their own, this is a complete inner guidance system. And if you want to learn to read, then this would be a good system, because you open the page and there's a simple what the card would mean, and then you read the commentary and you do meditation, you ask questions. So this particular book is coming, and this book is Awaken Magnetic Creation. And my first book is called Awaken Female Power, and I wrote that in 1990, and I changed it and redid that to this format. So anybody have any questions on magnetic creation? Okay.
I'm curious if you have any practical suggestions for turning that longing into something more productive. I definitely believe and hear that what you're focusing on, you create more of. And so having that longing and that lack, that awareness of what is lacking can actually block it. Yeah.
So it's living from the end. So what is it? What are you longing?
I would say multiple things,
Okay.
but like using the example of love is a very universal one. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You have to visualize a scene. Now, you're the director, you're the producer, you're the writer, and the actor of your own play. So if you could create one scene where you're together, I would suggest that one woman, she used to buy 2 tickets for things. She used to, she cleaned out her house. You need room in the house. Act as if, like you want him to come in a way, and you create that. So if you would just, instead of longing, see it, say goodnight, talk to him in your car. And for me, it was, I'm good enough. I feel worthy. I didn't have the longing. I didn't attach. I mean, it was like every time I saw him, it was great, and I thought, this would be fun, but I didn't cling. I didn't have any attachment, because I knew about the law of detachment, and I knew that longing was a wanting. So if you just act as if, but really remember, don't create the movie out there. Be in it. Those that act as a, take it before you make it. I mean, but you have to believe it. You have to totally love yourself.
One question.
Yeah.
I heard you say that you have a step-by-step process for people to manifest, those longings and desires. Can you say anything about that?
Yes, this is called, and I'm having a show special, and I work with one-on-one, and I'm also doing this course next year. So identify soul astrology, and then I use tarot, and we need to discover the obstacles to manifesting. Yours could be self-love. Yours could be, believing in yourself. You don't believe it's happening. It could be many things. You have to believe it. It has to feel right. And I think I'm done. And I'm a quantum healer, and I do magic, multidimensional healing and experience. Chakra. What?
8 more minutes.
Oh, I thought I was done.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm done. 4:50.
Okay.
So I'm at the first booth around the corner when you walk in. So if anybody's interested, but would you sign my mailing list to hear about my magnetic creation? It's a really easy book. Anybody wants to look at it, just to show you. And this is an old copy. I added more. I really appreciate you coming and spending this time with me. And thank you so much.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome. And thank you for spending your whole weekend with us here at the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. How many of you guys have learned something new today?
Oh,
good. How many of you feel awakened, more conscious?
yes.
Yes. More connected?
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. And that's what this experience is all about. We are here to really support each and every person on your consciousness journey, helping you to connect to who you truly are. And that can be in many different ways. And we do it through our online platform, our Enlightenment Expos, and of course, SoulSearch TV. And we have amazing teachers and practitioners to support us in that journey, including Mr. John Gray, who is with us today, Dr. John Gray. And Dr. Gray is a world-renowned author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. How many of you all have read some of his books? Yes. Okay, great. So he is the #1 trusted relationship expert in the world, and his book was the #1 best-selling book of the entire decade of the 90s.
Yeah.
So over 150 million people have read his books and have learned from him. And John continues to innovate and build on everything that he has been teaching for the last couple of decades. And also, for many of you who don't know, he was also the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. And he was a celibate monk for 9 years before becoming the relationship coach and author and teacher. And so you can actually tune in because John does a live Radiant Mind meditation with us every Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. So you guys can tune in and participate in the meditation live with us on Wednesdays on our YouTube channel, Facebook, and Instagram. So if you'd like to meditate with a meditation master, tune in on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. You can also watch the replays. The replays are super powerful. And that's for all of our live stream audience watching too. Definitely join us for the meditations. But of course, we're so excited you all could be here live to listen to Dr. John Gray. Thank you, John.
It's such a pleasure for me. Angela said, I live up in Marin County in Mill Valley, and she said she's doing Santa Cruz. I just have such a good feeling about Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
It's where I fell in love with my wife, Bonnie. She's now passed, but all of my work is based upon what I learned dealing with somebody from another planet. Clearly, having grown up with 5 brothers, 6 boys in a house, and then becoming a celibate monk with no women around, it was quite a shock to start having relationships with women. And of course, Bonnie was the prize. And we loved each other. Actually, we got together. We're real soulmates, whatever that means for people. But it was, I think we were trying to get married. I tried to marry her for 2 years. She wouldn't marry me because I wasn't yet making money. I had yet grounded myself. Having been a monk, I was homeless after that. And then started a little seminar company with down in LA. She was up here. And then my assistant at the time, I ended up marrying her. She was the editor for one of my books before Men Are From Mars. And then and she fell in love with another guy. That was traumatic. And then I couldn't teach my workshop because it was on. I was broke again and heartbroken. So then I make a living. I'm a teacher, so I was teaching heart seminar, which is how to heal a heart, a broken heart. And they went back and having had a job, and grown up a bit into the real world. Then we fell in love. We got married right away, and 34 years later, she passed on. But so many of the ideas of Men Are From Mars was me trying to figure out how to have a really loving relationship, also a romantic relationship. I just, by the way, 2 days ago, I was in Cairo. So 2 days to get there.
Yeah.
I'd have good connections, and then 10-hour seminar, different seminars I was teaching. And then I wake up at 3 o'clock the next morning, flew home, and that's another almost 24 hours I'm going. So I made it here. I'm really happy to be here. And I think, we have an hour together and I want to cover various topics. I think our theme here is love, romance, and longevity. And so I've got some young people here interested in love. I've got some older people here interested in longevity. I say they go very hand in hand. I think it was like, I turned 50. I'm 73 now. I turned 50. After all this huge success of Men Are From Mars, I mean, it was number one on all the lists for almost 5 years straight. Everybody hated it because they wanted to get on that slot. Those other authors, I mean, it was like a bummer for them. The irony there is that the idea that men and women were different is still permeating our society even more. And yet, we didn't have the cancel culture yet. So I could be on all the national shows. Everybody loves my interviews. They're so practical, they're down to earth, people can relate to them. And then one day in 2000, they completely canceled me from all national shows. So I was one of the first victims of cancel culture. Because, see, the idea is, and I like to look at the negative, but I also like to look at the positive. And, oh, thanks. And meaning I see both, the positive and negative. Some people float around in the positive. Some people drown in the negative.
Right.
But the glass is always half empty and half full. That's what reality is. There's no perfection. That's what we have God. And if you don't have God, I think most of you do, then you have a terrible marriage because you expect your partner to be perfect. But you have to have a connection with some kind of perfection, divine plan, whatever, that we can accept. And we do have our Wednesday morning meditation, 7 hours, 7 to 8. And you kind of think, oh, I'm going to meditate for an hour. Well, I talk through the whole thing, basically. It's a guided meditation. And I take you through various processes that I do after being a 55-year meditator. And during my yogic days, I consider myself an expert because I used to meditate 16, 18 hours straight. I go into a breathless state now, effortlessly. That's what's foundation of my learning all these ideas. Because people say, who are you that you came up with these ideas that have been embraced all around the world, have helped many, many people have successful relationships? Not everybody. So there's some people that are on a different journey. They've got their addictions, they've got their belief systems ingrained in them that, particularly if you went to college, sorry to say it, but they teach you that men and women are the same. And all in a nobleness, everything, the dark forces, in my opinion, they're all couched in feathers, and, beautiful colors and so forth to make it look like, like when we had the Inflation Reduction Bill, that was actually the global warming bill. I mean, everything is upside down, turvy, upside down in this world. And we have to be able to see through that. And I just keep looking at a great phrase from the Bible, which is know them by their works. You know them by their works. And right now, the works in America are not really that great. Wars. We don't need wars. We're being drowned in immigration. I think most of you heard about this one little town with 50,000 citizens. Freudian slip there. And to be inundated with another culture. 20,000 people joining your town. This is creating chaos because we've created a culture here which is based on free speech. And that's the foundation of my work in relationships, is we should have good communication. We should be able to accept differences. Due to the breakdown of the family, over 60% of males and females grow up in a home without a father. I don't think that's the case for most of you, but this is the new generation. So there's if you don't really experience dad, all the amazing things that a father can be and do for mom and for you, you don't understand how came and embrace the idea how different men are. And when you don't have a positive experience of how men are, then when men show up as different, you're gonna go, I'm out of here. Because your reactions to a man who's different will sabotage the relationship. I'll explain that. Here's a simple example for that. One of the popular ideas of Men Are From Mars, and some people hadn't read the book, so thanks for coming and checking this out. Many of you have. It's a lot of new stuff. I've got 26 books on this subject. So the foundation is that most people go, yeah, I relate to that. And some people go, well, actually, how people today, if you read Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus today, many of the women will say, I feel like when he's talking about Men Are From Mars, I feel like I'm from Mars. My husband's from Venus. That's called role reversal. Role reversal. Role reversal. I watched it start. I've been teaching it in the 80s, but the role reversal really started coming in the 90s when I wrote Men Are From Mars. I felt like, oh gosh, I want to explain why all the passion goes away in relationships. See, it's a real simple thing. The solutions are simple, but hard to implement if you don't. Okay, now, anybody have a charger with you? You have a charger? Is this an iPhone 13 or 14? So when we talk about romance, it's the charger. I need to get this charged up because I drove here in a Tesla. So I do have another key on here. My biggest fear is if you leave your phone in the car. It's a charger.
Yeah.
Emergency charger. You're like an angel or a disposable charger.
She's from Venus.
Yes. I used to do it. Really fun talk. So I don't have to give it to you today, but it's so many wonderful things to share that can be helpful. And
You want me to open it?
yeah, please. So it's my TED Talk. If you go to my TED Talk, it's a 20-minute entertainment talk. It was like a piece out of my Broadway show. I didn't know it was broken, but
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear
I don't know if they're actually.
Oh, it's for the computer.
I think it's just for the computer. I will.
There's
Oh,
plenty
yeah.
of
This doesn't have a C port. So you gotta have the right port. See, this has to fit into that. If it doesn't fit into that, it doesn't charge you up. I'm sure I can find it.
Can we go look right now?
No, I should have. I can certainly find a charger at some point. So it's a good segue. Hey, we do have some seats over here. Come on. Well,
There's one
two
here.
seats right here.
Yeah.
2 seats right here. Now, I'll try to speak up a little bit for you in the back. Probably my voice isn't the normal height because 5 days of travel to Cairo. I had to make my pilgrimage to the pyramid, just enough to climb up. And that's the first time I've actually felt old. Because when I was 21, I climbed to the top of the pyramid. And it was illegal, but I paid somebody. Then the same person, 30 years later, I happened to be under the full moon the same time. Wasn't planned. Just happened to be full moon in Cairo. That same person found me because I stood in front of the pyramid meditating on the energy. And people are so sweet. You know, you see somebody standing for an hour like this, people get curious. What are you here for? I'm here to climb the pyramid. And then they go, oh, you can't do that, it's illegal. I said, but here, let's give you some jackets because you're cold. And then they came and they said, there's a house right up here, right next to it with a balcony. It's the mayor's house. And you can go stand on his balcony and you'll stay warm because they have little heaters up there. Well, it turned out the man who brought me up the first time was the mayor. At that time, he was the son of the mayor. But now he's the mayor. And talk about when same full moon, I want to do it. I want to do it. And so, you know, we're both 50 years old. Actually, he's a little bit younger than me, but he didn't look 50. He looked like he was on his last leg. And he would not go up the big pyramid because he said, oh, I can't get up there. We can go up the small pyramid. I said, really? I want to go up the big pyramid. Perfect. Full moon. I don't know why I did. I just wanted to do it. You have little adventures in your life. You want to have them. And so I talked him into it. You could only make halfway. I mean, we're talking stones that are this tall. You got to walk off of this to look at that to get up there. But the real scary thing is when you look down. Okay? But that's just like looking down from the Empire State Building or something. It's outrageous. So you just go slow. You know, the whole thing in life is one step at a time, one rock at a time, one rock at a time. And I think that maybe even I'm talking about this, that was like a theme in my life, you know, which is one step at a time, one step at a time, always checking in with the source. So we have a guidance system, and that guidance system is what helped me develop the ideas of Men Are From Mars. And how do you access the divine guidance system in you? Well, it's in the Christian Bible, which is repent. Anytime that you've made a mistake and you feel regret, I'm so sorry, I want to change. And even more powerful if you make a mistake and it hurts a little bit inside. Then you really touch the soul, because whatever you did, what you're thinking, what you're planning, your soul is saying, if you do that, if you think that, it hurts. So if I end up cheating somebody, for example, it would make me feel bad. Some people that aren't connected to their soul, they would not feel bad. So the way you connect is like, think of this amazing intelligence, this universal intelligence. It takes that to realize within yourself you made a mistake. See, that's the awareness of darkness, light coming into the dark. The next thing is then forgive yourself. And the way you forgive yourself is by sincerely commit yourself to not make that mistake again.
She brought you a charger.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
This is a seatboard. No, you know, they do that so they have to buy new equipment.
I'll find you.
It's that one that's it's different. So what I found is, so that was all just there again. So I climbed up, you know, just where the entrance is, where they allow you to do it. And I could not imagine I ever did that. So that was the first time I felt hope. And because gauging is a gradual process. But vitality-wise, energy-wise, happiness-wise, I've never had it better. I don't have any aches and pains in my body. My libido is off the chart. And now people just think I'm bragging. I just want you to know what's possible. You know? I was just talking with it. I'm coming out with a libido pill, which isn't one of these drugs, and talking with the scientists. We're putting forth our ideas on how to make this thing the best. And of course, I haven't done a libido pill ever. I had sex 10 times when I arrived home with my wife, my new wife. Okay, so this is 3 years now. Jeez. But why? Because I was away for 5 days, 6 days, one. And then I did a Herculean task, which was to do 6 podcasts, a whole seminar for business throughout the 6:30 in the morning, my time, or actually some other time, but getting up really early and then interviewing straight until 10 o'clock at night. Then 2 hours later, going to the airport to fly home. So there's something about that Herculean task, not that I do it all the time, but I realized after I came home and had all that sex and slept, I just felt fantastic. Because see, one of the things that happens to us men as we get older, our testosterone starts to go down, gradually goes down, statistics wise. And this is not every man, it's not me, but it's statistic wise, it's the average, it's a bell curve. The average male, every year his testosterone goes down 1 or 2%. And what keeps it up is when a man is challenged. He has to be challenged. He has to do what he doesn't even want to do, but he does it because the cause, the outcome is motivating. So let me give you an example of that. If somebody tells me you have to do something, I resent it. I'm a free being. I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. However, I set a goal, because if I resent something, my testosterone will go down. It's the positive energy for men that produces testosterone. I'll give you an example of it. This is a funny story. When we first see the research on this, when a man's football team wins, he feels like a hero, right? His testosterone levels double. He's off the chart. And if his team loses, his testosterone crashes. It's all about success. Success produces testosterone. Success is about confidence. So when you feel confident that I will be successful and there's a project that I'm going to be successful, it has meaning, purpose, then his testosterone goes up. Now, some of you might be wondering why I'm talking about testosterone in males. Well, I'll start with just a few facts and explain why. Because when you feel like your husband is from Venus, it's because his testosterone is from Venus and not from Mars. Men need to make 10 times more testosterone just to be stress-free. Stress is fight or flight. And when a man's testosterone starts going down, he starts experiencing the fight or flight state all the time. Either he's irritable, he's annoyed, and to avoid those feelings, he becomes passive, or what he does is he drinks to not feel what he feels in his body, or he does porn. This is anytime a man is irritated, and here's the big paradox shift. Anytime, can you hear me in the back, by the way? Yeah. Okay. So anytime a man is angry, everybody always think, oh, that's high testosterone man. Now, he could be a high testosterone guy. You can tell by his shoulder size. You're have higher testosterone than me if you're healthy. But see, I don't need that testosterone side. Every man has his set point of how much testosterone do you need to make to feel good. And the bigger your shoulders, the more testosterone you have to make. So you'll see a lot of soldiers and criminals who they take on scary jobs, because when you are challenged and do something scary, guess what happens? Your testosterone goes up. I remember listening to Joe Rogan, one of the shows there, and it was Joe was in admiration of one of these guys who does, they get up and they jog for miles, and then they ride their bicycle for miles, and then they swim for miles. What are those guys called? Triathletes. They're triathletes. These are triathletes. And Joe was like really admiring this guy. It was very funny. And then Joe says, I mean, when you get up, he gets up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and goes for 3 hours and finishes with ice cold bath. He said, and do you love it? He says, I hate it. I hate it. But afterwards, I feel fantastic. Yeah. So this is the thing. It takes a lot of willpower, a lot of focus, a lot of disconnection from feeling. You can't just say, I'm going to do what I feel. Whenever you do what you feel, you produce female hormones. When you do what you have to do to achieve your goals. So I had to come here. It was a big deal. I mean, I want to come here because I like Santa Cruz anyway. But there's a goal. I like to talk to audiences. And I just talked to, 500 people. That's one kind of talk. And then there's this talk. We're actually in a little room with people and interacting with people. Once I sort of got over my ego, I like this. My ego was always like, I tell you what helped me though, was to be able to have big audiences sometimes. The little audiences, okay, I found the good in that, which I don't have to use a microphone, I feel closer to people, because we're social beings. We're all somewhat wounded still from the shutdown. I saw it in all the relationships. There was so much violence in relationships, so much lack of passion in relationships, so many divorces during that shutdown, because we don't even just need our partner. That's just one of our needs. Romantic love is just one of our needs. It's not like a requirement in order to be happy, but it is known to help you live longer. If you have libido, the older you get, if you have libido, you live longer. For a man, I'm talking about men here. When a man's libido really goes low, what that means is his testosterone is low. And when his testosterone is low, which usually dramatically happens around 50 to 60 for a man, because it's been going down 1%, 2% every year. And then he just doesn't have the motivation he used to have. And so he does this thing called retirement. Finally, I don't have to do. Finally, I don't have to do. See, I have to do something is testosterone. See, when women make too much testosterone, they're unhappy. So think about all the unhappy women when they come into my office for 40 years. One of the things I'll hear from them a lot is, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I have to. It was like women sort of, they've been a war cry all along different things. But I remember in 1990, I started hearing this word, I'm overwhelmed. And now I'm hearing it from men, but because they're like from Venus, but some men. But basically, men have a biological ability, a gene that helps us not be overwhelmed. If we have a lot of stress, what we'll do is say, well, then forget it. I'm going to watch TV. We don't burn out unless we're on our female side. Because you do what you have to do, no matter what you have to do. Now, I'm going off to this whole place. I had a lovely time there. And even coming back, I was upgraded into first class, but it's going to be a later flight. But there was an earlier flight, but I'd have to sit in the middle seat in economy. So what was my choice? I do that, come home 5 hours later, do this, and be able to come home. I thought, oh, my wife's just going to love it that I made this choice to fly home to see her. And she did. That's why I had 10 different sessions of sex. So this is the advanced technique that you can get as you mature as a man. I couldn't do this very well as a young guy, but you learn how to be orgasmic rather than just have an ejaculation. So it never stops for me. Basically, that's your life force energy. The reason I know about that is because I was a pure celibate. I didn't have to have sex, but what I did is I had these very powerful meditations where my body would just shake. Just like a shake. There were in the East Coast a long time ago, there were the shakers. Because all you have to do is just shake your body and be in a meditative state. You're just flowing and flowing. And I could do, it's like those guys doing those long jogs. What are they called again? Triathlon. So I was doing this in London. I'm entertaining you with a few points. Just great stories. They all come around to a point. But I was in London, and I love telling this story. Just bumped it. I don't tell it that often, but it was one of these human potential things where you get all these people, they got all the technologies and the red lights and the diets and all this stuff. And I used to be in that place, except running triathlons. Never been interested in that. But somebody told me a long time ago when I was in China studying Qigong, is that, well, what do you think about jogging? And they say, well, your tires are only going to last so long. My friend who's all into that, he's got replaced knees, replaced hips. And, he's grateful he has it, but I say, does it feel good? He says, I'm glad I got him. So I can't speak from experience. But there's something called wear and tear. And what we do know scientifically for longevity, you got to walk. You got to move your body. Your body starts freezing up. If we're sedentary, you got to get up, walk. What I recommend is everybody has a dog. The dog will go crazy if you don't walk it twice a day. Big dog, so I got to take this dog on big walks. If I don't, she just goes crazy. It's like a woman. She goes crazy, and if you don't attend to her, you have to attend to them, or they go to their male side. I was asking, my wife was having her period recently, and she gets very emotional during that time. And I said, if you were in the workplace, would you be emotional? I said, no, not at all. I can completely perform. It's just when I come home to you. See, this is a basic thing that Freud talked about. This is the basis of psychology, which is that we suppress stress during the day. If we suppress, then when we come home into the presence of where we're safe, because the workplace is not safe. If you don't perform in the workplace, you lose your job. If you don't do your best, you don't make money. You don't achieve your goal. So in relationships, you don't have to have that much accountability. You don't have to be perfect all the time. Thank goodness. You shouldn't have to be perfect. And so I asked her, and she said, no, I just have all these emotions because you're here. You're not going to judge me. You're not going to criticize me. And that's also why I have great sex, is that my wife is free to be fully emotional and somewhat crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. See, what somewhat crazy means is temporarily you've shifted from your logical part of the brain to your emotional part of the brain. And to the extent that you suppress the emotional part of your brain, if you're a woman, you do that by going to your male side. And the way a man suppresses his male energy is by going to his female side. So we don't want to suppress who we are, because then you're no longer connected to source. You know, we're connected to that ability to know yourself, love yourself. And I just learned something out there, so I want to remember it. It's called heavening, I think it's called. Who knows that? You're teaching it over there. Heavening, it's heavening. It is. And I like to share other things that I learned about. Heavening is, we're all going to try it here. It just takes a moment to learn. So it's like a loving, you take some gentle deep breaths and you move your hands like this. And you will start to feel so nice. You do that, not just for 30 seconds to a minute. And then the next move is now you go down your face like that, and then you come around your nose like that. And just breathe in, conscious of your breathing. So this Wednesday, when I do the guided meditation, I'll end it with that exercise, some nice exercise. And then your hands. Very powerful, very powerful. So you feel more peaceful, you feel more relaxed. The idea is you're feeling like you're in heaven. It's a place to be.
It's like you're loving yourself.
That's right, loving yourself. Just giving that love to yourself. And although I can't say that I've seen the research on it, there's evident website, I would immediately know that that is producing the hormone oxytocin. Oxytocin is the safety hormone, and necessary for life force for children, particularly with adults as well, and 10 times more important for women. Mm-hmm. So the primary need that a woman has in a relationship so that she can have romance, or she can lower her stress levels, is to have feeling safe. Now, if you just put yourself in a closet feeling safe, nobody's going to come get me, that doesn't do it. It's when you feel that your outside world is protecting you, person, people. And of course, God is a really good one too. We look at actually again statistics, what we see is that of the people who stay married, 80% of the people who stay married believe in God. Mm-hmm. So you've got some, agnostics or atheists, whatever. They don't have a clear sense of a higher power. When you don't have a sense of a higher power, you will always feel alone. The paradox of that is when you start meditating and connecting with the life force, instead of feeling alone, you feel alone but one with all. And when you're one with everything, it's one people call that unity consciousness. That's my favorite of all the meditations, by the way. I think it's number 9, and it's called Higher States of Consciousness. They all, there's abundance meditations, there's healing meditations, there's forgiveness meditations. Because people often just meditate. They if they're good at it, they'll just go up. But once you've gone up, which happened to me after 9 years of celibacy and long meditations, you can't go anywhere else. You're gonna hit the top. You have to bring it down. And when you bring it down, you don't want to wait till you hit the top to bring it down, because then you go into what's called the dark night of the soul. Because to go up, you pushed everything down. And now you have to, with all that light, you have to go into the darkness, bring light. Well, I can't see a better way to do that than be in an intimate relationship, but just relating with the world in your personal life with love and forgiveness and taking risks. So our male and female side is not understanding these differences in a positive way, which I haven't talked about yet, is disaster for people if you don't understand men and women are different. So here's the big thing. Romantic relations is all about love. It's all about priority. A romantic date, a heterosexual relationship, is not for me. Everything is for her. That's romance. If she's doing something for him, that will kill the romance. That's not where romance is all about. I opened the car door for her. And she says, oh, I can do that myself. I said, I know. But you do so much for me and our children and the world tonight. Let me do everything for you. And then you sit in person, closes the door. And it's very sweet. If it's a real romantic day, we do once a week. Then we get someplace, my wife will sit there in the car and wait. Over the door. So it's a moment where women get to have what's called a pattern interrupt. Pattern interrupt is to stop this feeling that women get caught up when they go to their male side. We have female, male side. So when women go to their male side, they're in a world of doing what you have to do. That's the male side of it. So you do what you have to do. And you resent that unless you're very clear your goal. Like my goal is to go to Cairo, bring this light there. You know, it's actually the most Mars-Venus place on the planet. I have a Mars-Venus coaching program with hundreds of coaches, but the highest concentration for population is Egypt.
Really?
Yeah. And the next one is Israel. So that whole area there, they need it, but they also recognize men and women are different. You know, it's like trying to make sense of how we're different. And my wife, Bonnie, who I wrote most of these ideas about, was Jewish. So of course the Jewish people love it. There was one of these kibbutz leaders, real famous kibbutz leader, cult groups there. And he says, only read the Bible, but you can also read John Gray's book. And I remember the same thing happened with, I don't know if any of you remember the kind of American guru, Baba Free John, became Doc. You know, I went to their bookstore traveling in California, and they said, your book is the only book he recommends other than these ancient scriptures and ideas like that in his own books. Because it applies everywhere. It's like men and women, we want to come together. We want to be happy. And what's happened today is there's a frustration between the sexes because the world has changed dramatically. So I've just explained various aspects of that. But even before the world changed dramatically, there was suddenly a premium on romance that started around the 80s. Premium on romance. And at the same time, there was feminism, which is the opposite of romance. We don't need men. Romance is I can depend on my guy. He'll take care of me. He'll do things for me. But when you make money, you can't depend on a man. You don't need a man. So I say to women who are single in their 40s, I kind of go, where are the men? I say, well, where are the women? And I'll say to her, why do you want a man? Oh, I want to be in a relationship. I want love. I want romance. I say, okay, why do you need a man? Oh, I don't need a man. It's a big mistake. The foundation of love is to recognize I need something from someone. It's romantic love. And for man, romantic love is she needs me. And I need him. And when a man doesn't feel he's needed, he loses motivation. When a woman doesn't feel I need him, she closes her heart. And suddenly her brain, when it closes her heart, that means she's in a stress state. And it's not like, oh, I'm agitated. It can just be shut down. And when you don't even know you're shut down because it's a sea of stress for women. You've grown into this world gradually. As a matter of fact, just coming here to what's the name of this town?
Scottsdale.
There's Santa Cruz, but then this is
Scottsdale.
Scottsdale. Okay. So I'm in the recharging my car at Scotts Valley. You know, this is like the 50s. It's like a step into the past. You know, it was like, wow, this is like when I was growing up, you know, that this is not, you know, try to go to New York City. Just like, what's going on here? But it was just like real people, not everybody was rushing around. It was real simple. It wasn't high tech, even though there could be some of that here. Anyway, the world has changed dramatically. It's sped up, sped up, sped up. Speeding up produces testosterone. Okay, you got to rush, going testosterone. I talk about how typically men drive faster than women. And some women, no, I drive fast too. I said, okay, you're a really good male. And also, you can have a personality like that. But having that personality could be a big challenge for you to actually feel feminine, to be feminine. Because to be feminine is more relaxed. It's more happy. With my happiness and my relaxation and my love and is all my female side. So you have to define these things, logic and feeling. The logical side of our brain is things. This is one of the first things you'll see with children when they're coming into the world. There's things. You know, like men, baby, boys like to move stuff, look at things. Little girl, people, food, outfits, dress.
Yeah.
Well, this is feminine. Now, I was into outfits when I was a little kid. I wore general's, a sergeant's outfit. Soldier. Yeah, soldier. So, but still, it was an outfit. And I still, one of the traumas in my life was I remember I was so absolutely adorable first grade, coming to school thinking I was a general with a hat on, shiny outfit. And I just remember that all these women teachers around me looking down at me. He is so cute. He is so cute. And I was furious. I was enraged. And I was talking I didn't know who I was talking to. I said, you promised me an army. You promised me an army. Where is my army? That was like such a thing. And I relate to that in that, you know, I've had worldwide success because I have an army of angels. You have an army of angels. And I ask for help every day. I ask for guidance every day. I meditate for that. We all have our angels that will support us. And there's an angel. This angel came. She found this charger for me. Thank you so much. Charge that phone up. So it'll definitely keep me on track to talk about romance, because romance can charge you up. It's not for everybody, okay? But you know, meditation isn't for everybody. Enlightenment isn't for everybody. But this is enlightenment soul search, and one of the ways to experience oneness consciousness is in meditation. It's another thing to experience oneness with somebody who's different from you. And when someone's different from you, if you don't understand them, you get mad.
Yeah.
This is all that's going on in the world right now. Is, you know, we're all together and we don't really understand each other in a positive way. So we want to see differences in a positive way. Now we have this whole thing about white people are the occupiers, we're bad. Well, everybody's been bad throughout history. You know, we've got the whole idea of, you know, we had slaves in America. Well, they had slaves everywhere. They're just to point these things out. And women have been slaves everywhere. Okay, the slavery has been, it's in the Bible, slavery all over the place. This is just the level of consciousness that existed at the time. People go, oh, America were these terrible colonizers. And there's corruption in our government, though. I'm not like this big. I mistrust everything in our government. But still, there's this thing called the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. And it ensures free speech. It ensures that we can, you know, stand up against our government. All my friends, they're all like personal growth, spiritual guys and everything. And they're just horrified by me when I say, I'm all for people having guns. I say, well, there wouldn't be no violence if there are no guns. Are you kidding? There's always violence. There's always violence until we have happy homes. Until then, we need to have those that, I don't have a gun, but I live in a neighborhood which is safe, but not everybody can live in a neighborhood which is safe. As soon as it encroaches, negativity starts coming into my neighborhood, I will buy a gun just to shoot it off to scare somebody away. I don't kill anybody. But we have to be able to protect ourselves. And respect is a very important thing. You have your property, you have your situation. Even corruption. I can give a talk on romance and relationships. Everybody's here for that. So let's come back to the difference between men and women. Here's a big one. First of all, biologically, we all have stress in our lives, and we're supposed to let go of the stress. Stress and you relax. Stress and you relax. When a man is stressed, his testosterone is always low. To relax and feel good, his testosterone has to be 10 times higher than a woman's. 10 times higher than a woman's. So and to be romantic, your testosterone has to double again. And there has to be a woman present. That's real romance. So you've got 10 times up, I feel good about myself. I have challenges, I overcome my challenges every day. I do things that I have to do. But there's no stress around that because my goal is something I want. I really want to help the world. I want my message in Cairo. So I have to go. So even though I wouldn't want to go to Cairo, I've been there several times, I now want to go. This is very important for women to understand because the deep psychology of men is we don't want to do anything we don't have to do. Just take that in for a moment. Men do not want to do anything that they don't have to do.
Keep their woman.
Well, that's to keep their woman. If you want to keep your woman, that's what I teach. This is what you have to do. So I have to put a prize out there. You want your wife to desire you sexually? This is what you have to do. Then I don't mind doing it. My wife can't get enough of me. And of course, we don't do that every night. It's just I was gone for days. Distance makes the heart grow fond. But more importantly, distance in a man creates testosterone. Distance for a woman creates an awareness of I'm missing him, I need him. And when women can feel I need you, another hormone gets produced. Estrogen. So if you look at the studies on stress, when a woman is stressed, her estrogen levels are significantly down for her age because it changes. Like for men, shoulder height, age, but for women, for menopause, different. And in fact, women's estrogen needs change every day if she's happy. Okay, but when she becomes romantic, when she feels romantic, her estrogen levels are 20 times higher than a man's. Well, these are biology. Just for a woman to not be stressed, she needs to feel supported. She needs to feel God's support, her friends' support, her dog's support, her husband's support, children's support, political support, all these things she needs to feel. Global support, which, I have no problem with people wanting to say, okay, let's clean up the planet. But I have a big problem with people who can't clean up their lives first. I have a friend, who's a good friend from 40 years. He comes to visit me in San Francisco every couple of years. I think he just wants to be in my energy because I'm this happy, successful guy. He kind of wonders, how does he do that? And, well, this time he said, I really just want to talk with you and see how you're doing. He said, tell me how he's doing. I said, what's going on? He says, I just have so much depression, I have so much anxiety. He's got $30 million. He's not married, he has no children. He just has his ladies that he dates for a while and loses his interest in them because you can't sustain interest unless you make sure you're monogamous. A commitment to monogamy. See, that's what I have to do. Because I know if I'm not monogamous with my wife, she's not going to be interested in sex with me. And I'm mentally monogamous. Meaning, when I was younger, I used to get horny all the time. You could easily just sort of wander here and you could engage a fantasy or just let it go. And if you engage in a fantasy, you're taking energy away from the connection with your partner. This is so deadly that we have the pornography online. It's so available. It just sucks a man's testosterone away. It's like you build up a bank account with your partner. I have the power to keep her estrogen up, because the major thing with estrogen is to feel safe. That's the oxytocin. And then estrogen is I feel safe because I can depend on my husband to be there. And the last thing, the deep in the subconscious mind of a woman, to be cast out, to lose love is to die. Two things that will inhibit a woman from experiencing this doubling of her estrogen, which is romance, is if she feels she's with her husband and he gets angry with her. Anger goes through her subconscious brain, and which remembers we have all of our genetic history inside of us, right? So throughout time, angry men kill others. Man gets angry, he kills. They lose control when they're angry. Because when a man is angry, his testosterone is low. He behaves in an irrational, illogical way. He's stupid. Okay, for example, now when you understand men, you want your wife to be happy. You want your wife to want to have sex with you, be romantic with you. Well, so how do I do that? Well, the first thing I have to know is she has to feel safe, and her estrogen can go up. And is any woman ever going to feel safe if her husband raises his voice to her? No. And now, why are men so angry today? With a lot of reasons, but one of the key reasons is that you've got a whole world of psychology, it's like counselors, who all basically say, talk about your feelings. If a man has a negative feeling, he should not talk. This is like, they want to throw me out. It's like, unless you understand men and women are different, it's like sacrosanct, I think is the word that comes up. It's just like against the religion of psychology and relationship, is you need to talk about your feelings. Well, women need to talk about their feelings. Why? Because when you talk about your feelings, it causes estrogen to go up. Because feelings are things we're more sensitive. So if you were to share your feelings, you're more vulnerable when you share feelings, man. And somebody was to say, well, that's ridiculous, which every man will say. He doesn't understand. He just don't. Men don't understand it. I'm a man, right? I understand what I need. If ever I'm slightly upset about anything, I ask my wife, honey, please, you see me getting upset about anything, just say, John, you know you're overreacting. You know you're making a big deal out of this. Everything's okay. And I'm so happy about that. I would never thought that up until I was in my men's group one time. When all the men in my group, got vaccinations, I was, who are you people? Well, they just had a different data set. Now we all know vaccinations did not stop the spread or anything like that. A lot of other things we now know. But I tend to never trust the government anyway, so I didn't trust it at all, stayed away from it all. But I couldn't believe that they were all just following in line, just whatever they were told to do. I know I'm offending some people, sorry, but it's coming out more and more. Myocarditis, it was actually 3 months before it was there. They talked about mRNA causing like 200 different side effects. There are remedies to help you. If you go to the wellness somebody online, the doctors that were saying all along, just to know how the government is so corrupt. And it's the government that's creating this whole idea that men and women are the same. But okay, I don't know, this must be real radical Santa Cruz energy. I'm glad I can make it to say whatever I think.
So a man can say, a woman can say to a man, you're overreacting, but if a man says that to a woman, it's like getting stomped on.
It's like getting stomped on.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah. But I have to tell her that. Okay, women would, how dare I say that to him, you know? And some men are on the feminine side. How dare you say that to me? Or then if you say that to him, he then feels, well, I can say that to you. No, you can't. You can't. If you want to have sex, if you want to have fun. You know, my wife says to me, I've never met a more selfless, generous being in my life. I said, I'm selfish. I know what I have to do to have a happy wife who loves me and thinks I'm. I know what I have to do.
She can't have an opinion.
She can't have an opinion.
No. I mean, if you ask a man, you know, would you call me, can I have a day's notice before you show up? And they go, crazy? No.
Well, again, those men don't know what you have to do. And you don't have to be a doormat either. A woman has to be a doormat, man doesn't have a doormat. But I'll give you an example of, I don't feel like I'm a doormat, even though other men might think so in this particular situation. So what I want is to keep my wife feeling safe, that she's number one. That's my commitment to her, number one. And while we're making love, we always have conversations as well. We encourage her to say things like, do you love me? Am I the only one for you? Yeah, honey, you're the only one for me. You're the only one. And you know what? If I say those things while I have an erection, I have 10 times more feeling. See, men cannot feel as much as women. And when women don't feel the truth, it's hard for you to trust. So the best time to give your wife, express, you're beautiful, I love you, you're the only one for me, and never think about other women. You are it. I was mad last week, but it's all gone. I always love you, always will forgive you, whatever it might be. If you want to open her up at a time where she's most open, that opens you up, and that causes erection. This was like something in none of my books because I hadn't read the science on it. But the science shows that a man only has an erection when his testosterone is high and then his estrogen goes up. So see, it's a woman opening herself up, connecting with that. That gives me estrogen. In fact, when men ejaculate, the reason they do is their estrogen goes too high and starts pushing their testosterone down. A tension develops, creates a spasm, ejaculation occurs because he's enjoying it too much. Matter of fact, he's enjoying it more than her. See, it's about her. She needs to be enjoying it more than him. And as long as she's enjoying it more than him, his estrogen's going up with her, as opposed to these guys who are like 2 minutes, they're done. They're just having too much fun. Their estrogen goes really high. And so there's techniques to not be so sensitive. And I know there's some parents in the room and they need to teach their young boys, when everybody's teaching boys now to masturbate, it's the worst thing in the world. This is the United Nations, another worst thing in the world, is they have their what's called sex education curriculum. Because now they determine the curriculum, educational curriculum around the world, and in America as well. All the countries follow their curriculum, otherwise they don't get paid. That's how they got this whole thing. All the countries dependent on the United Nations for money, IMF and all that. So in that curriculum, I read the curriculum. In third grade, they're teaching children to masturbate as an act of loving yourself. This is insanity. This is, children are not designed to have any of that sexual energy until they already have they're at the age of puberty. Now, what happens at puberty is, for a male, when he hits puberty, his testosterone goes up 10 times. So to a certain extent, although the brain wiring is different, hormonally, a little boy is like a little girl up until puberty. And all you have to do is say to that little boy, oh, you like to wear women's clothes? You like your mother? Dad's not around? You're a little bit on the autistic spectrum. So what will happen is, you're a little girl. Oh, do you like playing with dolls or whatever? Well, you're like a little girl.
That's not it. That's not good at all. That's
Several people handling. I suggest not too many people be around someone when they're upset. One of the challenges is, as a parent, I want to recommend a book for all parents of toddlers and little children, Another Way of Raising Your Children. I trust that we're going to take care of this. Is when a child falls over, whatever, parents will go into fear, upset, like something terrible has happened, as opposed to everything is life. People fall down and just have this nice neutral attitude. If the child goes like this or starts to cry, of course, pick the child up, and then you take the child over to something natural and beautiful, and you experience the beauty and awe that children experience almost all the time. Just gently do that. don't go, oh, poor baby, oh, all that stuff. And another one is when your children are, I'm learning all this from my daughter as she's reading a book called Hunt, Gather, Parent. Hunt, Gather. It's a way of raising children before the whole Western ideas came in. Okay, so, which is all about win, lose. So children lose their natural motivation, inherent motivation to learn and to grow and be themselves when their motivation is dependent upon people's approval. So it's a period of time of total unconditional love, not making demands on your children. If you look at children that become demanding, it's because we demand from them their attention. And this little child, they're practicing this, and I just never seen anything like it. There could be like an airplane way up there, and she goes, she's taking in everything, as opposed to responding only to what pleases the parent. They have their own natural motivation to be themselves. And we take that away when we demand their attention. So she's so cute in the door. Oh, are you cute? Are you? Oh, look at this. Get their attention. Oh, try this whole thing. And another aspect of it is it's a little distracted. Not interrupting their flow.
Right.
And here's another one. Lawrence actually improved her relationship with her husband. She says, Dad, you're always teaching women, don't tell men what to do. Don't tell men what to do. Just like I'm teaching men, don't tell women how you should feel. Be with their feelings. Well, this is what the book says for children. I feel like it's great. Don't go there, don't go into the street. And yet we know research shows if you say to a child, don't go into the street, they're going to go into the street. If you push against them, they resist back. So the way this book handles it is you simply say, if you walk close to the street, you could be hurt. And they go, oh. And when you say that, then you kind of like have a neutral attitude and look away, giving them the space to figure it out. And when you do that, what I see is this little toddler, she takes it in, she walks away, and she walks over to the edge of the street again. Yeah, she goes like that. And then she walks away. She's processing it. They're learning everything. It just takes time. There's all these books talking about never pushing your children to read. They learn on their own. It's amazing. This one child Lauren was helping another mother with, and the whole thing was the teacher said this child is behind in reading, and the parents kind of freak out. So they want to push the child. We're going to practice reading. We're going to practice doing this. And Lauren told the mother, this is what comes from the book, just don't make reading important. Just don't bring it up. Just let it be. And what happened is the child went back and started looking at the books more and looking at the books more. Even a week later, the child said that, why do I get books with so many pictures? I like the words. Mm-hmm. See, all these children's books are pictures, but adults don't have all those pictures. The child noticed. We don't read books. It's a few little pictures. But we don't have to treat children so much like children, but as part of the family, and not point out that they're not yet capable of making dinner, but you give them little things to do. And the theme of this is that the greatest happiness for children comes from participating in the family, belonging in the family. And the outcome of that, see a little baby over there, is that they're completely intuitive. They know exactly what mother's feeling and thinking. You can be speaking English and this child knows just what mommy's saying. It's outrageous. Anyway, so this is this amazing book, which is, you can then apply it to your spouse. This is called instead of telling your husband what to do, you can say, oh, if you do this, it makes me feel so happy. And walk away. Just don't push. Whenever we push, someone pushes back. It's just instinctive inside of us, but you can inform. And what we do as humans is we want to magnify the intensity of our request with emotions, which just creates more resistance, as opposed to, here's an example of my wife training me. This is Bonnie. And one of the things I would do is forget to turn off the lights in the living room. And we have a big electric bill. It's a big living room with a lot of lights, a lot of switches. I still don't know which switch goes to what light, but and I didn't forget all the time. But she would just complain about her bill. So baby, you left the light on. Okay, I'll try to remember. But I didn't remember.
Yeah.
Then she tried it, and after a few years of this, in her mind, she's going to feel resentful.
Yeah.
More than the first time or the second time, because it translates into, if you can't remember to do something little, how can I depend on you to do something big? Because men don't understand little is the same as big for women. Like example of this, when it comes to Venus, I can bring her 24 roses. She'll have a surge of estrogen. I could just bring home a gardenia, and she'll have almost the same rose, the same little things. Now, you have to do a few big things, like I'm married to you, I'm monogamous with you, I don't be angry with you, I don't shut you down. These are like key things. But then you have to do a lot of little things. Little things produce estrogen, and women need to make 10 times more estrogen. Now, meanwhile, women are over here knowing, they don't have the words for it, but they're all knowing how little things make a difference for them. So they're over there doing little things for men. And then women all complain, men don't appreciate us.
Yes.
Because you're doing stuff that we really could care less about. Nice, it's nice, that's okay. I'd rather you not. If you're going to hold it against me, please don't do it. I mean, there was a thing where Bonnie would sometimes, I'd come home and she'd have this wonderful meal cooked, and the dinner table was set really nicely, like we were going to have guests over. And I immediately panic. I go, okay, no, that means I have to reciprocate. I have to be really, because when women do things for men, then they expect you to do more for them. It's a natural reciprocity gene. And we don't have that gene so much. We just don't have it. If I didn't understand my wife, if she was making that special dinner for me, being all overly loving, a lot of people are taking care of that. She was being overly loving. If she's being overly loving, this is what a man thinks. Well, I must be doing something good. I can just sit down on the couch and relax. We assume that whenever good things happen to us, we earned it, because our whole testosterone system is based on earning. If you look historically on what's called Playboys, Playboy Club, Playboys, these are almost all sons of very rich fathers. And they didn't have to earn their money. So they feel more powerful than everybody, but they didn't earn it. This is what happened with the royal families, for example. They're all like nuts. Crazy people. And just look at the way they live their lives. I mean, it was crazy. But you look at narcissistic, self-absorbed, whatever, unable to feel the motivation, the natural inherent motivation to adore and love one person. This is built into us because God makes us so that if a man gets a woman's love, this is so interesting. This is pure biology. If I make love with my wife and she loves me because I've earned it, then when I make love with her and I ejaculate or not ejaculate, what happens is my body will make another hormone called prolactin. Now, if I masturbate, I don't make prolactin. If I do porn, I don't make prolactin. If I have sex with someone I don't love who doesn't love me, I don't make prolactin. Well, it turns out, what does prolactin do? Prolactin inhibits your desire to have sex. This is nature telling men, making it so if I have a wife and I have sex with her, we have a baby because we didn't have birth control for so long. Right? I make love to a woman, ejaculate, she feels love for me. Then my body starts making this hormone called prolactin that inhibits my desire for sex, so I'll never leave her. See how that is? Now, but here's the paradox. Does that mean couples have to stop having sex? Does that mean romance goes away? So that's all research, by the way. That will free a man from his sexual addiction. All it takes is masturbating a few times and you have a sexual addiction. It's like once you take cocaine, you have a cocaine addiction. And if you do really good cocaine, you'll always remember it will never be as good as that. That's what happens when men masturbate. They produce huge dopamine. And now you do it with a computer, it's even more dopamine. This is this digital, not real, not real. The more not real it is, the more dopamine addiction there is. So you have to heal that addiction. The only thing that will heal it is monogamous relationship, where you start making prolactin, which is sort of free you from the wandering male eye. Now, our lustful horniness, you just don't feel horny after a while. See, all my friends who are married, they've stopped having sex with their wives. And I talk about my great sex life. I don't care about that. I've been there. I've done it, whatever. It's just like this retirement. You know, I'm not interested in that. I already done it. So we're also perfectly designed to have romance and a great sex life, even with prolactin. Because when I was down living in the Amazon, you know, I take a little prop plane, landed on a dirt field, go in a canoe down the Amazon for 3 hours, get off with guides, 5 hours through the jungle. Her body could barely make it. She's like, again, this sticks in my mind because I always, you know, I know about dehydration and you need salt. So, you know, she just said, I can't make it, I can't make it. I said, oh, I'm gonna have something. And I pulled out my white powder, which is the salt, put it on the tongue. Immediately life came back. It's amazing sometimes, just dehydration due to salt. So anyway, going to the village, we're staying at the village at nighttime. So I'm wandering around. You know, the sun is set. They have little huts around, maybe like 15 huts, it's a little tiny village. And in the jungle, you know, and I'm hearing everybody having sex.
They're happy.
Well, they're having sex. Now, why? They're all committed. They're married. They have little families or whatever. Why are they having so much sex? Because they have polarity. Polarity is men have testosterone, women have estrogen, progesterone, she's got her oxytocin. It's a whole mixture of hormones get produced when women don't have to do things that are dangerous, difficult, or dirty. They're doing the nurturing thing. It's as if there was a conversation where the men said, hey, what can we do to make you happy, women? Because it's all we care about. And the women said, well, we don't want to go in the jungle and die from snake bite. We don't want to do the dangerous thing, standing guard outside all the time. We don't want to have to endure the cold, whatever. So make a nice cozy home for us and a garden and make it safe for us to have children, be monogamous to us. So men said, okay, well, what do we get out of it? We need a dirty, dangerous, difficult. We don't care because we do that because we're designed to do that because all those things produce testosterone if it's for a noble cause. That means I've got a goal. And what's my goal? To make a woman happy, to take care of my children. So if I don't have this goal to make a woman happy, which is selflessness, then all I care about is me. So what you get is these people who are not married, who don't have relationships, particularly men, they get caught up in just me. Because something happens when you have sex with a woman, then suddenly you get this wonderful experience of wanting to be with her. And then you repeat that experience. And that's charging up my phone. That's charging up his aliveness. It's keeping him young. It's keeping him motivated. It's keeping him never wanting to get to retire, for example. It's, certainly, if you have a job that you don't like, and you can make enough money doing something else, do that. Because as we go older, there's a natural shift in men. You know, my testosterone is 50% higher on average than when I was a young man. Right now, it would be double, easy, maybe even 3 times. But it changes all the time based upon if you found your mission in life. This is where some men become more as they get older. Some men go down because you didn't find your mission, you know, what you're here for. So you have a mission, but we all have a built-in mission. Culture used to teach us, men, you're here to work hard, to provide safety for your family. Then go beyond that. Then you're going to create a better world. You're going to create a better world. Now here's my friend, and I asked him, and what are you depressed about? He says, oh, global warming.
Yeah.
See how crazy that is? He's unhappy. But global warming is making him unhappy. He's not married. He doesn't have love in his life. He has no family in his life. He has prostitutes in his life. He doesn't have to work. He has so much money. You just have to worry about not losing it. What an empty life. Global warming, forget about global. You think we're in charge of global warming? That's insanity. This is like, this is, just throwing a fact here, is that we came from the Ice Age. We've been global warming for a long time. With Ice Age, you get warmer and warmer and warmer, and then it gets colder and colder and colder. They can map this stuff out, and they can also map out through their sciences that there's been times when CO2 in the environment during the ice ages was the highest. And right now, CO2 is 0.03% of that environment. This is the biggest con job ever. Yes, it is getting warmer. We need air conditioning. Thank goodness we can get solar air conditioning. And then solar, if you actually learn what has to happen for you to have your solar batteries, there's never going to be enough lithium for all of our country to have solar. That's impossible. The amount of lithium it takes. And then see the videos of all the little children mining for lithium. Slave labor. It's still there. And so there's a lot going on in this world, and you can't solve all the problems. That's what I've learned. I just stay within my bubble. I create my life. I have really wonderful friends. I have good work. I bring in people, nice people in my life. And that's what we can do. And then from beyond that, you want to go beyond that. Take care of your home first. Mm-hmm. Look at all these unhappy people thinking their unhappiness is coming from global warming, as opposed to they're not married. They don't have love in their lives. They don't have family in their life. Not everybody has to be married, but we need to have loving relationships. People. We need people. People need people.
So how did she get you to turn the lights off?
Thank you.
I just want to know. I was like,
no, this is the whole essence of estrogen, is to feel I can trust someone to respond and help me.
Yeah.
Help me. It's like right there in the Christian religion, which is pray. You ask for help. You ask for help. You can ask for things, but I suggest even more. You ask for guidance. Okay. But also ask for help. What am I supposed to do? How can I treat this? How do I solve this? What can I do differently? How can I be a happy person? Guide me to be more loving. Help me to forgive. Okay. So what she did, this is like one of the simple takeaways. I'm going to do simple takeaways. Give me a fun show. I just sometimes need it. I can't give the talk I gave to you when they pay me. If somebody pays me, I can only do more here. I'm trying to spread some wisdom about it. Don't trust our government. It's really, but even when they see everything's real pretty, let's just confuse everybody and think men and women are the same, and we're going to call it equality. See, we're all equal, as opposed to how can we all be equal if we're different? That's the whole point. We're different. But so equality is equal opportunity. That was the idea of America. Communism is everybody gets the same. Maybe you've heard about the World Economic Forum and the predictions for 2030, where you will own nothing, but you'll be happy. And you'll eat bugs, because killing cows is bad. You don't kill cows. You're going to be in these nice compounds. They're already building them, these cities where you can't drive out of it. You have to ask permission to drive out of your city. They're smart cities and everything's convenient for you. This is becoming insanity. So please remember this when you're voting. Whoever's in power now is not to be trusted. And right now, the United Nations is trying to take away our sovereignty completely. They just passed something. Our government will resist it because we're Americans. But what they do is they're basically saying that they can declare an emergency, and then everybody has to follow their emergency rules. They're ready for their big next pandemic and their global emergency. You ever notice emergency? Keep people afraid. When you're afraid, you have no power. Yeah. Okay, so now I want you to have some Mars Venus information.
So the light.
Okay, so so you're so good. So I had the lights, and this little thing became this annoyance with her, because in her world she was upset with me for something from my point of view is no big deal. It's not a big deal because I can afford the lighting bill. It's not a big deal. When I go to dinner, I always treat everybody. You know, I have a little extra, let me share it. I even think in my mind, well, the city needs money. I don't pay taxes because I got good lawyers. So I pay taxes, you know. It's like, when I help the roads be better. So I do what men do. I rationalize that everything's okay. That's a good quality. Rationalizations, everything's okay. How did she get those lights out? She did. It was like 3 times she said something, and it changed my whole life. Even now, I turn on the lights and I think about how I feel more loving towards my wife, remembering her. It really went deep. She, instead of looking at me like this, instead of complaining, you always do this. You never do this. You did it again. What am I supposed to do? Can't you just remember? Okay, those all negative messages. What do people do when they get negative messages?
You shut down.
You push away. I don't want to be thinking about negativity all the time. And I don't want to associate her with negativity. Otherwise, I'd be turning out those lights out of fear my wife's going to punish me.
Yeah.
It'd be terrible.
Yeah.
So she figured this out. So she, all right, trying to figure John out how to get him to turn out those lights. So I'm in there, I'm making a sandwich in the kitchen. She poked her head in the door and she says, John, I've noticed sometimes you're turning out the light.
Ah.
Then she said, and I just wanted to remind you how good it makes me feel.
Uh-huh.
And then she said, and it's not a big deal, and walked out. What is there for me to resist? I mean, there's so many pieces in it. She could have said, but I want to remind you that you're still forgetting.
No.
I just want to remind you how good it makes me feel.
That's what we're doing. I like that. Thank you.
So that's it's a magic phrase in there. Make your request. You try to sandwich it with, I noticed you did this. It's really nice. Want to remind you how good it makes me feel. She says, remember, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And it's not a big deal. Now, why would a woman never think to do that? One, the last thing a woman wants to hear from a man is it's not a big deal.
Yes.
See, that's terrible. See, nobody taught me that. You had to learn that. Okay. This is like when she's talking about something that in my mind, it's not a big deal. But for her, she's having an emotional reaction. She wants to talk about it. And here's the paradox. Many times what a woman's upset about, even to her, is not a big deal. But she just wants to talk about it.
Yeah.
And sometimes because she doesn't feel heard, instinctively she makes it a big deal, thinking that's going to have a bigger effect.
No, it's a big breakup.
It's a better breakup. It's more resistance. And there are, and you know, it's a wonderful book. It was, you know, don't sweat the small stuff, parentheses, and it's all small stuff.
Well, what about
But some things are not small stuff. And that means you go to somebody who has it figured out. Because clearly there's a problem here. And whenever there's a problem, there's 2 sides to every problem. It's so easy to see that side. You don't see this side. So let's look at a few more of these misunderstandings between men and women. So for men, we're working hard. We're making testosterone. We're solving problems. But at the end of the day, we're designed to stop solving problems. So we're designed, basically, there's nothing I can do about it at home. The computer's there, so that's a problem. But it used to be you go to work, nothing you can do about it till you come home. And a man would just say, then forget it till tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have the ability, now we're losing it, we have too much estrogen. But we do have the potential to be able to say, forget it, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Women don't have that ability.
No.
You know, you're not designed to do that. You're designed to remember it.
Yes.
So that you can tell everybody. Yeah, I mean, think about in that little native village. If a woman went out and she saw a tiger eyes in the jungle, what's she going to do? Immediately go tell somebody. Imagine she keeps it within herself. She's going to feel terrible. You know, I'm holding the secret inside, but a problem that needs to be fixed. And she's also pregnant with a baby. She's not going to go fix it. She's going to tell the men what the men do. They get together and they're going to go after it, but they're going to be quiet. All hunting is being quiet. So when men are in stress, that's danger. You become quiet, silence. What did the Buddha teach? mainly to men, by the way. Buddha's message was meditation. Primarily men do it. Go to India, ask them, the people, indigenous people in India, ask any woman, do you meditate? No, it's too hard. It's too hard. It's a little easier for women today, can be very helpful because they're on their male side. And so if you're on your male side, you will lose testosterone, making it and losing it. So you have to rebuild it. But that doesn't rebuild your female side. Female side is major estrogen producers asking for help and getting it. Now, getting help, having somebody just come help you is an estrogen producer. A bigger estrogen producer is balance. I need help and I ask for it and I get it. Then you're on your male side and your female side. Let's just say a little prayer for her.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, dear God, our hearts are open to you. Please come. Fill us with your love and light. In Jesus' name, send your angels and love to bless her, to heal her. People make the right choices and decisions. She make the right choices and decisions to heal. Your healing angels bless her now. Take all this good energy of this conference, send to her, draw out the fear in her heart, draw out the negativity, so her body can heal. Let her know everything's going to be okay. People are taking care of her. She's not alone. She is loved. Okay. Amen.
Amen.
For people in the video, somebody fell down when they were leaving the room. Maybe they're upset about something I said.
No, you just stirred up what was already in.
But that's of course the case.
Yeah.
We're just being triggered to get in touch with what's inside of us. Then when we don't get in touch with what's inside of us, we will create or be drawn to situations to make us feel those feelings.
Yeah.
It's a very profound belief that I have. And I remember the first time I saw it, I was feeling really tense. And it was in my first marriage with Barbara. It was just 2 years. She was the first wife. I went out and healed myself and convinced Bonnie to marry me, my soulmate. So I had her right away, but I wasn't ready for her, according to her. And I would agree with it. So, but there was this day where I was angry inside. And because I'd been so high flying up in the angels and all that, I was pretty much pushing my anger down, pretending I'm not angry, trying not to be angry. And maybe that's paradoxical. I told men, don't express anger to a woman. That means just don't talk. And if you can't continue to hear her without becoming more angry, then you take a time out and you go away and you do something that transforms your anger into feeling okay. And what would that be? Anything that makes testosterone will transform your anger into feeling okay. So there was a study once, before I get back to the other point I was making, but this is a really fun study, which is, I told you, when men, their team wins, they're successful, men win something, his testosterone goes up, and they measured it. They did these tests on men where they gave certain answers to challenges, and they told them your answer was right, and their testosterone goes up. They could have the right answer, but they say they had the wrong answer, and their testosterone goes down. So they measured how much it goes up when a man's right. And then they measured how much happens when a man chops wood. That was much higher.
Yeah.
So like literally chop wood. Yeah. It's such a
carry water.
It's like an old Dallas thing, you know. Carry the water, chop the wood. You know, use your body. And there's a thing that's sometimes when I want to interrupt or I want to get angry or be annoyed or defend myself with my wife, whatever. My kids now, they're grown up, they can push my buttons. There's a phrase that we have in America. They didn't understand it in Cairo, but the phrase is suck it up. Suck it up. See, this is for men. This is the military. You make a man in the military, you line them up and you insult them, and you're not allowed to roll your eyes or resist or think angry thoughts at the guy. He picks it up. Give me 5, give me 20 push-ups, whatever. You get punished for that. You learn to suck it up. So I analyzed that and I realized, yeah, when I'm doing it, what am I doing? I'm literally sucking my abs. If I do that, whenever you contract your muscles, then you make testosterone. So the number one thing, see, rather than a lot of mindsets can also handle things, but also just simply the body. I just have to suck in my muscles and I'm making testosterone. Now, at a certain point, it could cause too much sucking in, and I have to relax them. Okay, so there's that point. Same thing for men in the workplace. He's busy doing his work, he's making his testosterone, but to the extent that he's stressing during that time, some things he hasn't figured out, he doesn't know. Anytime there's anxiety or fear, disappointment, frustration, those are the symptoms of estrogen going up in him. All negative emotions in men is estrogen going up and testosterone going down. See, testosterone is confidence. When you have confidence, you're cool, calm, and collected. You don't get upset, and your testosterone is high. And I learned that from a lion trainer. All these stages of my developing these ideas. But he goes into a cage with lions. No, not lions. Maybe lions or tigers. It's tigers. I mean, they're big, big animals, and they got big teeth. I said, so tell me what you have to do. He says, if I have any fear, I'm dead. You cannot have any fear in your body. And you go in with a stick, and you go in always with meat in your hand, raw meat. That's the reward. That's the punishment. We're dealing with an animal here. And I said, and how do you have no fear? Because I raised them. You have to be the parent. And what happens is when you're the parent of an animal, what they do with elephants, you raise an elephant from a baby, you put them with a little stick, a little log that holds them in place. Then when they're these gigantic elephants, you can just put a little log and their brain goes, I can't get out.
At least you the job.
Yeah, so then here's another one to see what happened during the lockdown. It's my favorite. If you take fleas, tiny, so like 10,000 fleas in a jar, they'll fly out. Put the lid on the jar for, I don't know, a few hours. Now I'm forgetting, maybe nobody's either a day or a few hours. And you take the lid off, they'll jump up to the top and won't go out. They've been conditioned. That's what happened to us during the lockdown. I know for me, I do not travel as much as I used to. I'm perfectly looking, and I've been traumatized by something totally unnatural to be home all the time. And now you can then add to that working on a computer all the time at home rather than going out. And then you've got both men and women together in a house all the time is not natural. We have to, it's really hard if you're working together all day, but just the fact that you're in the house together. I built a cave just because I was writing books in the house and my wife felt ignored all the time. I just built a little office, a separate part of the property, and then she didn't feel ignored.
Yeah.
Because he's over there, but if he's within distance, women go, hey, John, did you hear about this? Or did you think about this? So-and-so called. And a man, when he's focusing, is kind of, I'm focused. Okay. So he's sort of annoyed or he's irritated. Then women think, oh, I need his help, but he's not going to give it to me. So here's a biohack. I got several of these things. One is when he's in his cave. So the cave, he comes home from work. He can't solve the problems anymore. So he has to forget them. But in forgetting them, he doesn't make testosterone. He may be low in testosterone. So he has cave time, which is some kind of hobby, something that's challenging to him that doesn't cause stress to him. Something that's challenging, workplace is stress. You lose, you got to make money. You got to take care of things. But here is something that basically has no negative consequence. So you can't feel stress, but you have a passion towards it. You see people with hobbies, people fixing their car, or they have
writing a book.
Well, the research has been a hobby for me. I mean, I do enjoy learning new things. So I just put in there gender. That was the most recent thing I learned was about for a man to have an erection, he has to have high testosterone and estrogen. And then now you extrapolate from that, we have these beings that surround us all the time called psychopaths.
Yeah.
They're really attracted to any kind of controlling element like government. And there are books written about almost every president has been a psychopath. Harvard people, these people who analyze who starts a war. You got to have no feeling at all. Anyway, off of that. But what are they? They're mostly men, and they have high testosterone but no estrogen. If you don't have estrogen, you can't feel empathy or compassion. So you're from one point of view, you're not as strong. See, you can be very powerful when you don't care what other people feel or experience. The Chinese government the most amazing cities. And how do they create it? They just destroy all the homes of the people and kick them out. They don't care. We're just going to take your houses. They got these great railways, whatever. Now you can have too much caring, like they tried to get a train from San Francisco to LA. There's just no way. Too many environmentalists and all that stuff. There could be too much caring. Okay, you have to find the balance of the empathy or over empathy versus, and this is what they teach in the universities. I mean, if you're really heartfelt in their minds, if I just give everybody the same, then nobody's going to be unhappy. Just read the book 1984. Everybody's totally bored, and you give them drugs. And I even heard the guy at the World Economic Forum, their high priest guy, he was saying, so what are you going to do when robots do everything? He says, well, first of all, we want to get rid of 80% of the people. But the ones who are left, we're going to give them drugs and video games. That's they literally say it. These people are running the United Nations now. We're going to give them drugs and video games. And of course, the video games are going to be these headsets. If you put on a headset, if you're a male, you are massively addicted. I mean, women as well, but for men, way more. Anything which is digital is already too dopamine stimulating. What that does when something's dopamine stimulating, it means that normal levels of life, like coming here, would seem extremely boring. This is why our soldiers have such a hard time adjusting after being in high dopamine danger. Then what happens is high dopamine desensitizes the brain so that normal dopamine stimulation, like a friend or a nice job, or not racing your car around, but just going for a walk, that's all boring and flat. And of course, we have our little phones, and we're all, to various degrees, addicted to this and so forth. Now, I am too. So, you know, sometimes I'm in the lounge at the airport for 5 hours, 6 hours. I'm bored. So all I had to do was just turn on X, and it's a whole other world. I just drop into another world. That it just makes so much dopamine. But then I have to limit myself to like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Otherwise, it becomes a major addiction. But that's cave time for me. But cave time for a man can be too much dopamine, and he never comes out of the cave. So how do you get a man out of the cave? First of all, is understand when a man's ignoring you, he's in his cave, he's rebuilding his testosterone. Because hard to rebuild your testosterone in the context of estrogen. Estrogen is your feeling side. He's trying to get to his masculine side. That's why after sex, men will often roll over and disappear. Okay, because he went way to his female side. He's in you. Now he has to pull out and come back to his own self. He doesn't think these things. It's literally a biological shift. Is after having a climax, men's testosterone goes down. And so he has to rebuild it. You can't rebuild testosterone when you're taking care of your kids or when you're with your wife and you're doing things for her. It's like for me, I do have exceptionally high testosterone for my age. And but I spend on Fridays 4 to 5 hours with my granddaughter. And I am completely exhausted after this. I won't be tired after this because I'm solving problems, same things. I got goals. But you have these babies just have so much love. The time, maybe my time was over a long time ago. About an hour and a half ago. Okay, so hey, thanks so much for coming. One practical thing is, are you already out?
No.
I like the practical things. Here's something you can say to any man. He was one of our last here. We have one right here. This is your sweetheart, right? And if she needed your help for 5 minutes, would you be willing to give it to her? Always. Right. No, he's wonderful, and every man will say that. Because I said 5 minutes.
I don't even get a minute.
Well, you haven't asked for it.
Oh.
You have to say, I just want to talk for 10 minutes and get your undivided attention. Then he'll, right from the beginning, he'll give you undivided attention. Give him a time limit. That means there's a goal, it's going to be over. Because we've had situations where it went on, and that was stressful for us. But as soon as you start to talk, oh my gosh. Again, you know, so, and for you, sharing and talking produces estrogen. For a man, connecting with that much feminine energy can lower his testosterone. So he's just like, got to get away. Unless he realizes, and this is where insight comes in. I'm thinking when my wife is talking, if I just listen and don't interrupt and ask questions, get, show interest in what she's saying, and I can be interested because I have a goal. My goal is I want to raise her estrogen. This is one of the most powerful ways to raise her estrogen. At the same time, women have to understand that if you're just talking about your problems with him, it's going to be really hard for him to hear. So, but just talking about other problems you have, frustration, disappointments, anything you want to say about anything, talk about the news, talk about the weather, talk about your business, talk about this, anything that involves negative emotions, frustration, disappointment, concern, and he can hear it very easily because it's not about him.
Okay.
If it's not about him, he'll give you his attention easily, as long as it's not about him, as long as you tell him, I don't need you to fix it. I don't need you to say anything. I prefer you say nothing. And at the end, I'm going to feel better and I'm going to give you a big hug. Okay, I get payment for doing nothing. So the idea of the 5 minute is there's a hand signal. Put your hands up like this, that means I need to talk for 10 minutes. He has a time limit. He understands that talking raises her estrogen. She'll feel so good. Help my wife do good because women are stressed today. This research shows that women in the workplace, their cortisol levels are twice as high as men's. And when they come home, they double again. The home is no longer this place of reducing stress for women. We're out in this world. The world used those people in the Amazon all day long. Women are just with other women and children. They're all cooking and cleaning. They're never rushed about anything. They're all yup. It's a natural life. And so they have more estrogen. So now they're going to be responsive sexually for the guys, because for a woman to have romantic sexual feelings, her estrogen levels have to double her normal happy feelings. So it's not going to be that way all the time. But that's why you have dates. And how do you do a date? Romantic date. Romantic date is a week in advance. The man has a conversation with his wife. She has a conversation with him. We're both responsible. Great romance, two-way street. Let's talk about what we're going to do next week. And then she is to talk about 3 things that she'd like to do, not what he'd like to do. So in the beginning, my marriage with Bonnie, I would say, well, first of all, I made the biggest mistake. Hey, honey, it's Friday night. What do you want to do? Women need advance warning. They need time to plan, look forward to it. Women looking forward to that special time where you're getting his full attention. He's very, very nice and all these nice things. As she's looking forward to it all week, she's making estrogen building up to that. But it has to be sudden, like, what do you want? She didn't even know what she wants. This is part of the process, a conversation of what would you like to do? And she can start learning what she'd like to do in the date, expecting him to know everything. We're not like, we don't know women. You should know yourself, ideally. So what are some of the things you'd like to do? But often women he'll say, what do you want to do? She says, I don't know. What do you want to do? And then he'll go, yeah, I want to go do this. And she'll say, okay. In her mind, it's reciprocity. She thinks this time we'll do it for you. Next time you'll do it for me. But next time he won't do it for you because he'll say to you, what do you want to do? And you'll say, I don't know. He'll say this. Okay, let's go do that. He assumes that every time we do what he wants, it's what you want. And it's not what you want. You want him to be happy. The whole thing is man is most happy when he makes you happy.
Oh, really?
This is the bottom line. And it's also the biggest frustration for men when I'm counseling men is when men will go into, this is, the more famous I get, the harder the cases I get. Hard cases when one person is already determined to get a divorce.
Yeah.
And they're just coming to me to tell their friends, we tried. It's really awful. It's a tough thing. But I never got that when I wasn't famous, but then you get that when you're well known. But what men will say when they're ending a relationship, nothing I do makes her happy. That's it. Now, another translation of that, a little under that, is what do women do in a marriage when they're really happy with their husband? They want to have sex with him. Now, see, this has to be taken in the right context. You have no idea of men and their sex drive and how important sex is to them. Sex is the only time a man can really experience his female energy, love. Literally, the penis is the one part of the body he can't control. And that's vulnerability. Vulnerability is your female side. Ironically, the penis is his female side. It wants to be held. It wants to be hugged. It wants to be adorned. Okay, this is his penis. He wants to be held by you. Like you love the hugs which by the way, another biohack is 4 hugs a day for a woman.
Yeah.
6 seconds, non-sexual hug. We'll do this. 6 minutes, sexual hug. This is, we have our polarities. But when she's happy, the subliminal message there is that what's happening when a woman is happy is when a woman's unhappy, there's no sex. And if there is sex, it's just she's doing it out of obligation. And in the beginning, obligation is okay until the body realizes it's not real. And another thing to do when there's like disputes between you and your wife, at an argument or something, typically what a man needs to do is take time to cool off, raise his testosterone. And that's why I wrote my books. Now what I write is another thing, which is, it's actually, Bonnie taught it to me, and the first thing I learned about men and women. She had a baby, and I was not sleeping. She was in bed with taking pain pills because she had torn. And 5 days had passed. I came home. She said, "How are you doing, honey?" She said, "I'm in pain all day. Why didn't you call me?" She said, "I didn't want to bother you. You should have bothered me. I told you to ask me anything." She says, "Well, I asked your brother. He forgot to do it. So you've been in pain all this time." And then we get in an argument. So there's some kind of, when you don't sleep, you get an argument. Like that. And I started doing a good thing, which is I'm walking. Talking isn't working, it's making me angry. So I will never let myself express anger to a woman. That's what it used to be taught. You suck it up and you take time out, take time out. But even better, that day, what she said to me as I'm going out the door, she says, "John Gray, stop." Stop. He said, "You're a fair-weathered friend." I never heard that expression. She said, "Whenever I'm sweet, loving Bonnie, you're right there 100%. And if I'm not, you're out the door." So that made sense to me. Didn't know what to do with it. Then she said, "Please don't talk. Just come sit next to me. Don't talk." Talking was making it worse. So that was a smart thing for her to say. So I just sat next to her, and then she put my arm around her. And she started crying in my arms. And 50% of my anger went away. I won't say it all went away. And suddenly we were reconnected. And that is a powerful tool. So with my wife now, sometimes a little argument here and there. So let's just sit quietly. Don't look into each other's eyes. Sit quietly next to each other and hold hands. And then gradually she'll start to come closer. You put your arms around her. The body doesn't want to fight. It's the mind. And the mind doesn't understand something, it becomes afraid, and then it gets angry. A closing thought on this is, when I was younger, I'd be driving my car fast, and there'd be somebody holding up the traffic in front of me. People have that experience. It's rather annoying. But when you get around that person, you give them a look. That look. But actually, the reason we give them that look is to understand why that person's doing that. Like, why are they doing this? Why are they driving fast? Going fast, slowly. So as soon, exactly. So, but what I noticed, I remember the day where I did the look, and it was a new car, and a girl that was like 16, just got her license, and terrified. And I had the experience of all my hate disappearing. Yeah. Because I understood. And this is why understanding is so, so important. And again, it happens all the time. I get somebody's blocking traffic, I always go look. I'm not really that annoyed because I already know I'm going to find out the answer. There's always a reason. There's always a reason. So, and the reason is usually they're from another country, they're really old, or, they're thinking about something else. So it's like, I just need to understand. So when a man is pulling away, it's not that he doesn't love you, he needs to do that for him. A woman needs to talk about things. Why be negative? She needs to express what her feelings are. Hearing those feelings will allow her estrogen levels to go up and her stress levels to go down. And, the same things apply in gay relationships. If you're women, you tend to have, both of you need to talk a lot. It could be one of those things. Marathon talking sessions. But see, the great thing about being with a man is that you save time. Okay? And just to teach women not to try to penetrate men. See, when you listen to someone share their feelings, you're understanding them, you're penetrating them. So basically, when you're there for someone, you're on your male side, she's on the female side. You don't want to penetrate men. If you try to penetrate men, the only hole we have is asshole. And And so this is counter to everything in the universe that we're being taught now. And you should always talk about your feelings. Now, certainly talk about your feelings if they're positive, or talk about things that you're feeling very loving and grounded. If you're upset, particularly upset with your partner, or even as a husband, my wife is very dependent on me financially. Although she has her own job and everything, but still, I'm a big anchor of that. If I'm worried about finances, I'm not going to tell her. I'm going to take my time in my cave to figure out why I don't need to be worried. And then I can come say, now that's a challenge I'm going through right now. It doesn't have to have this emotional component. This anxiousness is basically lost half my income a while back, and I woke up feeling very anxious. Rarely do I feel that. She said, what is it? What is it? Everything's going to be okay. Do you want to know it? Let me tell you what's going on, and then I'll tell you my plan. A man with a plan. See, as soon as a man has a plan, everybody be calm. So I just had to figure out the plan. Everything worked out. So one of the chapters in one of my books is a man with a plan, a woman with a smile.
Oh,
It's very sweet message. Although my daughter hates it because she says that puts pressure on women to smile all the time. So, it's all about waves. Women are like waves. They go up. This is all made up from Mars book. They go up and then they come down. They go up and they come down. It's a natural phenomenon. What we want is to keep it from being Jaws. It just eats you alive. And it's unconditional love. This is something that we begin to develop our ability to have unconditional love by accepting and understanding differences. But marriage is not full unconditional love. It shows up as forgiveness, but it has to be a give and a take. If one person is not giving, you have to be giving and receiving. The challenge is women tend to give more and feel resentful, men tend to receive more because you're giving more. When you pay a man for nothing, he does nothing. When you ask for help and you appreciate it, he does more. So that's the 5-minute thing. 5-minute thing is a hand signal, 5 minutes. He said he would give me 5 minutes every day. So this is shifting the dynamic where you have to ask him to do something that you could do for yourself. See, that's the hard thing to do. It's just like, honey, would you get me warm water? That's the latest thing my wife does. She wakes up in bed. She says, would you get me some warm water? And I jump up because I'm going to do this 5 minutes. And I run to do it. No, it's just 5 minutes, and I know it has a big impact on her. See, when a man does little things for a woman, it will have a positive impact. But if she can ask for it, she's even more vulnerable, and he will actually get more out of it as well. So when she asks for these things, part of me chuckles. I mean, really? She went down in bed to do that? But happy to do it, honey. Go and do it. Come back. It's just a sweetness. Same thing is in when I drive the car. It'd be so annoying. She'd say, slow down. Sometimes she didn't say, slow down. She's in a hurry. She wants me to drive fast. But if she's not in a hurry, I need to drive differently. And so it was very annoying to me when she would say, you're going too fast. You should slow down. You could get a ticket. I know all these things. So, and I'm focusing really. And so I don't want a backseat driver. But at the same time, she says, well, how can I communicate to you if I'm feeling uncomfortable? Because I do want to make me happy. So I thought. And I realized sometimes I can see why women don't understand men. I don't even understand what can she say. So finally I concluded, I said, honey, there's nothing you can say, but you can just grab the handle. If you grab the handle, then I understand. My wife needs me to go slow. So then I could not feel any annoyance at all. Eager, because after I slow down, I put my hand on her thigh and I say very proudly, I did that for you. And she very happily says, I know you did, and I appreciate it.
Oh.
See the sweetness there? It just did the little things all the time. We did the same thing at yellow lights, at red lights. I'm like, if I see a yellow light, I just speed up. Matter of fact, one time I saw a yellow light, I sped up in a fast car. Policeman pulled me over and I said, I made it through that yellow light. He said, you sure did at 80 miles an hour. But with body in the car, I would never do that. If I see a yellow light, I immediately start slowing down, stop. And I put my hand on her thighs. And I did that for you. She said, I appreciate it. And it's like reminding I'm doing little things for you. And with this 5-minute thing, it's just constantly breaks the pattern. It interrupts the pattern of women feeling I have to do everything. Yeah. So find something that you would do for yourself. It would take a few minutes. Ask him to do it. Would you do this? Would you do that? Because you could do it yourself. And just think about that. I mean, what I started out saying, what is romance? Romance is when a man opens the door for you. Yeah. You can do it yourself. well, honey, I know you can open the door yourself, but you give so much to other people. Let me do this for you. And it's not all the time. Okay. It's literally because, you know, when you're in your work mode, you're just getting through life and I'll go open the door for her. But on a date, which is really good to have a regular date, and it's really good for couples. Once you're in a monogamous relationship, you will not be so horny. It happens after a few years. That's called the honeymoon period is over. So at that point, what will allow the attraction to come back is making sure there's some polarity where she's more on the feminine side, you're more on the masculine side. So these little things to create that polarity. And then what you do is you don't have the same horniness you used to have before. It's like, matter of fact, once you really have monogamy, where you don't feel that horny as a man, it takes a while before you'll feel horny. So, but you want to have sex at least once a week. And so what you do is you get into bed and you cuddle. Every night you cuddle. And when you cuddle, you notice one of you starts to breathe a little deeper. Then you have your little signals like she's in the mood, she'll squeeze my nipple. I'll generally wait before I squeeze hers. Then she squeezed mine. So I need a signal. You don't just invade it. Just a cute kiss. You know, we forget to do kissing. I wrote a book called Mars, Venus in the Bedroom. You have a 3-hour talk on it. I do have that at my website, marsvenus.com. We have a class on sex. We have a class on making, for women only, on understanding men. Yeah. My daughter teaches that one. It's really, really good. Yeah, well, I edited the whole thing. She won't say anything unless Dad approves of it. She's smarter than me, but I have a lifetime of experience, so she wants to make sure that her intuition is right on.
And the morning meditation is, how do you get that one on Wednesday?
A soul search on their soul search YouTube, she said, on their Instagram. There's a soul search Instagram. And a lot of it, we've only done like 12 or 13, and they're all there. But I keep enjoying creating new ones.
Nice to hear them over and over again.
Oh, I listen to them. It's better than my own meditation when I meditate, because that's what they guide me through, particularly for women too. To be guided in a meditation is you're allowing someone you can depend on to be there for you. So this is where guided meditations became really very helpful for women, but also helpful for men, which is to stay focused on what's being said. You can be both, because ultimately what we want is to have both our male and female sides active together. So I'm going to make some announcements here. I'm hoping that someone here will want to come to one of my classes. I have a weekend class next weekend in Marin County. And I'm going to give you, I have some empty slots and I want to fill them. So I'm going to make it at a very low price for you. Okay? So normally it's $500 for the weekend. And what I want you to do is get a big discount so you'll come. So whatever you can afford, you can come for that. It's $500, and if you have $100, that's fine for me. If $300, that's fine for me. It's whatever you can afford. It's based on what you feel good about. I will not feel anything weird if you just give $100. You should give something when you get something. It's always a good reciprocity. And so that's going to be in Marin County, and you need to sign up. You have to go online to marsvenus.com, and it'll be events. There's a sign up there. Actually, there's not. Okay, what I'm going to do is pass this around. And this is for you to sign up.
Is it for next Saturday and Sunday, or is it just
Friday?
Friday. I can do Friday.
It's Friday, Saturday, and half of Sunday.
Oh, but the class is what day?
What's that?
All the days.
So all day Friday and all day Saturday.
All day Friday. Starts at 9 o'clock, all day Friday till dinner time. Then it goes all day Saturday till dinner time. And then I have little meetings afterwards for alternative topics like how corrupt the government is. What happens is some people leave when I do that. I think we're in a spiritual war right now. I just can't hold myself back.
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I agree.
And you know, if you stayed in the room, I know I'm speaking to my audience. I mean, but it's good to hear other people speaking these things. People say to me, you know, gosh, you're saying these things. It just gives you more reality to this.
How refreshing you are.
Thank you. That's the thing. Just be able to hear that from somebody who gets speaking all the time. Because we're so afraid. See, the nice people are afraid of offending and afraid of hurting, afraid other people will fall down. Sorry. So I want to turn this off and say some more things. I want this to go online. So
How often
turn
does
this
it?
off.
Should we turn it off?
Can we turn it off?
Got it?
You figured
I don't
it out?
know.
You figured it out?
Oh, here. You
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.